Hotep, Great SABA TEHUTI, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses are said in Netet. To SABA TEHUTI, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, dua to you, SABA TEHUTI, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Netzer and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEPA class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, TEHUTI, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a NEFA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his venomous vipers with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the
correlation of her not being a literal person.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you, because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them, because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The TEHUTI, the real TEHUTI. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, TEHUTI is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out, because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Going out the holy tab.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as TEHUTI Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but TEHUTI is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother TEHUTI in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about TEHUTI and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for TEHUTI. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the TEHUTI PODCLASS on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, TEHUTI is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this
Okay,
is why
man.
you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tahuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hage plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Neter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
Wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
that it's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother TEHUTI. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother TEHUTI winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother TEHUTI. Now I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother TEHUTI. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to TEHUTI. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In TEHUTI, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In TEHUTI, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother TEHUTI.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got TEHUTI making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother TEHUTI and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, TEHUTI.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with somebody. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have TEHUTI and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother TEHUTI, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. TEHUTI is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday and said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against TEHUTI. Could this be 2 for 2 for TEHUTI? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonnetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonnetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half sleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it,
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered TEHUTI on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and TEHUTI won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
TEHUTI Harakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your master teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In MERI segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite, comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the PODCLASS? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. Yes, I was following Jabari. And there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married segment. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the PODCLASS, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving, you know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that TEHUTI's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. at the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it the 90s? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to hurt.
Oxford, where were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89? Man.
I was only 3 years old, running around, acting whatever.
I was showing Hebrew, and then I got this one right here.
Hang on a second.
This one's also Hebrew, showing the firmament and Sheol.
Okay, this depiction right here, this is an ancient Hebrew tablet that's in the museum. This is an ancient Hebrew papyrus that we can date, or what is this?
There's a few you can choose from. We've got
the one that we were looking at, the one that I'm asking about, is that picture, that Hebrew picture.
This one's Hebrew, yeah.
That was found. This picture was drawn by the ancient Hebrews.
There's quite a few drawings.
No, I'm not asking if there's quite a few. Maybe I'm not being. Can I be heard? Okay, the image that was on the screen. Can we go back to that image? I don't know why I keep jumping.
Because there's so many.
80. Yeah, but can you stick to the one that you showed? That's why I like to do things step by step. I know everybody likes gish gallop and jump.
Okay.
I do things nice and slowly, and that's how you catch people. Nice and slow.
Okay, catch me.
The image that you're showing right there, that's being called a Hebrew image, is this an ancient papyrus image in a museum, or that can be dated back to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no?
We're not familiar with museums, so no.
Can this be dated? This image that we're looking at here, this color image, this is an ancient. Why is it moving?
Oh, okay.
Everybody okay?
It's the same one.
No, okay. Can we stick with the?
It's all the same one.
I know people like to jump. That's how you cause the chaos. You can forget the argument. This is why I win debates, because I stick with the one thing and I'm not moving. So the one image, I'm asking a straightforward question to everybody on the panel: is this an ancient Hebrew image that can be found dated to the ancient Hebrews? Just yes or no.
This exact CGI rendering of it? No.
Okay, on to the next person. Lord Jamar, is this your Hebrew image that you're presenting that can be traced back to the ancient Hebrews? Yes or no?
That is an image that I understand to be an ancient. Their depiction of their college knowledge.
Where can we find this ancient image?
Is that an actual one from some? I don't know, man. See.
Okay, there, I was on mute somehow. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 now if you can hear me. Seems like I was on mute. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Let's see what the 9s are. Okay, we got the 9s. Do we have any 9s coming in? Hush Nation can hear me. Presses a 9. Nutpoo presses a 9. Okay, good. 2 people can hear me. Check, check, check. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Everybody, the rest of the crowd, the rest of the audience. We're going to turn this down a little bit. Okay, Tanya, 23 experience. Peace to you. She says, Hotep Netters. We have Brian Tilson, aka Pat Toe, who was actually one of the ones who sent in questions that are going to be answered today. A few questions are going to be answered today, and one of them is from Brian Tilson. We got Hush Nation with the 9, 9, 9. We have a bet with the 9. Okay. Wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. We're going to start with the beautiful frequency and the affirmation. In this class, to everyone for the beautiful questions, because without the questions that are asked, there will be no answers. There's no answers where there are no questions, so your questions govern the type of answers that you're going to get. Hush Nation already says, this is going to be my favorite class. Quoting the good brother Atef. All right, wonderful. Excellent. That away. Now we're going to start off with the beautiful frequency of the affirmation. Everybody ready? For the new people that are watching, this is the affirmation that we start off all important things with. I start off my mornings with my Netzert, with the affirmation. I start off meetings, House of 10 meetings, and so many things with the affirmation. In this class will be just like that. We start off with the affirmation. Ebed already says, I can affirm this class will bring great things. Okay, absolutely. Let's start off with the affirmation. It's going to go on the screen for the new people watching and for the old people watching, so that we can say it together. It will be written on the screen. We're going to start off the affirmation on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT, NS, Nintet Aset MAAT. Min Hapapet MAAT, Her and Hu, Kiwi, Per, Ikut, I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. And there we have it, everyone. That is the affirmation, the beautiful frequency that we start off with, the Netzert frequency. Welcome, everybody, to the TEHUTI PODCLASS, House of the 10. And let's put the bottom. That is the support. It's a reciprocity, symbiotic relationship taking place with this phenomenon. And peace to everyone in the room. And for the 14 people watching, hopefully we'll jump up to the usual 50 to 60. But for the 14 people watching, seems to be all House of the 10 members right now. But if there are any new people that are watching, press a 7. Press a 7 if you are considered new. We will give you shout out and respect. Peace and love to all the new people that are watching. Napu. Put to chat. Kemet. Nugpu, the great, powerful brother who scares people away with his offerings. He scares people away with his reciprocity. Or is it revealing people? Whichever one, whichever direction you may go to. But shout out to the good brother, Nugpu. He is a part of every single thing that pertains to the House of Attend. So is Hush Nation. Shout out to those two and all others. No new people watching? Okay. Then where are the moderators? Where's the Jed? Where's Pata? Where is TEHUTI? Right here. That is the only person that you never have to ask where is when the podcast begins, because the answer is always on the screen, ready to teach, ready to answer questions, and I'll wait for the others to fall in when they fall in. As far as now, for the new people that are watching, which it appears that there are no new people, and where's Amun and Amunet? Maybe they sent me a message, I don't know. I haven't seen it. But shout out to all the people, the dependable, the consistent, those who are here, and those who want to participate in this mission that we are accomplishing, the resurrection of the Netter on this planet. My name is TEHUTI Amenhotep Ra. Peace and love to all that are watching. I've been teaching for several years, and I've been answering questions for decades upon decades upon decades. So peace and love to all of you who have been watching this, and those who are witnesses to the answering of the most phenomenal questions and answers that have ever been given. My original teachers, like I've said in many introductions, my original teachers, people always ask me, who taught you TEHUTI? Who's your Kemetic teacher? Is it Dr. Clark? Is it Dr. Ben? Is it Ron Nefer? Is it they name all these different people. Is it late, great, whoever it may be? Was it Walter Williams? RIP to him. No, I have not been taught anything by any of those individuals. Not swaying to whether they were right or wrong or anything. It's just I was not raised up with that. I was not raised up with any type of Kemetic teacher. My first teachers were the animals when I was quite young, and I spent time observing the spiders, observing the snakes, the cobras, observing the turtles, observing animals that were around me. Those are my first contact with anything teaching me any higher wisdom that was not based on the matrix. Those are the first matrix breakers that I saw. On the hat, you see this is Sekhet. Sekhet is the oldest name on the planet for spiritual memory. The word for spiritual memory is Sekhet, and is the oldest name for what people are calling heaven, or the area, the framework, or the frequency that consciousness goes to after physical death. It was called the Sekhet. And the other definition of Sekhet was the spider, the weaver. And I brought to resurrection the understanding of the weaving and the Neeth connection with the string theory that the scientists today are calling it. And they use the Neeth weaving symbol, literally from the Metanetter Neeth symbol, for their quantum string theory. And their unified theory, that which holds things together, unseen forces which hold things together like gluons, muons, and taus. And these are the invisible strings that weave things together and hold things together that you cannot see on the physical plane. Yet the scientists today use the Metanetter imagery directly to represent their science. We are bringing back the source of where these things came from, and the spider represented the original weaver, and it was Sekhet. Eventually, as time went on, Sekhet became, or from Sekhem, Sekhet and Sekhem, which was memory, and eventually the feminine aspect of what people call the bread loaf was added to the Sekhem, the memory, and the Seket, and that created the word Sekemti, which people pronounce as Sekhmet. And that became the great defender of Ra, Sekhmet, adding the feminine aspect to Sekhem and Seket. And here with me also, the most used imagery in Ma'at is Ma'at. Ma'at, the way you originally wrote Ma'at, was a cobra symbol. And the cobra symbol became echoed as the imagery which represented all females. You added a cobra symbol to the end of a meta-never frequency, and that made something feminine. On the Taurian papyrus, the name Ma'at, who ruled for 700 years, the way that she wrote her name was the cobra symbol. The Ma'at was a word that I brought back into Resurrection several years ago when I came back to the public and saw that everyone was propagating that the word Ma'at just meant truth and balance. And the word Ma'at is not used for the word balance anywhere in the meta-netta. That's Makait. And the word Ma'at I brought back into Resurrection was a participation word, a word that you had to participate in. Order can exist without you. The word Ma'at from Ma'a means to examine. Examination cannot exist without you. You are the observer, you are the examiner of all that exists within your world, and then you decipher things by examination. When you decipher these things and put them in proper place, then they get the other definition of Ma'at, which is putting something in order, but you have to be the observer and the examiner of something in order for you to place the thing in the order. So I brought back into Resurrection the definition of Ma'at, which was to observe, to examine. And I scanned YouTube channels and books, and I went back to those people that people thought were my teachers, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all these different Kemetic teachers, and I did not see any one of them teaching what the definition of Ma'at was, other than truth and balance. And I said to myself, why is nobody teaching what the word is used for in sentence form? In the meta-netta, when people are speaking sentences and writing down, I examine something, they literally say Ma'ati, or I'm the one examining, or Ma'a'i, I'm the one examining. Why is nobody saying this? And I started to realize that there was a matrix set in place for people to disconnect the Kemetic knowledge that was first brought here by the original people that brought it in a disconnective way. The only connective way was your physical appearance, because there was a racial war taking place and people needed an identity. Kemet was used as a weapon to educate the people nonetheless, but simultaneously used to prove who was black and where. And that's all it was used for. So when Kemet was first brought by these original people that brought it, the teachers that everybody says, the elders, they were not bringing it to form any type of movement. They were not bringing it to form any type of spiritual unity. They were not reading anything from the Purim Haru that dealt with any daily lifestyle. They were not reading from the words of Kim Wessie. They were not opening the coffin text and applying any of the teachings or anything in the coffin text to anyone. It was not, none of the pyramid texts were being read. Nothing was being read as far as discipline. The only thing that was being shown was that the Egyptians are black and you look like women. They're not Hebrew, and Hebrew stole the Bible, and it was just a part of a debate. So Kemet was first introduced to the Americas in debate form, to be used as a debate tool to prove the existence of and the importance of black achievement. And in that case, I understood fully why Ma'ah and other terms like Pekah and Ku, which was to rid yourself of negative consciousness, was never being used. They were never being used by the original so-called bringers of this word or teachers of this, because that would involve their discipline. That would involve forming what Kemet was. Kemet was not an individual. Kemet was a group of unified minds that invented the word Kemet and called it that. What were they before they called it Kemet? Because we cannot find Kemet in the teachings of Ptah. We cannot find Kemet in the teachings of Kemwasi. We cannot find Kemet being used by Pharaoh Khufu. We cannot find Kemet being used by Narmer. We cannot find Kemet. So Kemet was a word that was eventually invented by civilization that were already existing for thousands of years, and then the word Kemet came. So that one word to define everyone after that word and before that word, because it was a device being used for a racial war, because they realized that the word Kemet meant black. But the people themselves said Ankia Ma'at. What they were followers of Ma'at. They were examiners and they were doers of the word, examining things first and then doers of the thing. You see? Because you can be black and not follow anything. You can be black and not be an examiner. So being black was not enough for the people to call themselves that. They were participating in a discipline, and the discipline is that which was important to them. The spiritual aspects, the out-of-body experiences, the immortality was that which was important to them. So they did not name themselves Kemet as their way of life. Kemet was one word that was utilized for a territory or area. And the word originally Kemet that was used in the pyramid text in a sentence that meant complete. Complete as the resurrection of Asar. Nobody uses that reference because now it would take people back to the discipline and take people away from the race. You see, being born black, being born Chinese, being born European, being born French, being born from Ecuador, being born Eskimo, none of those things you can help. You are just born that. It has absolutely nothing to do with the life that you're going to live moving forward. There are righteous black people. There are serial killers that are black people. There are beautiful, awesome black people that study and read, and do disciplines and meditations, and are black pedophiles. Being born looking like something has absolutely nothing with your life meaning moving forward. And that applies to Eskimos, that applies to Polynesians, that applies to anyone. So the people name themselves after things, something you had to prove and put work into. And that is what I am here to bring back, to take away from the laziness of I'm just black, I'm just black, I'm just black, I'm just black, and I'm still as Tyrone the crackhead. Now what? What happens after you're born black? What happens after you're born Spanish? What happens after that? So Ma'at was a disciplinary word that you had to partake in. It was a word that showed your discipline. You had to be the examiner, the decipherer of Isfet, the decipherer from good and evil. And I came to bring that back. The original teachers separated you from that and invented a psyops which echoed throughout the world, that there was something called 42 laws of Ma'at. There's absolutely nothing in ancient history called 42 laws of Ma'at. And if you bet your house, and if you bet all of your wages and ask them to pull out any papyrus, to pull out any pyramid text, to pull out any coffin text, any writings to show that the people of that time taught that there was something called 42 laws of Ma'at. Because today we hear it by the thousands, every 42 laws of Ma'at, 42 laws of Ma'at. Who believed in that? Can you show me somebody talking about any 42 laws of anything? Just show it. Take your emotions out of it. Take your opinions out of it. Just the papyrus, there's over 50,000 papyruses and writings. Open up one of them and just show one of the scribes talking about 42 laws of anything. It does not exist. But because everyone echoed it, it was echoed and echoed and echoed and echoed and echoed and echoed to take you away from the two true teachings. So us here at the House of Attend, my job was to come back when I saw what was taking place and bring back the ancient TEHUTI teachings of the Neteru. Because they were lying about the 42 laws of Ma'at. They were lying about the place anciently being called Kemet. They were lying about the Neteru just being principles. There were several lies that I had to come back and represent the Neter and correct after the Christianity facade. Already went through that, destroyed that, got into consciousness and saw the madness. People asked me to come back. Come back, come onto the internet and correct all this madness. That's why I came back. Went on to kill the priest, and everybody saw what happened from there. One of the other things that wasn't taught was reciprocity. Everybody, because there was no spiritual connection, because there was no lifestyle, because there was no ranking system, because there was no organization, the actual teachings were never taken seriously. They're only taken as a hobby, something you debate about or talk about. But Kemet was a movement of hundreds of thousands. There is no Kemet that's one individual. There is no Kemet if you're just one. There is no Kemet, one person in a room reading books. Kemet was a country. And a country flows off of a system of structure, of appreciation. That's how the country that you're in right now exists. The country is set up to make sure that those who are appreciated for their work receive reciprocity for what they do so they can continue. The school teacher must continue. The janitor must continue. The one that cleans the McDonald's windows must continue. The crazy person that plays Ronald McDonald in that crazy outfit with the size 18 shoe, he receives reciprocity for that. The man that plays the puppet for Kermit the Frog receives reciprocity for that. The man that plays Jason and Freddy Krueger, the serial killers, they receive, the Matrix makes sure they receive reciprocity for their work. I noticed that because in the Kemetic conscious world, it was just seen as a hobby. There was no reciprocity system because nobody took the teachings, application to your real life seriously. It was just barbershop talk and debating with Europeans over who's black in Kemet. But every country has a system. In order for you to read what the scribes wrote, the scribes were taken care of. The farmer was taken care of because he helped take care of the people back and forth in the reciprocity system. So I decided to come back to the public and set up a reciprocity system to see, just to test to see if the awakening and the changing of your lives would be appreciated. Because we've given reciprocity to Dunkin' Donuts. We've given reciprocity to Heinz, to Lay's potato chips. Lay's potato chip receives, or Krispy Kreme has received your reciprocity. Sour Chews candy has received your reciprocity. Christmas trees and Christmas decorations of Odin have received your reciprocity. Every single person watching and every single person in the chat has given reciprocity to Santa, to Christmas trees, to Ralph Lauren, to Polo, to Candy Apple, to pizza, to bubble gum, to 7-Up, to Coke, to Pepsi, to Mountain Dew, to Honey Crunch Cheerios, cereal, Sesame Street. Every single person watching has reached in their pocket and given reciprocity to all of these things. Is this correct? Every single person watching has given reciprocity to the movies, to popcorn, to ketchup, to bubblegum, to Chucky, to Saw 3, to lollipops, sucker candies, Halloween candies, July 4th, every single Avengers movie, whatever it may be, smoking weed, drinking, alcohol, every single thing, we've all paid for it. And every single one of those things I mentioned kills you, destroys you from the inside out. all your Honey Nut Cheerios, Crispy Crunch Cheetos, all your your extra cheese on the pizza, and Dunkin' Heinz Big Mac in it, Wendy's 7-Up in it, and all of those things, the wine here and there, all of that kills you. We've been taught to give reciprocity. So I set up a system after teaching for over 30 years with no reciprocity. I wanted to see if people appreciate the matrix being broken inside of them. And I set up something to prove to the world that people would appreciate not only the matrix being broken inside of them, but there will be life testimonies. This only works if there's life testimonies, not, that was deep. TEHUTI, you dropped the bomb. No, not just that. That's the part of it too, but not just that. Can it change people's lives? And we have testimony after testimony after testimony. And that is how you create a movement, a nation, a group of people, is when they feel inside their life has been changed. Now they want to move forward. What is the next step? What is the next step after that? What do we break after that? What is the discipline after that? And class after class after class, I believe I'm on 51 answers. 951 answers so far collectively. So we set up a reciprocity system where people give support to the podcast and give support to them asking a question, meaning that a lot of people, more value than a pair of Nike shoes. What type of value is the quest that you're on? But what if you were somebody who was in a beautiful relationship with your mother, and your mother unfortunately passed away? What would the value be? See, these are different type of questions. This includes the basic questions like, was Jesus really crucified? Is the Bible real? All that. What if you are somebody who says, I had a beautiful relationship with my mother and she passed, and I want to continue that because I read that the ancestors continued their relationships with the deceased. TEHUTI, can you answer that for me? What is that life change worth if the answer actually brings you back into communication? And so I created a system through Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV, where you can send your support and get your answers. This is Beged Leisure, also known as Maharu. This is the brother who was first asking questions about UFOs and out of bodies, and then he sent in a donation and sent in another one for a class on how to reconnect with his beautiful mother. He has given testimony that put into practice, not just, that was deep, that was fire. Putting into practice the teaching. Now he has a continuous relationship with his deceased mother and cousins. What is that worth? Is that worth all of the weed that you've ever participated in? All the hundreds of dollars of bags of weed that you've ever smoked? Is it worth the cigarettes that you were killing yourself with? Is it worth a brand new fresh pair of Nikes that you bought 10 years ago that are scuffed up now and in the garbage? Is it worth that, or is it worth more? I set up a system where I only speak when a question is asked. What are the type of questions that are asked, and what happens to those questions? Well, that brother there asked about continuing a relationship with his mother. What if you are a woman with child? What if you're a woman with child and you want to know about pregnancy in ancient Kemet, pregnancy today, pregnancy cravings? Is that natural? Is it a psyops? Is it something supposed to happen? Question sent in about the many stages. Are there any symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the matrix, like cravings, gestational diabetes? How aware are babies in the womb? Look how many questions this is. 1, any symptoms, stages for 1, 2, 3, do their personalities and likes begin since conception? This is a pregnant woman asking these questions. Do you see the difference? They're asking questions about ancient knowledge, but also what happens in real life today that they're living and how they can apply it and change it. Have you ever seen a conscious channel where a pregnant woman is asking about gestational diabetes and consciousness in the womb because she's about to have a baby? For example, there were certain things I couldn't eat with my last 2 pregnancies, and there were certain foods that I really enjoyed eating. I had to eat my food in sections because if I combined my food a certain way, it would cause for me to get nauseous, or I could eat the food, or I couldn't eat the food anymore. Aset will become very active when she's hungry. She was in her room at that time, and once I ate, she calms down. Sincerely, Gabby Lopez. What happens to your question? Boom. You get a movie. You get a 2-hour, a 45-minute to 2-hour answer depending on the donation given. And you get a complete podcast dedicated to you and any other person that asked a question around the same time period. And boom, here's an entire podcast: pregnancy cravings, natural or mind control psyops, consciousness in the womb. While someone else sent the question in about incest. That was a Tanya 23 experience where the nets are depicted as family because of cosmology. Same young lady, Gabby, wants to know about breastfeeding. What happens? Boom, she gets an entire class about breastfeeding, baby formula, the psyops, with the ancient MAAT, Kemet, Smawitawi teachings with a double spiritual symbolism of pregnancy. While another young lady, Mincy Hotep, has a cat and has questions about her cat, and boom, she sends in questions about her cat's eyes changing color. All in one pod class. There's no limitations to the type of conscious questions you can send in. Someone sends in support for $40 to want to know about the Montauk project. What happens? Boom. Only here at the pod class. The Montauk project, mind control, spiritual, conspirator study, the Great Pyramids of Giza for time travel. Kemet birds inspire the Montauk project. This is what happens here with the TEHUTI pod class. Someone sends in a question with support. Boom. Succubus, mind control while you sleep, having out of body. If you ever wonder why you're pinned down while you sleep, what are these worm-like looking, creature-like looking beings that come to you while you're trying to have out of body or in your dreams? A whole class on that. Kemet, out of body, dream, war, possessions, who are the spirit negs, while Adopter sends in a question completely separate from that and wants to know about the Pope, Vatican Museum, and the worship of the Neter, the Christian Catholic secret conjuring of the Netiru, first and only taught here at the TEHUTI pod class. There is no limitations. Support sent in from Hush Nation, 3330, Dua, Second Saba TEHUTI. Saba, why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we could see spirits, sometimes we can't. What happens to your question? Boom, it turns into the TEHUTI pod class. These images that I have on the screen are not from Google getting images. They're not from Google Images. These images that you see on the screen are the results of my students participating in the practices that I gave them for asking these questions. Because before he asked the question, someone else had a one-on-one with me and asked a similar question. I gave that person a one-on-one, and that person ended up taking pictures of the spirits that manifested as balls flying around their house, and hundreds and thousands of them manifesting upon command, and inside the balls had faces inside of them. So these are not getting images, these are not Googled images, these are images of the results of my students following the guidance and actually manifesting the spirits to be seen in the visual light spectrum. While boom, the same young lady asked about Gabby again asked about postpartum depression psyops, and gets a whole class of postpartum depression psyops. That is what happens here at the TEHUTI pod class. Support, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rock ASV. This is a phenomenon. This is not happening anywhere else because others don't believe in the Netter and the actual teachings. They only open up the Kemetic writings or images for debates, to argue with people. They're not trying to apply it to change others' lives. They're not trying to build a movement. They're not trying to build something based on the teachings. It's only used for argumentative or contrarian conversations, just to be contrary to somebody else and break them down, and then go back eating Wendy's, watching the Knicks game, and smoking weed, and then come back to the debate. Now you're Mr. Knowledgeable Man, and when the debate is over, you go back to living the same life with the guy you were debating. imagine Kemwasi Ramesses, Pharaoh Khufu, and Ptah having a debate with Christians or with some atheists, and when they end the conversation, Ramesses goes back to watching the Knicks game, smoking weed, hanging out at the club, and cussing, freestyling language, nasty talk, no structure in the household. No, Ptah goes back to living that which he debated about, his lifestyle. Ramesses goes back to living the lifestyle and building Kemet. So we're taking it away from just the debate. And I entered that world too and swam through everybody. Because they tried to debate the netter and they couldn't bypass, they couldn't get every debate that took place. I was announced the winner of every single debate that I ever entered in, because every single debate, almost every one that I could think of, I was defending the netter. And declare the winner, one after the other, after every single one. Because I represent that which I'm debating about. I'm not going to debate you on which one's better, the Lexus or the Tesla. I don't debate for the enjoyment of just arguing with somebody. What's better, Big Mac or Wendy's double chicken burger? I don't debate over that. I'm not going to debate. Who do you think is better, Trump or Biden? I don't care, unless I don't enter that debate. I'm debating that which is a part of my lifestyle. And that's because they're just passing through my lifestyle. That's why they lose every single one. Because you're not going to win a debate with Bruce Lee about Kung Fu. Nor will you ever win a debate with Tiger Woods about golfing. Debate with him about car mechanics, you may kill him. Debate with Tiger Woods about golfing, you're going to lose every debate you have. Because after that debate, he's going to go back to golfing. That's his life. For you, it's just entertainment. So with that understood, this is the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Welcome. The questions that were sent in today, beautiful, beautiful. And Brent, hopefully you can come to the panel. He's the one that sent in some of these questions. So one of the questions was sent in, water consciousness. This is sent in by JHUTY. Look at these topics that we're going to discuss and answer. Water consciousness in the Kemet writings. Let me stop right there. When you hear about water consciousness, everybody goes back to Dr. Emoto. I've done 5 classes on him already. Everybody goes back to Dr. Emoto. Everybody goes back to the esoteric, the metaphysical. Have you ever, put in the room please, anybody who's ever had a Kemetic teacher prior to me, have you ever seen a class from someone that represents the ancient culture, supposedly, allegedly representing Kemet, and showing you water consciousness using the writings from the people that were in Kemet? Not grabbing a symbol and saying, see the esoteric meaning of, see the water is 75% of our body, and see the moon pulls the waters and the ocean moves with the, not the third eye drips water on the Pisces gland, not that. Have you seen anyone show ever that the ancients had the knowledge of consciousness being held by water prior to Dr. Emoto? There's all the praise go to Dr. Emoto, and praise him because he's beautiful, or was, rest in peace. He was a beautiful man doing beautiful things. Is that where it starts from? All these thousands of years of pyramid builders, the designers of architect, the inventors of geometry, algebra, the Pythagorean theorem coming from the people of MAAT, the Fibonacci sequence, everything. They never knew about it? Put the link in the room, anybody who's ever had a Kemetic teacher, that taught that the ancient people of the Nile Valley knew about this water consciousness and used their words to verify Anybody? Has anybody had a Kemetic teacher before me? Of the 27 people watching, has anybody, am I your very first Kemetic? Has anybody studied under any of those other people? Because it seems like Mexicans didn't know about that. Okay, we're going to change that. Mary Sekhmet says, none of my so-called teachers. 2023 experience says, your students know to filter everything to Kemet. I haven't been wrong yet. What did the world create? Nothing. It all seems to have come out of Kemet, literally. See? So Harass says, no one. No one. That's right. 28 people watching. Why? Because all of those Kemetic teachers took their time to just argue whether the Egyptians are black and tell you that the Bible was stolen. They never actually opened up the coffin text, did they? They never actually opened up the actual writings. They never opened up the Book of Earth. Press 9 if you're a past Kemetic teacher. Open up the Book of Earth and started teaching you on the Book of Earth. Teaching you how to apply that to your ritual practice. Oh, does anybody even know what the Book of Earth is? let me jump past. Anybody know what the Book of Breath is? Is there a Book of Breath? No, Kemetic teacher never touched about the Book of Breath? No Book of Breath? No? It's Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. 25 hours, Egyptians are black. 26 hours, so 5,000 hours, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. But none of what they teach in the Book of Earth, no? No? No, because they don't believe in that. They only believe in the physical, and that's why every time you go to them, they talk about the great mathematics, this great structure. What about the teachings? Anything about the teachings? Because they're doing what the Egyptologists did, which is just focus on the physical. I'm going to put the link in the room. Brian Tilton bears witness. Saba, you're my very first official Kemetic teacher. I'm grateful. Well, awesome. Mary Segmack said, I will put on that after. Tanya said, I was telling my kids I was 3 to 4 years old. I was zealous about Egypt. E.g., I told them I was from there and had an anthropology book, and Egypt was the first. Egypt was in the first chapters. Harass said, only from you, great Saba. Wonderful. That's what the TEHUTI PODCLASS is in the House of Atten. We represent. Oh, there's Amonet. Amonet is here. To a murder hand, Nefar Bao, person, Echo Mutki, praise, love, eternally life, expanding beautiful souls. They come forth as magical mothers of mine, Ankia, Ma'at, and Nani, the Saint Mer, Amen, Red Heart, Black Heart, Amen, Amanet. I'm going to put the link in the room now for the people to jump in. You can talk to the people, give your testimonies, talk about what's happening in your life, tell the people about the support system, tell the people what's happening here at the TEHUTI PODCLASS, and then I'm going to take a small break, step off, get a little bit more water in me. I'm going to put, oh, by the way, so for those new people that are watching, that is her name. Her name is Aset Hejet Maati. Maati was a name for the double realm in the afterlife. It was called Maati. It was 2 Ma'at. Ask your Kemetic teacher, why is that area called Maati? Double. They call the double halls of Ma'at. Why is it double? What's the first one? What's first and second? What's going on here? Why is it double and not triple? Why isn't it just one? What do you mean Ma'ati? What's happening here? They can't teach about that because that is outside of their belief system. They don't really believe in the double realms. Because if Ma'at is a word that means examine, that is a double realm of examination or a double realm of vision and order that you enter into in the afterlife. They say the Book of the Dead and the coffin text are only for they're only for the afterlife. Huh? That's when you open up and read it? You just carry it around. You open up and read it for the afterlife. That's it. The book, the Purim Haru, the coffin text, the Anduat were all full of the actual teachings, because it has to give the teachings. A person that's coming straight out of China wouldn't be able to know what the Perm Haru is in the afterlife because it doesn't match the teachings that they know of. So the Perm Haru, all of the writings are full. How many classes I've done on the Perm Haru? 65 Medu classes on things from the Perm Haru, and then half of the 90% of the pod classes. And today you're going to get teachings from the writing in the Perm Haru on the water. So there's a link in the room. I'm going to, Brian can jump in, harass, Tanya, supporters jump in. Where is the team? Where's the team at? I haven't looked at the chat, so I haven't seen the team. But shout out to everybody who's here. Only 26 people today. I don't see, where's the Jed? Where's Patah? Where is the team? But jump in, Nukpu. Jump in, Brian. Jump in. All of you jump in and talk to the people. Give your hanus, give your honors, give your respect, and build amongst each other as a family. You all only get to come together like this once a week. Once a week is the only time you get to come to the TEHUTI PODCLASS, where you can send in questions, build on the answers that you've gotten, and build on how the House of Attend TEHUTI PODCLASS has changed your life. There's Amun and Amunette, looking a little blurry, but looking like cartoons. Okay. I can still see them, but they're okay. Oh, they cleared up. They're clearing up. Okay, how you doing, you two? How are you two?
Hotep, Uncle Justin Neb, Urda Sabatuti. I'm doing great, excellent, wealthy, excited for another podcast. Too up for asking. How are you doing?
I'm doing as well as I can be. I have to go through another process because the first process that I was supposed to get results on doesn't seem to be good. It wasn't good enough. So I have to go through another process where things are more potent to see if that can clear up the situation. But other than that, I am positive, I'm at peace, and I'm happy that I'm here to teach while I'm still in the capacity to do so. We only have a certain amount of time on this earth in the capacity of this. So even though you may live to 100 years old, that'll be a beautiful thing. You may live to 90, but as you get older, you may lose capacities. So you still be alive. Some of our great-grandfathers, some of our grandmothers, they're still alive, but you notice that something has changed in them at 75 that seems to be different than when they were 19 and 26. They're not in the same capacity, although they're still on earth. So praise and give Hanu to everyone and yourself that you get to experience life with them in this capacity. I was telling, there's a, you bet, what, Hush Nation? Who's here? I heard 2 beeps. That was weird. Okay, there's Yvette. Okay, greetings, Yvette. And I saw Hush Nation, but he is click back off. Okay, so yes, we only get to I was telling my Naturts that sometimes we take each other for granted. The females that I'm involved with or been involved with and started a family with, in the pod class, I tell them, especially my Naturts, that I didn't have to be this TEHUTI. I didn't have to look like this to teach you. I didn't have to be in this type of shape. I didn't have to be this sharp, fast-witted. I could have came with the same information as an older man like Dr. Clark, like Elijah Muhammad. I didn't have to be in this particular body with this particular shape, with the ability to perform magic and go on the one second, I have somebody coming in. With the ability to do bodybuilding and go into the gym and teach professionals and push weights and run and do things in the gym and give diet plans. none of that was actually needed for me to be the TEHUTI that people are involved in, because I am in this capacity. This capacity, people can enjoy me, fortunately, in all the peak capacities that I can be enjoyed in. And for my terts and females I'm involved in, that includes the physical and the sexual. I don't even have to have an erection. I could come as TEHUTI as 90 years old in a cane and still teach everybody and answer everybody's question. But it doesn't mean that I have to have the ability to have sex. It doesn't mean that I have to have the ability to work out. It doesn't mean that I have to have the ability to be fast talking. People can put me on a rap song, whatever it may be, perform at the beach, doing all of these things. It is a beautiful thing that I appreciate the netter and the timing for me to be alive and be at this capacity while being a TEHUTI, because I don't even have to have all these things that you can enjoy me as. I didn't have to have that because Elijah Muhammad didn't. A lot of the men didn't have these things. So I'm so pleased and happy, even though there's something right now happening to me due to two things that I was exposed to. And we're trying to resolve that. But I'm so happy that according to my own health, that which I can control, I can I can wrestle and fight Nana's sons. I can wrestle a 22-year-old and beat them in jiu-jitsu. I don't have to be that. So I'm fully happy that I'm able to do all of these things and move and do jiu-jitsu and bodybuilding and magic and satisfy the women and teach the class and all of that while still being able to do the PODCLASS. So thank you for asking, but I'm happy for all of that. I don't have to be this at all. So thank you.
And I'm happy.
Appreciate this. Oh, go ahead. There's a lag. Go ahead.
Nini Saba, and I'm happy that you're all that as well.
Thank you. Wonderful. And praise to you for being an upcoming that as well, because you don't have to have the abilities as well. You could. So everybody that's on this panel, just really appreciate everything that you are able to do and take advantage of it to the fullest, because if you were 75 years old, Amunet may not be interested in you. So, and if she was 82 years old, you may not look at her this way. So to it to everybody for being appreciative of what you have. How you doing, Amunet?
I'm doing wonderful. For asking, Ray Saba. I'm happy to be here as always. Happy to see you, hear your voice, and to be in your presence again and again, and be raised up by you continuously, to offer everything that you do consistently for your dedication, your health, your safety, and your happiness. And Henu to you.
Wonderful words. I'm glad to be here for you as well. And everything I said to Amun applies to you as well. So appreciate yourself, Amun, everybody on the panel for for being alive and healthy. So wonderful. I'm going to move to Yvette. How you doing there, Yvette?
Doing pretty good. To it for asking. To it for all your words and reminding us of reminders that we need. And yes, appreciate you and that you're alive today too.
Yeah, wonderful, definitely. And I appreciate those great words and the manifestation of those words. Wonderful. I'm going to move on a little fast because I want to get right into this class. And I see a few people are going to move through and say peace to everybody. So I'm going to go to a brother who is on the panel for the first time, Bryant Tilson. How you doing, good brother Bryant?
Hello, Saba. Is my mic okay?
Your mic is clear.
Oh, great. Peace to everyone. I'm happy to be on the stage for the first time. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the members. I see Amun and Amunet on here all the time. Brother Patah, Dejed, Hush Nation. I see the familiar names and faces. And I just admire you all because you guys have been receiving this information. And it seems as if every week I come here, you guys are there, that you guys are dedicated. So just that consistency. I know Saba was mentioning that before. consistency is what we all like. Just to see that consistency ultimately allows me to be like, yo, I'm gonna be more vigilant and diligent, because I come from a long background of Abrahamic tradition, believing in the Bible. These classes really helped me, and to see you guys, really getting stronger, and you guys, you greet each other in the Middle Nether language is very encouraging. So I'm just happy to be here. I'm gonna try to get my camera going in a minute, but I just want to say again, peace to SABA, TEHUTI. Thank you so much for answering my question and other questions that you just answered, and along me just watching Killer Priest podcast, me watching your older videos. And again, I appreciate the brothers and sisters who come here week in and week out, consistent, ask questions and give donations. It's really beautiful to be a part of this. So thank you. I yield.
Wonderful, Brian. Nice to have you here, part of the panel. It's always good to see a new face, new energy. And when I step off and take my break, I definitely want you, definitely get your camera working. That's even better. But I definitely want you to tell the people what made you ask the particular question on the Chronicles there. So peace and love to you. Good to have you here. Peace. And I'm gonna move forward on to Nookpoo. Nookpoo, how you doing, good brother Nookpoo?
Hotep Saba, Uncle Jaseneb. Hotep to everybody on the panel. Hotep to everybody on the chat. Everybody watching live. Uncle Jaseneb. I'm doing Nefer, wonderful. Occur, excellent. Saba, how are you doing, Saba?
Pretty good. I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. I'm doing well, and just what I said before, doing my best to use every ability that I have left to make everything that everybody's receiving that's involved with me the most potent of that which you can receive. So that's what I am doing. We're going to blink our eyes, Nookpoo, and we're going to be 85 one day. And you may not be running in sprints. You may not be a part of that marathon. So you just enjoy every run, every foot, everything that you can do as a young man. Me and my nephews were trying to guess your age a couple days ago. It was like, one of them said, well, how old is Nook? I said, I don't know if he's 45 or 21. I have no idea. He looks like he could be 42. And one of them said, he looks like he's experienced life. I said, yeah, he looks like that, but he looks like he's 22, 42, who knows? Nookpoo's ageless, so we'll leave that a mystery. But you just enjoy life and keep striving. Thank you for asking me how I'm doing.
Sure, Saba, Uncle Jaseneb.
Okay, wonderful. I'm going to move on to your brother right there beside you. Hush Nation, how you doing, good brother?
Dua Saba, I doing good. Tua for everything. Big thanks, big MAAT, big love, big respect, big salute. Uncle Jaseneb, more prosperity and health to you, your Awut. Yeah, by Tua for everything. We here again, so it is a never session, So grateful for this. Yeah, it's big love, big access all the time. Tua for giving man eternal light. Tua for changing my life and making man like the best hush soldier man could ever possible. So Dua Saba, you don't know, Uncle Jaseneb.
Boom. Excellent, beautiful words. Thank you for them. And now I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna move on and step off, take a break, rejuvenate myself, put Asamati down, put Seket down, and then come back with these beautiful answers to these beautiful questions. Tua, everyone, for sending in your questions. Tua, for having your life changed and changing history. This is the first online interactive movement whose base is the Kemetic teachings, where people are actually gathered with testimonies of life change. So when other panels and everywhere else you go, you just see people say, yeah, I got some deep knowledge from such and such. The top teachers are so. I learned about this, learned about that, and they go on with their life. The difference here is that from Amun, Amunet, Ibet, Bryant, Nukpu, Hush Nation, Tanya, Patah, Saket, Dejed, Atef, too many to name, everyone's life has changed. Your life is no longer what it was 3 years ago. Whereas the other people, their life is the exact same, they're just in more arguments. But their lifestyle, there's no testimonies. Everyone's life has completely changed. And if you saw yourself, if your past self saw you now, that past self wouldn't recognize what you are today. You are a completely different being. Your frequency is different. Your behavior is different. Your light is shining. And this is a beautiful thing to see people's life change. That's all that's what I came here for, to change life back to what it was supposed to be. So peace and love, everybody. I'm going to take a break. You all build as a family. Rejoice. Talk about the support. Everybody who's watching this podcast, send your support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV if you truly appreciate it. Today's class, some of the questions that are going to be answered, is going to be about 5 questions answered today. About 5 questions answered today, maybe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 questions. We have water consciousness, then water consciousness in the Kemet writings. I have this little bonus here. TEHUTI did Heka with water, because that is a bonus video that I could play. I'll link people to, where I did some magic actually utilizing water. And then there was a story to it, but the story is not on the video, just the water magic. Then this right here, the Kemetic water snake of immortality. Anybody in the panel, please tell me if you've ever heard about the Kemetic water snake. You all can talk about after I leave. Tell me if you've ever heard about the Kemetic water snake of immortality. The Kemet bring the science of water consciousness before the late great Dr. Emoto. The Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, coming from Brian Tilson. The Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, proof that the Israelites existed. What's this going to be about? So get ready for a beautiful journey, everybody. Support the TEHUTI PODCLASS only, and I stress, only if this has benefited you in any way. It is for those who this benefits. We're not looking for fake support. We're not looking for somebody to send $1, $2. We're not looking for that. We're looking, if this has benefited you, what is the value? And put a message under the Cash App, put a message under the PayPal. How has this changed your life? What do you appreciate? This is true beneficial knowledge and guidance. And you can also ask a question, however you choose to support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'll leave this up for a couple seconds. Take it down. I will take my break. You all build. And hopefully the other brothers will show up soon. I don't have any messages from them. The Tef is here, right? He usually travels until later at night. I haven't heard from, I don't know if I got a message from Patah, the Jed. I'd have to scroll up and see. But anyways, whoever is here is here. Support the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Peace and love. I'll be back. Hotep. Peace.
Peace, Saba. Enjoy your break.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Niduk, Hotep, Uncle Joseneb, MERI, Hanu, the Great Saba Tudium, Hotep Ra, everybody on the panel, all the supporters within the chat. Welcome. Brian Tilson, your first time on the panel. Congratulations coming on the panel. It's a big step for a lot of people. And I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that you're inspired by what you see happening here by our great Saba TEHUTI and by those who go on the panel. I'm excited for today's class. I'm excited for every class. Tua, thank you, Brian Tilson, for the question that you asked. Tua, and thank you to Visionary JHUTY for the question that you asked as well. The questions keep the podcast going. And I know what we're going to learn here today is going to be beautiful. Me personally, I've not heard of the Kemetic water snake of immortality. I have not heard of that. I'm looking forward to seeing what Saba brings forth. I love every question SABA answers. And I really, really love, especially when the SABA ties in MAAT to every answer. It helps me in my personal journey and things that I do within my own life. So I'm excited to see what SABA brings forth. Make sure everybody to support. This is the only place you're going to hear this information. I promise you, there's going to be mind-blowing information today in this podcast. And everybody get ready. Get ready to take notes, retain information, because we're going to hear some things for the first time for sure. Tua to SABA for putting together these answers and for doing 2 answers today. I know that it takes a lot for him to create the answers, and I'm thankful that he has done what he needs to do to heal himself, protect himself, while simultaneously creating the answers for the podcast and creating that balance. So Tua very much, SABA TEHUTI. Everybody make sure to support. And I will pass it on to Amunet. Hotep, Uncle Justineb, Mary.
Hotep Mary, Uncle Justineb, Tua Amun for your nefer words. And I agree and echo all that Amun said. And I also don't know of the water snake. So I'm looking forward to hearing what SABA brings forth with that and the truth and the beautiful energy and the life-changing answer that he will bring forth with that. And I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy that everyone is alive. Tua to you all for the breaths that you are taking in this moment. Thank you for finding the TEHUTI PODCLASS and being here and growing within yourself and changing your surroundings, creating the positive frequency of Ma'ats within your life, and really healing within with this beautiful podcast, this beautiful frequency and energy that we were able to be a part of. I'm really thankful to be a part of this beautiful movement, this beautiful this family that we're building. It is extremely glorious to be together with all of you beautiful people, your beautiful consciousness. I'm thankful for the beautiful connections that are being created here. It is absolutely life-changing to have these connections with you all and to continue building and even moving forth to the Pathways to Awakening, which is a beautiful experience that is an in-person event every year. Extremely beautiful to be a part of that. It is life-changing. The energy there is super, super beautiful, and there's nothing else like it. So I'm really, really thankful for that and for the creations that are being created here that I do not see anywhere else but the TEHUTI PODCLASS, the House of ATTON. It is glorious. So Tua to everyone for all of your love, all of your support to great SABA TEHUTI for all that he's doing and for keeping this going with the support, the reciprocity, the love that you all bring forth to keep this continuing. So Tua to you, Hotep Mary, Uncle Justineb to you all. Peace and love.
What's up, Mary, to the great panel and to the lovely sister on the panel, Amunetz, Tua for your beautiful words. Tua to SABA for his beautiful words as well. All of us should take his words to our eebs. I'm really grateful for everything he says for many reasons, but also it's a great feeling when my thoughts align with his words or become in sync. It just gives me more confirmation that I'm doing good in Ma'at, because as we all know, he's a great liver of Ma'at. So for that, I'm grateful. I'm grateful the podcast happened today because it wasn't promised, and the podcast never is. So it's all the reasons to be thankful that it's happening today. And I wanted to share something. When I came over to this spot to sit down, a feather like appeared on the path that I was walking. I could have went several different ways to get to this specific spot, but I'm glad I chose that way because the feather appeared and it just reminds me of MAAT and gives me, again, the same kind of feeling of confirmation that what I'm doing is right. And of course I gave that meaning, but the foundation of giving something meaning is coming from a place in my Eve where MAAT is and where MAAT always will be. And without SABA, without MAAT, I wouldn't have that. And so I'm grateful, very grateful for that. And just wanted to share all of that with you. I'm really happy for everyone who's living in MAAT, happy for all of you who are on the panel, for your consistency and all the great things that you do. Always a happy feeling when I see all of you happy in MAAT. So go for that. And what's up, Mary?
What's up, Marie? To Ninika, I grateful for all you as well. Everything I had to put in, you know, every little part. I'm grateful for you letting me come up on the panel, for letting me be with the House of ATTON. I definitely grateful for that, you know, so I could be part of the hacker. You know, it's different when you come up on the panel than when you're just in the background sending anonymous supports, you know what I mean? You're still getting the but you're sending reciprocity, so you're still going to get you're still going to get my art, you know, even though you're in the background and you're sending in your anonymous or whatnot, you're still going to get it, you know. But you ain't going to make it to pathways, and that's a big difference. You want to make it to pathways, you know. Yeah, so definitely appreciate you. I appreciate SABA TEHUTI making the sacrifices he to make to just, you know what I mean, to like, I can't imagine what he to just put on the side to just show up here, you know what I mean? Yeah, he just have something to do. He checking like, let me just push that aside because I want be there for them. Then he got something else to do. Like, well, let me just push that aside to make sure the class running a certain way Saturday. And so man, definitely appreciate that, you know what I mean? Yeah, because I know this water session going to boost me up because, you know, as a water man, you know what I mean? Like water does get me. Like, I can't explain it. Like, when I fall in water and when I in water, I can't explain the feeling, you know what I mean? So, I already know how SABA break down light. So now he can go into water, and I hear SABA say some things about water already that mind blowing, you know what I mean? The last class with the Kabbalah, I wasn't even all that interested. I like Kabbalah. I got homie, you know, he flat out thing and he into the Kabbalah thing, and I like okay, Kabbalah, you know what I mean? Even though I hear SABA break down Kabbalah like super never, I like okay, Kabbalah. And then I see SABA just went down to the 10 Commandments with the MET. Yo, that thing was just super insane off the chain. I was like, yo, I know he was going to do that now, but then when he do it, it was like, yo, look how much fire he just light up the place with. Then the class had problems and jam up and all of them things, but that was a super never session. So I know with the water now, Saba can bring it in the sun. Yeah, it's water, but Saba can bring fire with it. I know that for sure. You know what I mean? So support, you know what I mean? Support. We try keep Saba here as long as we could, you know what I mean? Cause you have to do with us too, you know what I mean? We can't just want Saba be here. They have to do with us too. So definitely reciprocity. The leeches gonna be the leeches, the fiends gonna be the fiends. But you know, it's Anki and MAAT, so yeah, I appreciate everybody who's supporting. Appreciate all you, big love. Big MAAT every time. To the whole house of ATTON out. I don't know, hotel.
Hotep, Vitiello, Meri MAAT, Uncle Justin Nev. I'm driving right now. Don't want to be on the video thing right quick. But yeah, towards everybody on the panel, towards Saba as always, towards everybody watching, everybody on the chat. I encourage everybody to participate, donate, send in reciprocity. For what you're getting is never. It's never been done. It's one of a kind. It's a honorable thing what Saba is doing for all of us, for the world, for the future, for the Pa'uts, the ancestors. It's definitely never. I'm excited for today's class. I had an Upesh regarding this class. I had a pod class with Pesh last night as well, which is Nefer on synchronicity with Saba mentioning about enjoying life for what it is right now. Take it as because it's not promised, similar to what he had said last week as well. Just funny how I had that Upesh last night. Saba said that I have to enjoy life because you never know what may happen. So, take advantage of every little thing that you have in life. And I said to myself in the Upesh while Saba was telling me that, I was like, yeah, but like I really don't care about nothing here in this world. It's more like an illusion. I'm more focused on my art. As long as I have my art, because what I enjoy here in this life, in this world, is limited to what I'm gonna enjoy in the following life. And my main focus is to make sure that I'm doing everything that I can to make sure that I make it to the next life. It's not just about enjoying life now, because in my Upesh, I was seeing certain people that have passed away and certain relatives, and they were living the same life that they were living here on this realm, like when they was living in this realm. So it was like an echo. They were repeating what they did in the past. Like if they into gambling or into playing basketball or something, whatever, even any aspect things, whether they enjoy smoking cigarettes, drinking, they were doing that in the afterlife as well. And it's because what you do here is an echo of what you're going to do in the next lifetime, like how Saba was mentioning earlier with the echoes of people speaking about the laws of Ma'at, how it's an echo that, 42 laws of Ma'at, and there's no such thing as that. And they're creating that, they're creating an Isfet lie of an illusion. So when Saba told me that in the Upesh, I was like, it's true what you're saying. You have to enjoy, what you're breathing, what you smell, what you eat, the people around you, and just appreciate it. And then, but at the same time, I was like, but I'm focused. It's my art or not. Everything else, it doesn't really matter. It's only an illusion. And it's a never thing. Also with the water class today, I had a new Upesh this week as well about the water. because I remember Moon, he had mentioned prior when we was in a meeting together, we were having the Discord meeting, and Moon had mentioned to one of the students about water, how it protects you and it's good for you. And in my Upesh, I was saying to I think it was Saba that was telling me this. And I was asking Saba, like, yeah, but what happens if you're underwater and shark attacks you? You know, when certain animals attack you and things like that. So it was like a question that I have for Saba. So it's a Nefer thing that is being brought about right now. And also when I woke up, the day after that, Upesh, I seen a clip of this guy, what's this guy named Cat Williams. He had mentioned about the water as well, how he prays under the water. He goes under the water and he prays because you're protected when you're inside the water. No evil spirit can come towards you when you're inside of the water. And it just had me thinking, like, I can see how that is true, because, you know, when you do take a shower, you do feel better, you do feel refreshing. Also going to the beach, I go to the beach almost every day. So I can see how that can assist you. And also when you go into the water, it cleanses you, you know, but I just wonder, you know, does it fully protect you? Because there is certain evil entities inside of the water. And I remember studying about the Anunnakis in the past.
Yo, bro, I want to cut you off, but I went to the beach to wash off the blood of Jesus, so I feel you 1,000 on that.
Wash that blood off, man. But yeah, like it's but with the Anunnakis, that's one of the first way that they entered into this realm, from what I've heard and what I've researched, is that they came in through the waters, and then from there they came into land. And then the Upesh that I had last night was very deep. It was a long Upesh. I was sleeping for a long time, and it had to do with what's going on right now. We were all in World War III, and at the same time they were using weather manipulation all together. They were doing all kinds of isfet, and I felt empowered. Something about the energy, the frequency around, even though it was chaotic, I felt like my intuition was heightened, my Sekem was more intense, my power, everything that I've been practicing, staying in my art, it allowed me to stay focused and be prepared to what was going on. And it was as if I knew what was happening. With the rituals that Saba done presented to us, I felt like I was connected directly with Nitsiru. And I recall seeing my body being filled up with little orbs, but blue orbs, all into my body. And it was like I was connected directly with Subti. And everybody was just going chaotic. There wasn't so many people getting along. Everybody was survival of the fittest, being greedy. And then at the same time, technology was being non-useful because of the magnetic force field, how they disrupted with all the bombs that they were going off with, and all the destruction with the hurricanes and storms and different weather manipulations that they were using. It messed up the frequency of the earth, where the technology wasn't useful. Not even guns weren't like when you would try to shoot a bullet, it wasn't working. Electronics were on and off. Even cars were shutting off as people were in the road fighting, and they would just turn on and off, and they wouldn't allow people to go into stores. They had like a little window for people to come in. And then even the laws changed, where our IDs that we have now, they weren't useful. So certain things that were requiring you to use an ID to purchase, they would tell you, oh, this ID is no longer valid, even though they knew it was you. It was like a new law that changed, where you had to change your ID And at that time, we were in war, so it was almost impossible for anybody to go and get a new ID and things in that nature. And the people that were mainly doing all the manipulation of weather manipulation after the technology shut down was the Anunnaki, the evil Anunnaki, and they were all in a spaceship or in a spacecraft, and they were watching us harvesting people, because there were certain people that they were losing their religion. They no longer believed in God or any spirituality because they seen the Anunnaki, and that yet certain people still believed in, you know, their religious doctrine, and they were the ones being fed to the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki was just enjoying it, laughing at us like we were just like just animals. And they also grabbed a big chunk of ice from Antarctica and they threw it at New York, and it made a big hole, which caused a big catastrophe where there was a huge tsunami that ran into New York, and everywhere, all over the world, it was all chaotic. But I felt empowered. I was able to communicate with Aset. I seen her. She was all dressed in all white with gold skin. Her skin was gold, shining bright, and then she had blue orbs all around her, bright blue orbs. And she was telling me to stay in my eyes, stay focused. She was telling me like that they're coming in after to go to war with the Anunnakis. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but that's what she was telling me. She was like, "Oh, don't worry, all this is happening now, but we're coming. We're getting there. We're getting prepared to come in soon to fight back. We're gonna go into a huge war." And relating to this class, and this all happened last night, she had a Hotep vase in front of her, and there was water in it, and she was sending healing energy, Sekhem and Ku, into that water. Like she was doing similar to what Saba is about to present right now today. So it was Nefer, and she was communicating with me telepathically. So she wasn't talking, and it was more like she was speaking Medu Neter, but it was more like it was being translated for me to comprehend it in the language that we speak of now, which is English. And she was telling me to do that to the water, do that more often. I do that kind of practice from things that I've learned in the past, from my Qigong practices, Tai Chi, Taoism, and now with Saba. And it's just never how this is all in combination. And then I set for her to be telling me that, to do that. And it's just a never thing, man. And my Upesh was more longer. It's so long I can't go on. I'm still writing it. It's like I wrote like already like 4 pages in my Upesh book. So it's like I got so much to write and to do. It's just an effort thing, and I'm excited for today's class. So I can't wait to hear what's gonna happen, and I'm excited for anything that's to come, whether it's war, whether it's peace, because as long as I'm in my we're in my there's nothing to worry about, you know. So Tua Hotep, Netiru, Meri, Ma'at, Makeru, 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 Ma'at.
Hey, peace, everyone. I hope my avatar didn't throw you guys off, because in my avatar I had hair, and without my avatar I ain't got no. I mean, without my avatar I don't have any hair. But it's great to be on with you all. I was listening to the brother Nukpu speak, and that was some interesting things he had said. I like the part where Cat Williams mentioned praying underwater, and pray underwater, meditate underwater, frequencies, demonic frequencies cannot interrupt your prayers. I thought that was a great point. I never heard that before. That was interesting. But nevertheless, I'm also excited to hear about the question dealing with the water, because I'm still learning so much. You know, I was one of the people who, when I first started listening to the Kemet, I fell into the device, the Jabari's and stuff like that. They were telling me it's just principles. And I heard earlier when the class first started, Saba talking about the 42 laws of MAAT. And I thought that was a real thing, man. To come to find out, it's not written nowhere. So that made me kind of laugh. But yeah, I'm still new to this. And like I was saying earlier, before Saba had talked, issues. That's how I was brought up in church. Later on, I fell into the Israelite faith belief. I went to the extreme with Israel. I was on the side of racism with the Israelites, and then on the side of, the Bible is preaching communism. So I was on both sides of it. I mean, on both extremes, I would say. But I had stumbled across the Killer Priest podcast, and I heard about TEHUTI. Because, I used to rap and stuff like that. I used to actually do rap, do music or whatever. And I know Killer Priest is, a musician. And I stumbled across the SABA, the elder TEHUTI, ever since listening. But it was always hit and miss. It was always on and off because, again, I was still listening to other teachers. You name them, Rakiti Amen, Anthony Browder, all the big wigs, John Henry Clark, Steph Ben Yehokan, but never like being like their pupils, but like watching their videos, buying the books. And when I first heard of Saba TEHUTI, and I seen that he was on Killer Priest podcast, and he was always worried about the super chat, and people questions on the super chat, and thanking people for their donations. I'm like, man, this guy is genuine, man. This is a genuine guy, you know what I mean? And lo and behold, some things took place. That guy went, realized that he had a PODCLASS. Yeah, here we are. I want to say a lot, but I mean, I'll have time to open more and build. I have to take off and go somewhere, go to work, unfortunately. But I'll be here all night. But just wanted to say one more last thing. Tonight, question from a platform, a social media platform called Clubhouse. And Clubhouse is a platform where you can meet with people in your city, all across the country, whatever. And you can either teach in this platform, you can have rooms where you debate, you can have rooms where you have discussions, whatever the case might be. I think I told Saba TEHUTI before, a lot of his defeated opponents find themselves on Clubhouse, Garfields, the JJ 7000, those type of guys. Lex, they be on Clubhouse. So of course, when I go to different rooms or different Clubhouse rooms within the app, you have different teachers there. So I was inside one of the rooms, and I had started to share some TEHUTI taught me about the Bible, and they brought to my attention that the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle are in fact ancestral artifacts which prove that the Israelites existed. I know Saba a couple of times on Killer Priest podcast that mentioned that the whole Israelite, even down to its language, is a psyop. This is a fabricated, embellished story. So that's where the question came from. I asked the question. Well, I think I sent in a donation a while back, and I never got a chance to ask my questions. Didn't know how to get on and stuff. Feed it like we're now. So kind of chilled out for a minute. I was going, but I had came back a couple of weeks ago and told Saba that I wanted to ask a question. I emailed him, and he took on my question. So like I said, there's a lot of things I want to say and get into, but we want to start asking for water. Also, I want to hear the answer to my question, of course, not to be selfish, but I want to hear the answer to my question. So I deal with that. Again, I would say this. I appreciate and respect every one of you. I see you guys all the time. I see you guys dedicated. I see you guys, really disciplined, and that's what I had when I used to follow the Abrahamic tradition. So I'm learning. So please have patience with me. Again, I would love to be a brother. I would love to be a friend, a comrade, whatever the case might be, to you all, if time situation permits it to be. But again, I argue all. I give you guys the utmost adoration. But with that, I yield and see if Saba's coming.
To Hotep.
To Hotep for your beautiful words, your expanding words. Definitely stick around. Keep learning. stay consistent, dedicated, and disciplined. You'll continue to grow. Everybody on here, everybody within the House of ATTON started off where you started off, and look where they're at now. They continue to grow. So I'm happy that you're here. Happy that you asked the question that you did, because you gave your backstory on why you asked the question. It made me more interested in it now. I'm excited to see what SABA will bring forth as well. Information is very, very valuable, especially because when you went into the Clubhouse chat, you went in reteaching what we have learned from SABA TEHUTI about the Bible, and that's what they brought forth to you. So I'm happy you asked SABA the question on what they brought forth to you, because I personally want to become a teacher like SABA TEHUTI, and if I'm ever presented with what they presented you with, I want to know how to respond. So Tua very much for the question that you asked. Tua for coming on and giving a little overview of your backstory. And you have great energy. Stay consistent, stay disciplined. And I look forward to seeing you more on the panel, seeing more questions you send in. And have a great night, great shift at work. Hotep. And Tua.
Thank you.
Ninuk. Tua to Ibet for sharing her experience, for her beautiful Medu. To Hush Nation for his beautiful Medu. Hush Nation, I gotta tell you, I got that song stuck in my head that you sent me. It's stuck in my head. I try to go to sleep. It's just in there playing over and over. So Tua for that, everybody. If you haven't heard Hush Nation's music, you got to hear. You got to contact him. It's fire. Tua Nukpu for sharing all that you did, for sharing your Upeshas. Love hearing the Upeshas. Love the synchronicities within the Upeshas. I know that'd be a complex question to send into Saba, but it'd be great to hear what Saba thinks about some of the things within your Upesh. I know Saba's great at dissecting and building up many things, including Upeshas. So Tua for sharing that, especially because your Upeshas are something that only you are experiencing. So for you to bring forth something so personal, I appreciate that, because we would only know what it is if you brought it forth. It's not something that we can go research ourselves outside of you experiencing it. So 12 very much for that. Drive safe. Keep up the marathons. Keep running. Keep us updated. I like hearing about your progress. And happy you're all alive here, healthy. Happy that we're all here, like Saba said, in the capacity that we are. Happy that we are not all 80-year-olds here figuring out the knowledge right now, teaching. And everybody make sure to send in your support to our great Saba TEHUTI Amunhotep Ra for what you're going to learn today, for what you're going to experience today. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be phenomenal. I'm definitely interested to see what Saba brings forth. I'm excited to see what Saba will teach about noon. I love that Netter. I love all the Netter. I love noon and what he represents, the primordial waters. And nobody really teaches on him. So I'm excited to see what Saba brings forth about him, what he puts into the class and ties in about him. I'm excited to learn about what our ancestors taught and knew about water and the consciousness of water. I will have something to refer to that exists prior to Dr. Emoto Dr. Emoto is great, but we know that our ancestors are greater. So I'm definitely looking forward to taking this next step in understanding about water and the vastness of it. So if you learn from this class, if you're inspired by what you see here, make sure to support, come on the panel, express yourself, spread the word of the podcast, share the podcast on various different platforms to bring people here, talk to people about it, so that way other people may learn about this as well. And I'm excited to see the video Saba was going to share. I have seen that video. Amunet and I have seen it. Amunet found it. I'm excited that Saba is going to show it here and bring it forth. I don't know if he showed it before here on the podcast, but I always love seeing Saba do magic. There's so many different times that magic has happened in the podcast or been talked about in the podcast. Magic Saba has done, so that's going to be great. It's going to be beautiful, especially for the new people to see that it's really different here.
Saba taught magic with water on the podcast already.
Yes, I was referring to, there's a video I think that he's going to play of him doing the magic.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So that will be very exciting. That will be
For
very
sure.
Yes. And yeah, Saba's, he's many things. He's not just a teacher, he teaches on a vast amount of things. He does so much and he lives what he teaches. So 2 up for being who you are, Saba. 2 up for being an inspiration and teaching us to be echoes of you. Welcome back. Hotep, Uncle Justin. Oh, you're on mute, Saba Tutti.
Hotep, did you say Uncle Justin? What did you say?
Yes, yeah.
I don't even remember when I let that out. That's a lot of people are saying that. I remember that. I don't remember letting that out, but I must have said it somewhere, maybe the men of the class. Everybody's saying that now. It used to be only something that I used to say in the morning with my Neterts. Somehow I let it out, and I guess everybody's saying it. It was a middle class, but it's a beautiful thing that it's out. Yes, so Uncle Justin up to you. I'm gonna get used to the public saying that. Everybody's saying that now. It's a beautiful thing. Maybe I'll do a class on Uncle Justin. I can do a whole class on that sentence. I want to get to Brian Tilton. Brian, are you still there?
Yes, Saba.
Okay, I want you to come to the screen. Are you able to come to the screen?
Yes, let me go back to my table.
Okay, wonderful. We got a whole chat of females. We have Mary Sekhmet, Angela Gates, Minty Hotep, Tanya. All right. Hey, peace. Nice to meet you. Good brother.
Peace.
You've been
Peace.
I wanted to get a little bit of background from you for this question that I'm going to get to. Then I'm going to do the water question first. I'm going to get to yours afterwards. But this question came from people that were Hebrew Israelites, and you were once one as well?
Well, yeah, I was once a Hebrew Israelite, but this question came from a situation when I started listening to you. So in other words, I was on Clubhouse about like 2 months ago. I think I was explaining to you, Clubhouse is a social media app where you can teach on it, where you can have discussions, you can have debates, so forth and so on. So I was in class with another gentleman. I think they call him Nagu. He was doing Vedic, it's called Vedic astrology or something. But some Hebrew Israelite guys came in the room, and he was talking and stuff like that. And I started, confessing some of the things that I have learned from you about ancestral artifacts, of course, over religious opinions. So they ran the fact that their ancestral artifact is the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. This gives them validity that the Israelites have existed. So I started to question him. I didn't want to get into a contentious thing because it was interesting. Not the sidetrack, but one time I was talking to Garfield. I know you know who Garfield is, and Garfield told me, he said, "Man, you sound familiar." He said, "Man, do you know a guy named TEHUTI?" And I was like, "Yeah, SABA TEHUTI Amun-hotep Ra." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I can tell that you know TEHUTI." He said, "Because TEHUTI, he won't have conversations with you if you have a contentious spirit. He don't want to debate you if you're contentious, right?" So, long story short, I didn't want to be contentious with the Hebrew Israelite brothers, but sometimes I'm not gonna lie, I get irate. Whenever I get irate, I don't necessarily be in the sense of the things that I've learned, discipline. I be another mentality. I got to learn how to control that. But nevertheless, this night I wasn't trying to be contentious, and I just yielded and listened. And they brought out this thing about the Nebu. Of course, they brought the Dan Stele, and they brought the Meneptah Stele, but they was really honing on the fact that the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles are in fact, artifacts, sexual artifacts, which makes the Hebrew Israelites and their history legitimate. So that's where the question came from. So I've been interested. Okay. I was like, I never Chronicles, and it made me interested.
Okay, wonderful. It's good we got the background. The background now. Mary Segment says, "Haha, TEHUTI, your students are known by their love of peace." That's a beautiful thing. Absolutely. Imagine that somebody can recognize that you're a TEHUTI student without you saying it. That's a beautiful thing. So absolutely. Wonderful. Everybody keep echoing the beautiful frequency. And definitely after this water breakdown and build up, we're going to get into this into the Nebuchadnezzar Stella. And I heard you say that most of the people in this is Clubhouse a Discord where can you see each other, or is it just typing?
No, you only see the individual's avatar. They call it a PTR. It's like a circle little thing. You only see. You can put your picture up there, whatever the case might be. But it don't necessarily have to be a debate. Like you can go on there and teach and open up a class, and people will come to your room. The more you invite different people, the followers you have. It's a great space or a tool used to teach. But some people do. Like if the room is open to the public, then anybody can come in, and they come in. You can have moderators. You can put them off stage or bring them up on stage. If they get unruly, you can put them off. But yeah, it's a great way to reach a lot of young people and so forth and so on. Yep.
That's actually how I started on the internet. It wasn't called Clubhouse. The first version of that was called Pal Talk. You just an avatar, you talk, you invite people in the room, and that's where I started actually teaching. And the Hebrew Israelites changed the names of their rooms into my name. So they would, instead of ISPUCK, whatever the names of what they were, I think the brother's called Daniela now. I don't know what I don't know their names of the thing, but there's a brother named Daniel. I think he's bigger now. But I knew him when he was first beginning, and they would take the names of their room, whatever it was called, Hebrew Israelites for the World, and they would change the title of the room to "We are going to destroy Amenhotep and his 6,000 idols." That'd be the name. Oh, and did I throw him off the panel? That blew him away? What happened? Oh no. Okay. Well, hope he fixes that problem. We're gonna get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Brian, hope you can come back. But yeah, I was on the Clubhouse. Clubhouse wasn't invented yet. It was Pal Talk. Same thing. You just saw the avatar. I think he's having some issues. Let me see.
I fell out. I pressed the wrong thing by accident. No, I was saying, oh wow, and it's funny, Saba, it's funny, Elder, because they do that now. Like if you pose a threat to like their position, and everybody be on there, even people. So if you pose a threat to their position, they'll make rooms about you for a week straight and putting your name inside there. But I know you're talking about. I think you're talking about the guy. His name is Danny Allah or Alaya or something like that. He be on there sometimes. Tazariak be on there. Everybody that are all the guys. Yep.
Oh, there's a lag. Okay. Oh no, not Daniel. Nathaniel. Oh,
from IUIC.
There's some big movement. run by Nathan?
I think I got a little lag to my mic, but you talking about from IUIC, the purple and gold guys, Elder Saba?
I think so. And I remember the leader of the group I used to talk to. His name was Nathan or Nathaniel, and it was when he was first. It was. This is 2006, so he wasn't that big or anything yet, and he would never debate me. He would put his guys to debate me, and every time he come into the clubhouse or Pal Talk, he would say, "Me and Amenhotep, we're gonna debate you. We're gonna debate you Christians. We're gonna debate you Muslims. We're gonna." He had so much respect for me, or I don't know, respect, fear. I'm not sure what it was, but he was a major debater with everybody. But he would not debate me. He would only say, "Yeah, me and Amenhotep, we're gonna kill you Christians. Don't get us two on you all. You Muslims, you Masons, you're doomed if me and Amenhotep ever get together." When it comes to us debating, he would say, "No, I'm gonna respectfully decline for now." And it was an interesting relationship we had. His name was Nathaniel.
Wow. Yeah, I think he's Bishop Nathaniel now from the IUIC, and one of his homeboys used to be Daniel Ark or something like that, and they used to read the Bible on YouTube, and they would have like the silver curtain behind them. It was like, like a very mediocre type of production. And then he eventually went on to become the bishop of the IUIC. But I think you're talking about the dark skinned guy, right? He got like a funny voice, a raspy voice a little bit.
He had a raspy voice then. He was dark skinned, and he used to love me. He used to really love me. I have it's and we were gonna set up. I told him, then I'm gonna get to class after this, but one time he kind of stepped into a little disrespectful zone, and I gave him a warning. I told him, I said, "No, don't come like that. Don't do that. Don't do it like that." And I had to show him some things. So he kind of came one time, and after that he didn't do anymore. But I think I turned his computer screen upside down and turned it to the Matrix. So he was typing something, and then his screen went black. It turned into the green writing, and it flipped upside down. And I said, "Yeah, that's me doing that." I think that kind of veered him off of debating there.
That sounds like the Matrix movie style, but with the green numbers and
that's what it was. It was the Matrix movie. His screen. So he was in I don't know if he was in Washington or somewhere, and I was in New York, and I turned his computer screen in Washington into the Matrix screen and flipped his screen upside down. So when he typed, he's looking at his screen, typing upside down on the Matrix screen. And I said, "Let's just keep it with the information. I'm not trying to be angry with you."
Right.
So that's how that ended. But he's a wonderful brother. He was a good brother then. I have pictures of his. I told him, if you get personal with me, let's just do it information wise, because if we get personal, I said, I'm looking at your. It's, at that time I was a more full-fledged magician. I wasn't the TEHUTI that I am now, where I had this. It was I was teaching a little bit, but I was really into doing magic on people, and I was describing his lady in the hospital and what the newborn baby looked like. I don't think he liked that too much, but anyways, so let's just keep it. I don't want to do that. Let's just keep it in the knowledge. But other than that, we've been perfect. He's a good brother. If it's the same brother, shout out to Nathaniel. He had another brother under him named Shalomo. Shalomo was a warrior that was sent out to come destroy me. After a few debates, he left the Hebrew Israelites. He turned his name into Nubian Prince. Shout out to Nubian Prince if you're still out there. This is 2006. He was the Hebrew Israelite warrior. Had the rooms about me under Nathaniel, and then after talking to me, he converted out and left that. So shout out to all the beautiful Hebrew Israelites out there that had respect for me Kept it on a doctrine level, knowledge level. If that's you, Nathaniel, I apologize for turning your screen into the Matrix, but and showing you that I had pictures of your wife or the baby in the hospital where you're not allowed to, nobody take pictures. And I just had a lot of things on him that I didn't want to do because he was getting personal. I said, you don't want to do that because I could ruin your relationship. So we kept it on a very cordial, respectful level. Shout out to Nathaniel, if that's him. We're going to get into this podcast now, everybody. Those are my magic fun days where I used to magically fight people more than debating them because I got frustrated. I stopped teaching for a while, and I just started having people's fax machines type their fax machines would fax the messages in discussions, and they'd see their computer typing a message from me, and I'm there on the screen. It was all kind of magical stuff, and it was beautiful though. But shout out to all the Hebrew Israelites. Sorry for scaring you. We're gonna get into this question here, everybody. Let's get right into it. I'm gonna say peace and love to all the beautiful people. Brian Tilson, did you have a Hebrew name back then?
Say it again, Saba. My connection may be messing up. Say it again, Saba. You said that what?
Did you have a Hebrew name back then?
Yeah. What was my well, it wasn't back then because like I'm only 35, but like the last organization I was a part of, they called me Brother Bethel, which they say Bethel means the house of God. They called me Brother Bethel. Yeah. But see, I never knew them IUIC guys. I would listen to them off of YouTube, but I know Elder Nathaniel. I know like a lot of the guys you debate. I know those guys off of Clubhouse. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how long ago were you a Hebrew? Like curious. How long ago was that before you came to this stage here?
So I was a Hebrew Israelite almost 2 years ago because I was a Hebrew Israelite from 22 until 29. I'm 35 now. And then like for
so you were Hebrew.
Say it again.
Say it again.
I said yeah, for like from 30 until 35, I was just wandering.
So you were a Hebrew Israelite when I was on Killer Priest?
Yeah. Yep. Because I still listen to rap music and all that. Killer Priest is a rapper. One of my, I'm from Philly, so I know a couple of like the Philly rap artists. Of course, like Meek Mills. Like I grew up around all that. But yeah, Killer Priest, we had something in common with the rap and all that, the beats and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, when I was listening to you on Killer Priest, I was still following Hebrew Israelite, but I was following Hebrew Israelite under the guise of the Bible teaches communism, and the Bible should be mixed up with Karl Marx and stuff like that.
Yes.
Yeah. The station I was a part of, they taught me that Karl Marx and socialism and communism is the way. And I learned about Frederick Engels. I learned about what was the other guy? Joseph Stalin, Mussolini. All those different. Say it again. Say another.
Joseph Stalin.
Joseph Stalin. Yeah. I learned about his politics and stuff like that. I learned about a couple of different brothers in the motherland, Thomas Sankara, Samora Michelle. They had some good information, but overall the foundation of it was the Bible. So that was the last organization I was a part of dealing with the Bible, and I got out of that organization about like at 29 I start falling off. I say about like when I was 32 and 31, I completely got out of it and I was wandering for a minute, and then you know what I mean, I came back to listening to the old Killer Priest reruns when I seen you on it. And then I found out that you had a podcast from listening to Sonetter's show. So it's a little fuzzy there because how I found your podcast, I really can't. It seemed like for some reason it escapes me. But I know I was listening to Killer's Priest podcast. And I used to listen to you battle Ross because Rasul was from Philly. I used to listen to you battle Rasul on Killer Priest podcast and stuff like that. So I used to get a kick out of that whenever I could tune in. Yeah. But it's been a while on and off, just listening to you and then still following up Abrahamic tradition.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad you stepped out of that. We're going to get into this first answer, everybody. So I'm going to say peace and love to Amun, Amunet. Peace and love to Ibet. Peace and love to Nukpu. Peace and love to Brian Tilson. Peace and love to Hush Nation. Jump back in the chat. We're going to get into this answer now. Stay around and hear. I think Amun said I'm answering 2 questions. I'm answering 5 questions. 5 questions today. There's 5 questions being asked today. and I'm answering all 5 of them. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get into it. Press a 9 if you can hear me clearly, and I'm going to close all these extra close all these extra rooms, all these extra tabs that could slow things up. Close. Okay, we got Perm Haru, Legends, close. What's this? The Chronicles. Chronicles of Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, close that. What's this here? Close this one. Seketsu Class Venus. Close that. Close this, and we're gonna get. Okay, and I'm gonna expand this. Get this ready. All right, everybody. This is gonna be a beautiful event tonight. A beautiful evening tonight. Everybody enjoy. You all can hear me. Press your 9s. Wonderful. Stay up tonight. We're starting. Here we go. It's always 42 people when I'm about to start. It's always 42 people. Very interesting. Always 42 people. 42 people watching. And now I'm going to do a imitation, a test screen share. Entire screen. Test screen share. Everybody can see that? Well, there's Fatah. Fatah is here. Hotep, Mary, Great Saba, Uncle Jah, Seneb PODCLASS. Everyone support the Saba and like with a hand thumb up. Okay? Everybody can hear me? Maharu says internet slow ta netter. Okay, you all can hear me and you all see the screen up. We're about to get into it, everybody. Let me get the timer out. Here we go. We're gonna blast into this. Let me get the timer out. Boom, boom, timer. Thank you, TT. Okay, timer's on. Okay, wonderful. Okay, shout out to the new people in the room. This is a new name here. Actually, I recognize this name. Netter Rafi 777. Shout out to Netter Rafi. I don't know if you're new. That name Rafi, that part sounds familiar. Shout out to you anyways, whether you're new or whether it's the Rafi from over a year ago. I remember that name Rafi though, but it wasn't Netter Rafi 77. Shout out to Netter Rafi 77 who says 9. He's putting a 9 because I said put a 9 if you can hear me. 9, Isis Ra El, the Supreme Canaanite Creator God. Okay, shout out to Netter Rafi 77. Who else can hear and see this? Harass. Beautiful PODCLASS family, loving everybody in the class. Everybody loving everybody. Glad you are with us at Brian. Glad you're with us towards Brian. Hotep. Nani said Mer presses a 9. Okay, everybody else can hear me. Brian says the fringe comment is diabolical. What is that? 2 for choosing 5. I guess I'm missing a lot of conversation. Some fringe comment, but shout out to the fringe comment. There is the fringe comment. Shout out to everybody that can hear me. Let me see if I can show comments on the screen. Yeah, they're on the side of the screen. Okay, everybody's here. I'm scrolling up. And I never was on TEHUTI class, only popular Tamuhu. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody. Boom. Everybody's on deck. Wonderful. Tiny 23 Experience says, I know I don't even want to say anything before Saba answers the question, but they were given that land. They call it Israel. Is it real? Oh man, all kind of things going on. Okay, everybody ready to get started? Here we go, everybody. You ready? It is super warm in here. Brian Tilson says, thank you all. And Brian, you are welcome. You are welcome, Brian. And actually, this class I'm about to teach is going to be on thank you and welcome. How is that? What does that have to do with water? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, timer's ready. I'm going to start on the count of 3. Let me fix this with the phone here. I got. Okay, fix the phone. Got the timer on. Here we go, everybody. Gonna start on the count of 3. Is it showing? Yes. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the TEHUTI PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of the 10. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, languages, spirituality, who are the Netiru, health and purity, what about that? Mental detoxification, how about out-of-body experiences? Are there any ancient sources for that? Government psyops, do those exist? Telepathy, quantum, entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, now that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platform. Little did you know, you stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, and the agenda of atheism now hid and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of new age, quote-unquote, consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, quote-unquote, Kemetic teachers, quote-unquote, esoteric guys, metaphysics teachers, quote-unquote, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on the knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, their lectures, showings, panel discussions are from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification purposes. They themselves who do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching. Counter-teaching is to just go against, just be contrary. Because they're contrarians. They only come up to go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate videos, debunk, expose, I challenge you videos to other spiritual beliefs. Their subject matters stay on the beginner's phase, which is a good phase, but they're trapped there, which is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen. But after showing you where it is stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual where the actual teaching is coming from, the original text, and how to apply it to their lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from. They don't, excuse me, their lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show you that it was stolen and then leave you right there. That is called breaking something or someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in its original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus, which is only the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. Claiming that the Egyptians are black, no problem with that. But saying the Egyptians are black, but I won't follow any of their teachings, I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as their discipline, forget about that. Or they say, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group. Their videos, their lectures are about other people, not about the ancient teachings and how to better your life. All of their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the American Indian, not African. But never just on what the pyramids in America are for and how they can enhance you, or what the disciplines are described in the way of the Native American lifestyle that can be lived and that you can use to enhance yourself spiritually. They can only do counter teaching which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, but he or she does not only truly have they don't have confidence in that. Any African or Ma'at teachings can stand on their own and hold the people's attention. So they throw in contention because they need shock value or views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, when most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, They're only fighting words, fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down or when the debates fight is over. Question for them, the Kemetic teachers, the esoteric, especially the Kemetic teachers, where are their classes on the advanced spiritual teachings straight from the Purim Haru, Book of the Dead, coffin text, pyramid text? Where are their classes just on that? They will not teach because they don't have them, because they will not teach on what they truly do not believe in. See? They won't teach what they don't believe in. They believe in the fighting, so they teach that. Okay? Now, where are their classes? Those so-called conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these type of questions. Then you're laughed off of the stage or you're insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, which is really to disunite under the guise of knowledge, but no structured unity system, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movement, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture just to satisfy whatever actions or feelings they have for that day, with no accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in the cultural way, because they have no elders in their cultural system, because they don't have a cultural system. Thus, they are about loneism, individualism. No matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior that they do because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on. Therefore, they can do anything, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mentally unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures, that every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure, accountability to a specific way of life. Thus, disunity is the New Age conscious community's teachers' goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders collecting knowledge on Egypt and discussing, debating Egypt historically to see who was the top scholar, but not from a disciplined liver of anything, and unified as the united followers of Ma'at that created Kemet at a certain time period in which they study with structure, discipline, and ranking. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly complaining on what is wrong videos. They're what is wrong videos. Here are wise words that the House of ATTON echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way. If not, you are just a complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the clean glass of water, the House of ATTON, the TEHUTI PODCLASS, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send in these type of questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized, and on top of that, then taught live, with each answer gets subconscious matrices broken for you. Is here at the TEHUTI PODCLASS. What are the questions that TEHUTI will answer for this section? This question coming in from JHUTY. JHUTY and Ra Aishat. I don't know if he's in the class today, but this question comes in from him. Questions. Here's a set of 6 questions, of which I'm answering 5 of them. So 6 questions coming in. That's going to make a total of 6 questions I'm answering tonight. This plus I think 1 from Brian. So water for PODCLASS, Cash App. Okay, I'm going to read peace and love. This is from JHUTY and Ra Aishat. Peace and love, TEHUTI. Water is an essential part of our lives and makes up about 70% of the earth and our bodies. Thus, this group of questions will surround water and its amazing abilities, properties, uses. Number 1, from the Kemetic perspective, what is water? Number 2, what Kemetic being and animal represents water and why? Beautiful questions. Number 3, I got to scroll over a little bit. To get this whole question in. Number 3, Dr. Musaru Emoto conducted a groundbreaking scientific experiment. He said he put the link in, revealing the response of water to positive and negative words, uncovering the connection between language, emotion, consciousness, and water's molecule structure, where positive words created harmonious shapes and negative words created ugly shapes. His question is, how is this possible if humans gave language meaning? Wouldn't that mean the water responds to our intention, consciousness, rather than the actual language itself? And he puts the experiment. Number 4, what spiritual, energetic, ritualistic practices do the Kemetians have with water? Number 5, what was the Kemetian form of baptism if they engaged in the practice? Number 6, every ancient civilization has some form of flood story. Where did it actually come from? Per usual, thanks for all that you provide in your amazing PODCLASS is greatly appreciated. Thanks for reading. Peace and love. Respectfully submitted, Terrence T. Jr., SKA, JHUTY, and Ra Aishat. Okay. So there's 6 questions, and 4 to 5 of them I'm going to answer. What a beautiful set of questions sent in. Typo there. What a beautiful set of questions sent in by the consistent student, JHUTY and Rob. I will address a few questions from this wonderful inquiry. There are a few that I will refer JHUTY to of classes I've done full classes already on. Typo there, which are and the story and where it derives from, which is the typo there. But the flood story, where it derives from, and the baptism, as far as the practices that is always taught in private and not on a PODCLASS. What I want the good brother Patar to do, Patar, if you can, if you're listening, go to the MetaNetter classes and look at the titles for me, and look and see the titles of the classes I've done on the water practices with water, because the practices, as far as what the ancients did and any magical practices, I'm going to give some mental ones today of what to imbue, the Natiru to imbue, the animal to imbue. But as far as setting up the practices much more detailed, I will send you the reference to the Medu class. And for those who are watching this right now, these are the classes here on the actual magical practices. If you send an email to that email, mysticaltevilivision@gmail.com, and you the comments are on the side of the room. Let me take those off. Okay, here. If you look at this, the email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. I used to do live classes. I do not anymore. You can email that and ask for any one of the 65 classes, or you can ask for as many as you want. You'll see them being ordered in the classes I teach today. These are the private classes where you get the actual step-by-step functions and practices on how to do magic and ancient Kemetic practices. And I won't do them here at the podcast because that's private. That's why when you open up the Kemetic writings, you don't see much of anything on the actual practices. And I would never reveal that to the public, so people who don't appreciate. So you send it in there, and you can request, and they're anything over a donation of $20, and you get 3 hours. I'm gonna have Patal look up the ones on water, and since the JHUTY already has all of the MedNetter classes. If we told you the number, you already have your answers there in the classes. Shout out to the new people in the room, Emoto, MAAT. Emoto, MAAT says, you're consistent and my inspiration. Bump the rest. Okay, that's a new name. Shout out to Emoto, MAAT. Peace to you. Okay, we're going to take this off the screen now. Okay, good. Shout out to Emoto, MAAT. Peace to you. And any new person in the room. I don't really look at the chat much, but when I do, if I see a new face in the room, definitely give you respect. So that's where you're going to get the water practices from. You send an email there, and you'll be able to get the water practices there. Let us continue. Everybody ready? Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. So, full classes on the flood story, where the flood story came from. I'll refer you to the links where those pod classes are. And the water, the baptism, done full classes on that. So as far as the practices, always I taught in private, not on the pod class. I will begin first simply by giving some of the ancient and consistently used glyphs and images for water. What being or animal represents water? Then I will briefly cover Dr. Emoto from there, jump into overdrive and combine them both and get into water consciousness. So let me show you the images of water and their basic meanings. The deeper meanings we will get into later. So first we will get into the most popular of the glyphs, images, and water, and that is new. So here is the most popular image for water in the MedNetter. This is what most people are familiar with. So this is also spelled noon and nu with a T at the end. And is also depicted as a conscious netter, which right off the bat we can see from the beginning of time, as far as written culture of water. In time, water was always associated with consciousness. But we shall get into that later in the class. So I want to emphasize that the difference between the word water today and the first words for water that existed thousands upon thousands of years prior to the English language, the first word for water was associated with consciousness, was associated with a conscious being. So that the word water today, W-A-T-E-R, has nothing to do with any form of consciousness, but the word for water thousands of years ago was noon or nu or newt. And as you're going to see when we get into the water written from the ancestors, the noon or the newt, that is the same word for water, is written to be speaking or have a consciousness or have intention, which is completely different from the water understanding today. So we're going to get into, so this is nu or nui, which is pool, stream, canal. And this is the image here. And if you look at the image, if you zoom in a little bit, if I zoom in a little bit, you'll actually see it inside the body are the same waves that make up the word. When you look up Nu in the stories, Nu is associated with consciousness. Nu is speaking. Nu has stories. Nu is not just water inside of a cup. So a completely different concept of water thousands of years ago from water today, which is just what runs through streams, rivers, and a cup that you drink. So let's get into it, everybody. Let's go. Here we go. Boom. So here we see here in the creation story on line 23, and in the Purim Haru, let me shrink this down a little bit. So as you see here in the creation story on line 23, and in the Purim Haru on page 6, it starts off with Kepru Emperor M Rei, which is where the things coming forth from my mouth, not that came into being, existed in heaven, not existed on earth, or existed or evolved. Kepra actually means to revolve around. Not had been created. So I want to also point out here that there is a difference between the word create, they call this creation, and the word evolution, or kepara. So see, they call it creation, but the word for creation is actually kamam. Had created, and evolution, or things that are in revolution, is kepara. Kepara, and then there's kamam. Two different words that mean two different things, but can both work together to describe events. So things on earth, creeping things in place, I raise them up out of Nu. And here's the symbol. They put i.e. primordial waters. From the state of inactivity, not found a place I could stand. So thousands of years ago, before the Matrix, as soon as you start reading about Nu, or the waters, Nu is associated with consciousness. The consciousness is speaking in a first person. I raise them up from out of Nu. Whoever is speaking is a first person, unlike the stories of the biblical or Chronic story, where when they write about their God, it is God did this, God did that. In this case, this is first person talking, I. Whoever is communicating here is communicating from the first person, not from a person on earth looking up at the sun or looking at the water saying, and the water did this, and the sun did this, and the air did this. This is first person singular. I did this, I did that. And when you look at and the same thing is going to go for Nu. When Nu is speaking in first person singular, so Nu is a water symbol, but Nu is also a netter. And that's what creates the confusion, where people cannot decipher the difference between a word that means something and the name of a being, such as I taught years ago in the debate with the brother Jabari, that there is a person that can be named Joy. Their name is Joy. When you ask, is joy a person? They'll say, no, joy is a principle. It's not something you can touch. You can't touch joy. Joy is subjective in everybody's mind, joy and happiness. But there are people named Joy. So joy can be an understanding of an emotional principle, but your mother's name can also be Joy. And until you get into reading the story specifically, you will not be able to decipher the difference. So you will be taught that, oh, it's all just an emotion called joy. And the indigenous people are like, no, my mother's name is Joy. So in this particular story, this one is talking about my mother, and this one is talking about an emotion I had when I was 5 years old. Two different things, but both words mean the same thing. So here we have first person singular saying, I raised them up out of Nu, and then we have Nu here with the netter symbol coming out of a state of inactivity. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to get into page 6 of the Purim Haru. For Nu nursing himself, increasing his limbs. When you run into somebody that says, the netter principles, ask them what is happening right here. Who is this Nu And what is this nursing of limbs? Is this new the water? Is new water? And new is and water has limbs. What is? Just tell us exactly what's happening. And when you do, refer it back to what the scribe said it was. So we have new nursing his limbs, and we see the same symbol right here. New nursing his limbs, the nectar of life, the sustainer of merit. This image is composed of 3 water waves, or waves jugs that hold water. So there's 3 water waves here, and then here you see 3 jugs that hold fluids. I've taught in many pod classes, this symbol represents a much deeper meaning than this. But I will just say this for here. As the class progresses, you will see where this goes. But for now, here is the ever popular Dr. Emoto, the brother JHUTY was asking about, and what I've taught about for over 10 years. So without getting in too much depth, I will just go over the basics, and then as class progresses, you will see how deep this is going to actually get, and the true meaning that water is affected by consciousness. This was proven by Dr. Emoto on several occasions on an experiment of thought to water transference in Japan. Here is a lake called Lake Biwa. The doctor noticed that it was so polluted, it was causing a disgusting smell. He noticed the lake was in the shape of a womb. He did not feel that such a beautiful shape, source of water, which is the biggest lake in Japan, that looks like the shape of a womb, should be associated with pollution and filth. So Japan's largest lake used to be a cesspool. This is in Japanese times. Japan's largest lake used to be a cesspool. Now it's a vision of sustainable future. So it used to be a cesspool. Now it's a vision of a sustainable future. Here is Dr. Emoto. He wanted to make a change and went about it in a way that had never been seen before. He bypassed the accepted scientific methods. All right, Dr. Emoto conducted an experiment in a bay at Lake Biwa. The water of the bay had been stagnant for the past 20 years, smelled terribly, and was seriously polluted. Led by a monk who was over 90 years old, Dr. Emoto gathered more than 100 people, around 300 people, and prayed by the bay. The prayer was simple. People attending the experiment were asked to sincerely and single-mindedly concentrate on one sentence: pure lake water, I love you, for 1 hour. 3 days later, the water in the bay became clean and pure. Dr. Emoto also took samples of the bay water before and after the experiment. The water crystals before the experiment were ugly, but the water crystals after praying were very beautiful. This fact, which was reported by Japanese media, surprised the general public. Dr. Emoto told me that the bay water remained clean for only half a year. One single prayer session could restore the dirty bay water to a state of cleanliness for half of a year. Then the water became polluted again, as it was before the experiment. If they can pray to the water every month, it's likely that the water will be clean forever. This is a very valuable experiment. It helped to explain that our minds can truly influence and change our environment. So that was Dr. Emoto, the late. He has passed now, which resulted in the examination of the water crystals of the lake before and after the conscious work. And these are the images that he and others put up. So they have before the prayer ceremony of the lake, Lake Biwa, 1999, and they have after prayer ceremony at Lake Biwa. So this is Dr. Emoto. And regardless of what I personally think of Dr. Emoto, or regardless of what people may come up with about him for or against him, my job here at the TEHUTI podcast is to just present what the question was asked about and then get into the ancient truths of it. So Dr. Emoto is because he was the one asked about, I'm showing his experiments. Take it or leave it, it's completely irrelevant, because what I'm about to show after this is actually what is relevant to me. But what's understood and understandable here is at least the conscious intent that water has something to do with the effect of capturing consciousness, which other scientists came in after Dr. Emoto, which I'm going to show later in class, and started verifying the effect of consciousness on water. But that is Dr. Emoto. Since he's the one that's been asked about, I just wanted to go over him briefly because I've done several classes on him. But for the unaware public who may not have heard of Dr. Emoto, that's just a brief summary of what inspired him, what he said that he did, and what the results were that he and his people say that they found. So very interesting. But when you're taught about water in the Medu and in Kemet from your favorite Kemetic MAAT teachers, as far as the source reference, all it is the water of the Nile or drinking water. There's no deeper meaning pertaining to consciousness sourced from Kemetic references. I will actually demonstrate this live right now. Let me ask the audience, for all the past years that you've been taught by your favorite Kemetic teacher, type in the room what you've learned about water. This is using the ancient papyrus, from the words of the ancient papyrus of the indigenous people. Meaning that if you've been taught anything about water being associated with consciousness from the indigenous writings, go ahead and type that in the room. I think I already asked this before we started the class. If they've ever taught you about the Kemetic water snake of immortality, have they taught you anything about water being associated with consciousness? Any of your Kemetic teachers, have they taught you anything coming from the words of the indigenous people that they associated water with consciousness? Not Dr. Emoto, not any esoteric person, not any metaphysical person, not any New Age. Have they taught you anything that the ancient people of Kemet believed about water associated with consciousness from the actual words and writings of the Kemetic people themselves? I will come and check the room later for that to see if anybody puts a link. Here we go, everybody, get ready. Here we go. And yes, the chat would be bare. More likely it's going to be bare with that question. When it comes to this topic, does this mean that the New Age spiritualists and people like Dr. Emoto were the first to bring this association of water and its ability to maintain consciousness? Are they the first to bring that and taught it? Or is it just that you have never been taught because your teacher currently does not know any connection between those two things, thus moving your mind to the ancient people of the Nile Valley, moving your mind to believe the ancient people of the Nile Valley were clueless of this reality until today, which of course that will be changed because now you are at the House of ATTON, the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Welcome to what you are about to be awakened to, where I will use the word welcome itself to unravel the water mystery. Remember that I said that. I'm going to use the word welcome itself to unravel the water mystery of the ancients, coming from their words, which were our words. Now, Dr. Emoto is known for this saying. This is a very interesting saying. He says, we are essentially water. This is the key to uncovering the mysteries of the universe. So Dr. Emoto states that we are essentially water. He's not saying that water is in us. He's not saying that we go into water. He is saying that we are essentially water. Is this a teaching from Dr. Emoto, or is it something that the ancestors taught? thousands of years before Dr. Emoto. Is this statement true? Are we essentially water? And in tying in the fact that we're essentially water, does that have anything to do with uncovering any mysteries of the universe? There's a popular Dr. Emoto saying. So, is there any truth to that? Is there any truth to this phrase? It's been scientifically proven. Is it something that our ancient ancestors always knew? Has our ancient ancestors, has our ancient understanding of water influenced every single person's understanding who is watching this podcast right now? Meaning that did the teachings of the ancestors of Ma'at, did their teachings of water influence every single person watching and in this podcast's understanding of water, words that they use? Has it affected everybody? We're about to find that out. So, is there any truth to this phrase? Has it been scientifically proven? Is it something that our ancient ancestors always knew? Has our ancient understanding of water influenced every single person understanding who is watching this podcast right now and across the world in terms and physical objects that you use every day? Did we know in ancient times that water saved consciousness in a signature wave state? To find that out and much more, you know what time it is, everybody. It's time to get into what? What is it time for, everybody? What is it time to get into? What is it time to get into, everybody? Are you ready? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is it time to get into? Did our ancient understanding of water, written in the Meru Netter, have an effect on everybody on the entire planet's wording, objects, government systems? I won't even get into government systems, objects that you use, words that you use every single day. Could it be possible that the ancient understanding and the Meru writings of water and its association with consciousness affect everybody in this room watching, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're an atheist, whether you're in the military, whether you're in the government? Have systems of government been set up based on the Kemetic teachings of water? Imagine that. What do you mean, TEHUTI? Has there been systems of government? Has there been teaching systems, school systems, objects, words that you use every day, strictly based on and sourced back to the teachings of water being conscious from the Perm-Haru pyramid texts and the other ancient writings in the Nile Valley? Is that possible, everybody? What time is it to get into, everybody? What time is it to get into? We got overdrive. Let's go, overdrive. Dutch Nation says overdrive. Netter Rafi says, what a coincidence. I just finished reading Dr. Emoto's book. Then you're going to love this. You ready to get Dr. Emoto 2.0? Are you ready to get Dr. Emoto 4,000 years before Dr. Emoto was born? You ready for that, everybody? You're right, everybody. It is TEHUTI overdrive time. I'm going to put overdrive. TEHUTI overdrive. TEHUTI overdrive. Harass did. Angela Gates, TEHUTI overdrive. Emoto MAAT, TEHUTI overdrive. Nookpoo, TEHUTI overdrive. Let's go. Harass did. Let's go. Ebed, TEHUTI overdrive. Big Vapes. I think you're all right, everybody. And Rafi, don't worry. This is not a coincidence. You are at the perfect place, perfect time to go right from reading that book to now understanding where this understanding ties into one of your names, Netter. Are you ready? It ties into a word that you've used almost every day of your life. Are you ready, Rafi, to take this to the next level? I'm ready, everybody. Let's go. And I think everybody's right. I think it is time to get into it's time to step it up. Step it back. Step it up and step it back. Let's go back before the Matrix. Let's go back before Dr. Emoto. We're not basing our teachings on Dr. Emoto. Shout out and praise to the late Dr. Emoto, late great Dr. Emoto. What did we teach before there was a Japan? Right, everybody? Here we go. What did we teach before the lake was named Bawa? What did we teach before anybody on the planet was called a doctor? Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Is it sharing? Yep. Ready, everybody? You're right, everybody. It is time for JHUTY Overdrive. Ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Over here. And everybody, it's gonna be wait for a minute. And here we go. Okay, make note of this section here in JHUTY's question. Let's shrink it down a little bit so you can see. Ready? Here we go. JHUTY put Dr. Masaru Emoto conducted a groundbreaking scientific experiment revealing the response of water, positive and negative thoughts. Positive and negative words, uncovering the connection between language, emotion, consciousness, and water's molecule structure. Where positive words created harmonious shapes. Negative words created ugly shapes. How was this possible if humans give language meaning? Wouldn't that mean that water represents for intention, for intention, consciousness, and rather than the actual language? It's a beautiful question. Self? And everybody, here we go. Boom. Here we go. All right, here we go, everybody. And now, what I'll reveal to you will completely transform and enhance your way of thinking for the appreciation of the material. Get ready. We'll go over here for a moment. Down just a little bit. Here we go. Ready, everybody, here we go. And now, what I will reveal to you will completely transform and enhance your way of thinking for the appreciation of the material. Get ready, everybody. Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Watch this. Are you ready? I'm ready. Let's expand this for the audience to read properly. Boom. Boom. Move it over. Ooh, it's nice and warm in here. Here we go. Okay, so first, we have been taught an illusionary, egotistical way of thinking by the Matrix. And I'm going to remove and reverse that for you. We were taught that we give meaning to language, and words like love, hate, are forms of consciousness that we created. In actuality, it is quite the opposite. Sounds and frequency can be expressed through language. An expression, a way of communication, and vibrational tone of that which existed before us, way before us, as love, which is the energy of attraction to produce, and hate is the opposite, is that attraction to destroy. These two frequencies are communicated through chaos, isfet, and symmetry, ma'at, as seen through water. That does not need you to say those actual words. You merely have to think them. Thus, the thought of consciousness is the actual language before any larynx evolved on the planet for you to speak a language, as seen in these water crystals that communicated back the consciousness. Now, ooh. So these are the popular images that are shown. And they say that water responds to love by forming this symmetry shape, and responds to hate by performing and shaping into this unorganized shape. Here we go, everybody ready? Now here is where your thoughts will completely change on this topic, and your consciousness will enhance for the appreciation of the Nitiru. The question is, did our Nitiru ancestors know this and express this? Well, let me ask the class, what is the Medu word for love? Go ahead and type that in. I'm going to give you a moment. I'm asking the class right now, what is the Metu Netter word for love? I'm going to come off the screen for a moment and come back and look at the answers. Okay, I'm back, everybody. I'm going to come to the screen. What's the Mennonite word for love? Anybody know? Let me come off the screen. Anybody know the Mennonite word for love? Let's see what everybody said. The Mennonite word for love is, oh, we got it. Ibet says, the first answer. Yep. Ibet's favorite word. MERI. Okay, MERT. So Ibet says MERI. Dutch Nation says MERT. Harass says MERI. MERI Kemet for the first name. MERI. Amun Ka TEHUTI says MERI. Nefer Netter Nature J says MERI. Amunet says MERI with a yellow heart. Big Vape says MERI. Netter Rafi 77 says MERI. Nook says MERI. More. I don't love, I more. Maharu says MERI. Netter Rafi 77. Perfect. Ta MERI equals land of love. Wonderful, wonderful. Eve MERI. Perfect, everybody. Bing, 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 bing. Everybody got it right. Angela Gates speaking Medu Netter. MERI. All right, there we go. MERI, Maharu, MERI. Boom, everybody got it right. Ding, 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 ding. All right, MERI, everybody, you got it. Here we go. Ready, everybody? You're all right. Excellent, eh? Beautiful students, beautiful class. Let's continue with the flow. So the word is MERI. New people take notes and watch how deep this word gets. Thousands of years before we had the word water or agua. Here's everybody, boom, ready? Woo! And then the word for love, you all got it right because I have great students that learn. And you all bing, 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 bing. There it is, everybody. Somebody even put Mert. I think either Nookfu or Hush Nation. Somebody put Mert. Absolutely. If you can have the T at the end of the MERI, which is something expanding, which makes something have that feminine aspect of expanse or giving birth to. So MERI's love, desire, wish, something longed for, wished for, love, desire, to wish, for it's a great crave for, to will. Wonderful. Yes, MERI, which is the act of conscious attraction, desire, to will into existence that which you want. As you can see, love is a conscious pre-action. You learn this new today. Love in ancient times was a pre-action of biological imperative. The conscious thought that is the catalyst for the action of the procreation of life, and is why we are all here manifested in the physical form. So love is a pre-action, and I want you to understand the difference between the concept of the word, and I did a class for, I think, Stacy, an entire class on love. Love, in the context of the sentences of the indigenous people of MERI, is a pre-action to an action. Whereas today, it's different. Say, I love you right now. You're saying I love you to the person right now as you're talking to them. Whereas love was to desire something to happen. Love was to wish for. But in English, you can't do that. You can't tell your lady tonight, tell her for the next week, watch how the relationship goes. Instead of saying I love you to your lady, say I wish you, I wish you, I wish you. The expectation of an event that's going to happen, because love in the brain physically was dopamine. Dopamine is the desire to want what you think is going to happen with biological imperative. That's the act of dopamine in the brain. That was the love. It doesn't need your movie, novel, romance story. It doesn't need that. The dopamine was to wish for, to foresee what you want, and that energy there was the love before you even got the thing. Much different than the concept of love today. Love was goal-oriented. Learn something new. June 28th, 2025. If you've learned this from any other Kemetic teacher, from the language, please put the link, book number, put it all in the room. Love is goal orientation. That means love was goal-based in Medu. You have to have a goal set in mind in order for the word MERI to function. That's not today, is it, huh? I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. What's your goal? See? What's your goal? I love you, 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 I love you. Now you can say it aimlessly to anybody, to any. I love you, I love you, I love you, baby. I love you, I love you, I love you, love you. Well, now you know, of which, of course, I knew decades ago, but I'm teaching you today for the first time, unless you can show it's being taught before, that love was to desire. It was to wish for. That means it's goal-based. That means you have to put in work. See the difference? I love you. I love you. You don't have to do anything. In the Matrix definition of love, you don't have to do anything. You just sit there. You could sit there from 1,000 miles away. You could sit there from across the room. I love you. 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 We're in Ma'at, when somebody says I love you, the person in Ma'at can say, and what's your goal? What's your goal? Huh? Weren't expecting that because we're going by English. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. You just say it now. Just say it. I love you, baby. I love you, baby. No. We're in Ma'at. It means to desire and to wish for something. That means you have a goal, orientation, an endpoint, a target, something you have to get to. Love is the pathway to the thing you're trying to get to. There's a goal, and the goal is biological imperative. Learn that today for the first time in your life. And ask your Kemetic teacher what the word love means, according to the context and the dictionary and the words, how it's used in sentence form. A desire to get to a goal. If you've been taught that before, put the link in, book in the room. I'll send the donations there for today. Let me know you've been taught that before. That love is goal-oriented. You can't do the love by just saying, I love you. You have to say the goal to it. Because if you don't put the goal to it, the love is fake. Because anybody can say that. The love is fake. There's no goal. You can spew it out. But when somebody holds you to a goal, now you're like, because you said it like a novel book story. You see? So in Kemet, the goal, I love you, MERI. The goal is to get together. That's where they got the word MERI from. Marriage is to put something together, because that was the goal. To create a family, that's the goal. To have children, that's the goal. Then the action, love is the action towards that goal. It's the desire, and then you have to take action to it. But if you don't take action to it, your love is the same as a robot saying it. A robot, parrot. If you give a parrot a cracker, parrot, I want a cracker. I love you. 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 And the bird sitting in the cage. No. Biological imperative was the goal. That's dopamine. So learn that for the first time today. If you've been taught that before, let me know. If you've never been taught that before, support the TEHUTI podcast. You learn something totally new. That's the definition of love. Love is the movement to a goal. Oh my goodness. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. So next time you tell somebody you love them, follow it up with a goal, please. You see? Hold somebody to a goal. Hold somebody to the goal pertaining to you. You love me? What's your goal with me? That's where everybody's like, because we're taught novel book story love. Here we go, everybody. Boom. You ready? All right. Emoto says, Shaka Akamoto, brother polite, not there. You are the best, truly. Netta Rafi says, the parrot. You bet says, Tua, TEHUTI, Enu. Ready, everybody? Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Ooh, whoever thought that we get a class on love asking about water in Medunetter? What does that do with water, TEHUTI? Hold on. You saw it? Love. Wish to get something. Huh? Now you have to take action. That's why the House of ATTON under TEHUTI teaches you about action with your words, the action of it. Huh? I love the class. I love the class. What's the action, please? Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay, good. Tell your landlord you love the rent. You love. I love this apartment. I love this apartment. Tell them that for the next year. See how that goes. Here we go. Merit. So love, desire, wish, something long for. Murder. It's your longing. You have a goal in mind, a wish, a desire. You're longing for something, something you crave for, to will for. It means you must have a goal. First time in history taught. Here we go. And again, here is love as manifested in the shape of the water crystal and the water around people that feel the love consciously. So here's what Dr. Emoto showed. So love. So there it is. So love, Dr. Emoto said that water forms the shape went around the frequency of love. Now guess what the word for water is 3,000 years before the Matrix in the ancient first spiritual language on the earth called Medu. What's the word for water? What is the word for water? Uh-oh, what's that? What's the word for water, Tootsie? What is that? Ready? Uh-oh. Myrrh. Huh? Myrrh. Collection of water. Lake. Pool. Myrrh. To desire, to wish for. Ask your teacher to explain that, please. I want to know. Can you debunk it? I want you to debunk the ancestors. Can you debunk your ancestors? The ancestors say that the same word for this desire and love energy is the same word they're using for water. So how come in English, the word for water isn't the same for love? Go to your girlfriend tonight, go to your husband and wife tonight, and go tell them, I water you, I water you, I water you, I water you, and see how long your relationship lasts. But in prior to the Matrix, you could say, MERI uk, I love you, which you're saying to the person, I desire you. I desire and crave you. And the person can say, for what? What is your goal? But the word there is myrrh. I desire you. Which is the exact same sentence as saying, I water you. MERI uk would be, I water you. The word for love, desire, energy of dopamine is the same word for water. Why is that? Huh? Why is that? Let's debunk the ancestors. Why is that? Somebody tell me, why is that? Oh, the same word for water be the word for love, but in no other language. Agua. How do you, Nana, you there? Nana, she speaks Spanish. How do you say agua? How do you say love? Love in French. Tell me the word love is the same for water. Is agua the word for love? Is agua the word? In what language is the word love the same as water? In the language that created the word love. In the language that created the word water. Huh? When it was first created in its pure state prior to the Matrix, the authors of it and the frequency of the people decided that the word for water will be the same word for desiring somebody to have a baby with them. Explain that, please. I want an explanation of that. Huh? The same word for a conscious feeling of wanting to procreate, the most powerful thing that you can do, the most powerful thing that you can do on the planet, the mental consciousness to procreate, to create new life, is the same word for water? Huh? Because remember, the word myrrh is not even the action yet. It's only consciousness. The action follows the myrrh. Understand that. So the word myrrh for love is only the conscious dopamine wish to attain something for biological imperative. That means the word myrrh only exists on the conscious plane. It's only a desire for the most powerful thing that you can do on the planet. Why would the desire consciously for the most powerful thing that you can do on the planet be the same word for a cup of water, for water? Huh? Unless there was a connection between that consciousness and the water itself. It's the exact same word. MERI uk, I love you. MERI uk, I water you. Same sentence. Here we go, everybody. Ooh-wee. Come battle the ancestors. Here we go. And it's a beautiful thing to be in the House of Atten under these teachings, because nobody has a debate for this. Why? Because nobody had a class or teaching on water, myrrh, and love consciousness prior to today. So whatever they're going against this is strictly to be a contrarian, because you never had a teaching about this prior to this class. You never stood on any ground prior to this class about these words, conscious desire being the word for love and pool of water. You never had a teaching on it. So to go against it means you're making up the disagreement on the spot. You never had this disagreement yesterday. There you go. That's why they can never beat the Nestor. Boom. Mer. The word love and to have a wish within your consciousness is mer, which is the same word for water, which has been shown to be in its almost symmetrical state when it receives your love consciousness. Let's go. To create life for biological imperative. Here's how deep this gets. This is a symbol for mer. Typo. The root of water. And the word for conscious love. See this symbol right here? Well, what is this though? What is it? It is a plow, a tool that digs into the earth to plant seeds, which is biological imperative. Here's the word for water. This is the word for water, and it's also the word for love. But this is a farmer's tool that plants seeds for biological imperative. So the word for love and the word for water, the image of it is a farmer's tool that plants seeds into the earth. Why is that? Why is that? And guess what, everybody? Guess what the plow is associated with? I will take you to the axioms of Ptah-hotep, line 21 and section 139 of the ancient hieroglyphic dictionary. What is the plow associated with? Uh-oh. Let's debate Ptah-hotep. Here we go. The maxims of Ptah-hotep. If you are well-to-do and establish your household, be gracious to your wife or your hemp in accordance with what is fair. Feed her well, put clothes on her back. Ointment is the balm for her belly. Rejoice her heart all the days of your life. For what? She is a profitable field. She is a profitable field. What kind of field? The field that you use the MERI in. The farmer's field. She's a profitable field because the MERI is the farmer's plow that plants seed in the field for profit. What's the profit for the farmer? The profit for the farmer is the harvest. So it says, celebrate your hemp or your wife because she's a profitable field for her what? Her sustainer. And now we go back to the farmer's tool, which is the same word for love. We see agricultural implements, sickle, reap. Here's mer. See right there, there's a sickle, there's a reap, and here's mer, which is what? Love, plow digging tool. What do you think that represents? The plow digging tool to plant your seeds in the profitable field, which is the female, biological imperative. Boom. The word for plow, oh man, the word for plow is also water and represents the phallus entering into the female, a biological imperative, is also the word for love and water, the act of reproduction, sex, to make you desire or wish for, which would be a second copy of you, a child. And thus, guess what else the word water, mer, is in Metanetter? So what do you desire to have a child for? You desire to have a child to create a second copy of you. That's a spitting image. That's a spitting image. Where do you think that comes from? A spitting image. What is spit? Fluid. That's a spitting image. That's what comes out of the phallus. The fluid. Fluid comes out of the phallus, which is the plow, for you to create an image of you, an echo of you. That is your purpose of existence on the physical plane, which is why you don't love your neighbor's child as much as yours. Why is that? Why don't you love your neighbor's child as much as yours? But you will love your neighbor's child as yours if you marry the neighbor. What happened? You love your child that came from you in your household. You don't love the neighbor's child unless you look over and say, the neighbor looks pretty good. The neighbor comes out in the bikini. The neighbor, your neighbor comes out in the bikini holding the perm haru. Your neighbor comes out. Neighbor comes out looking like Gracie Bond in a bikini holding the perm haru in the coffin tech. Now she's like, I have 2 children. You're like, I'm stepdad. I'll be stepdad right now. I'll be stepdad right now. Huh? I'm fine. Hi, daddy. Huh? When you take her in, and now you have your children that came from you and hers. Are they treated differently? You take them out and treat them. No, now it's all one family. Now it's all one. But the children that you first cared for before you got with the female was your copy. Huh? Huh? Your copy. Now the word for love, or biological imperative, is the same word for the plow, which is to put your phallus plow inside of the ground, your field, the female, who is profitable field for your harvest, because what you're harvesting is the child to the word for water, which is the word for love, associated with consciousness, because the word for love is not an action yet, it is the desire. It is only on the conscious plane. You do the action after you have the desire to get the female or the male. Then the mer is the plow that goes into the field, and the woman is called the great field. And the reason why you want to plant your seeds, not your man's seeds. Huh? Huh? You think primordial thought is gonna call his boy? Is primordial thought gonna call his friend? Listen, Gabby wants to have another baby, man. If you hook her up, how come primordial thought or the Jed? Why does the Jed not want his neighbor to have a child with Gabby? It's a beautiful baby. We're all humans. We're supposed to love everybody equal. Yeah, right? That's what Christianity talks. I love everybody equal. You love everybody equal? Okay. You call your neighbor over to have sex with your wife and have a child, and everybody's equal. No. You want that child to be yours. Why is that? What's the urge to have the child to be yours? To be a copy of you, for selfishness, but a good selfishness, because selfishness is the biological imperative in self-preservation, the first law of nature of preserving self. You want to preserve you. You don't want to preserve your neighbor. You don't want Tyrone to come over and jump on your woman. Say, I'm going to have 4 babies with your woman. You're going to take care of them because we're all God's children. No. You want your copy. You want your love, desire to enter into that woman for the goal of having the child to build that family. That is the mer, which is the same for the word for water and the same word for plow. But what else does mer mean? I wonder what else mer means. Everybody type in the room. What did your last Kemetic teacher teach you the word? What did your last Kemetic teacher taught you the word mer meant? You know that mer means love and water. You want to have a child to have a copy of you. So what do the ancient ones say that mer also meant? What does mer also mean? So boom. Let's go to the end here. So boom. The word for plow is also water and represents the phallus entering the female, the biological imperative, and is also the word for love and the word for water, the act of reproduction, sex, to make what you desire or wish for, which will be a second copy of you, which is a child. Thus, guess what else the ancient nectar word for water is, which is mer. Guess what else mer means? Ready, everybody? Here's how connective our culture was and how disconnective the culture you're in right now is. What else does mer mean? What does it mean, TEHUTI? You know it means love. You know it means to desire, to reproduce. You know it means the phallus or the plow. But what else does it mean? You only have a child to make a junior of you. Uh-oh. Bing bong boom. Mer means copy, likeness. Have you got taught that before? Huh? The word for water, which is the same word for consciously desiring to reproduce or loving something or someone, to have a child, to put your plow inside of the woman, and for the woman to receive your myrrh, which is the plow, so that she can have your seed, because you want to make copies of yourself. You don't want your neighbor's seed to be in your wife. So that's the word for myrrh, which is plow, and water, and love is also the word for copy. You got taught that before today? You got taught the Egyptians were black. I got taught the Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black. Egyptians are black. Yeah. What next? So myrrh, the word for love, desire, dopamine, to attract for biological imperative, the plow, to put your plow seed, and the woman as the plow puts the seed in the earth for biological imperative, for self-preservation, because you want to preserve yourself, to have a copy from putting your myrrh and your love into the woman. So that's the word myrrh, consciously, also means to make a copy of something, because that's the goal of the biological imperative. Look at all the words that water means. Let's debunk TEHUTI. We're going to disprove the ancestors' words. Because I don't care about this topic until TEHUTI teaches on it. I know nothing about the word myrrh and conscious love and water. I know nothing about that. But hey, let's debate it. I'll study it all night so I can disprove you wrong, TEHUTI. Here we go. Myrrh, which is likeness. The copy, like as. Huh? Boom. Likeness, copy. What is that? A reflection, which is what water does. Water, the original mirror. Huh? Before mirrors were invented, what did I teach you? Go by the lake and look in and see a copy of themselves, a reflection, a likeness. That's what original water does. It was the mirror. That's why they kept mirrors in an ankh shape. And when you look at the word ankh is a word for water, water as well as mirror. It's the word for mirror. Ankh is the word for mirror. Here it is, reflection, which is what water does. But to the mundane, it is only a mirror reflection. So the knowing, the crystals, are actually a copy reflection of your consciousness. When they have these crystals, these water crystals, forming these different shapes, it's a reflection of your consciousness. And our ancestors knew this before the Matrix. Woo. So thus, we have myrrh, which is the word for water, which is the word for desire and love, and also the word for copy. Oh! Oops. Oh! Screen's gone white. Hold on a second. Oh! And the Masons that created the Matrix, the Freemasons, knew this and made sure it was kept in the frequency, your subliminal. What is the name for the branch of military of the waters? Could you type that for me, please? Somebody tell me the branch of military that's based in the waters, based on waters. Go ahead and tell me that. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a minute. What is everybody? What's the branch of the Marines? The Marines. That's an interesting word. I know that word came out of the air. Poof! Poof! What an interesting word that is. The Marines, they decided that the name of that which protects this country, that which keeps you alive from your enemy, that protects you from other countries, but only the branch of military that deals with the waters, that protects America. They could have gone to the dictionary of all they created all the words, any word for that, and it's called the Marines. Why is that? Why is it called the Marines? Where did that word come from? What's an interesting word? I'm check out where that word comes from. That's interesting. I wonder where that word comes from. It must be the French word, right? The French made it up. The French and TEHUTI made it up. Marines, huh? The branch of military that deals with the water. It's called Marines. The Marines, the few, the proud. Ah. The Marines, huh? Why are they called that? Why do they call themselves that? Why do those who protect the branch that protect TEHUTI, you're going too far. You're having a naming ceremony. You have a naming ceremony. You have a rent ceremony. You guys are going too far. You're picking these ancient Kemetic Egyptian names. Come on, man. We're in 2025. Don't use these ancient Egyptian words to describe you, man. Come on, man. Your name should be Gary Payton. Your name should be Leroy Brown, man. We're in this day and time, man. Don't use any ancient words to describe. You tell me why the multi-billion-dollar section of military that protects this country, the name that they chose as a name to represent what they stand on to protect against every country, to protect this country, is called the Marines. Why isn't the one that deals with the air called the Marines? What is this word here, the Marines? What is that? Why do they call themselves that? Uh-oh. Marine. Or Marie. Here it is. Because some PIE word, Marie, you know what PIE means? Proto-Indian. It means it's before any Indian language. Proto-European. It is before the European language. So some language that existed. I wonder what that language was. What language is that, man? It must be the Portuguese. What's that language, man? Some language before English. The word Marie meant water. I wonder what language that was. The Medu, okay. Marie, water. They chose the Medu word water as the name of the army force that protects this land. Water security. You know, like Homeland Security? Waterland Security named their protective force after the Medu word Marie. Huh? They say some PIE language before English, Marie meant body of water. I don't know what that language was. It's PIE. I don't know. We don't know where we got it from. We looked in some ancient dictionary called the PIE dictionary. Can somebody please pull out the PIE dictionary? Can somebody go to anywhere on the land and find this language? What is this language called PIE? PEI, Proto-Indian European. Nobody speaks any language. Proto means before. So what was the language? Why did I just say what the language was? It's from Medu Neter. The word Medu Neter, Marie, there's no A, there's no O, it's just MR. Marie. So you can pronounce it Mori, Moray, Murray, Mur. It's just two consonants, M and R. Mur. So, TEHUTI You're giving these people these Egyptian names. You're taking this thing too seriously. That's of the past. Don't live in the past, man. You gotta live today. My son's joining the Marines because that word is of today. No, that word is a metroneta word, and only a metroneta word. Don't say P-I-E and try to trick the people. There's some ancient Sanskrit Polynesian word, Maria, that means water. Show me the word Marie on the planet before the pyramid text. Go. Show me the word Marie before 2400 BC written somewhere. That means water. It comes from one language, not P-I-E-E-I-P-I-O-I-P-I-E. It comes from Medu-Neter, one language and one language only. And you went into the Medu-Neter language and took that important word that we had for water, and you named it that which protects the country. Tell us about that, please. I don't want to live in the past. I don't want to live in the past, you know? Huh? That's the word? The Medu-Neter word is the word that protects this country from... Here we go, everybody. Here we go, yo. Here we go. So what? Here we go, ready? Boom. Meri. They are still carrying on your ancient traditions and words and frequency while making you feel uncomfortable to do so. Taking your energy and frequency to promote their magic and power, all from the water concept of Kemet, Meri. There would be no Marines without the consciousness of the Kemetic Neter brought to earth for the word water. Pay homage. I don't care if you're an atheist, if you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, if you promote the Marines or send your child to the Marines, pay homage to the fact that there would be no Marines without the Medu-Neter. Prove me wrong. There will be no Marines. That would be called bubuka or pakalaka or labalaba. Some other word they have to grab from some other ancient culture. They grab your Medu-Neter word. Pay homage. Let me ask the class now, what is the name of the world's first most popular oceanarium water zoo? Anybody remember that? I'm going to go for about 20 more minutes and then take a break if the class isn't done yet. What's the name? So we covered the Marines now, coming from Medu-Neter. Let's jump to another part of the world. Let's jump to the same part of the world. What's the most popular oceanarium water zoo? Let me come off the screen. Type it in the room, everybody. What is the most popular oceanarium water zoo? Type it in the room, please. Anybody know? What is the most popular oceanarium water zoo? Let me come off the screen. Here's on the screen. You know what oceanarium is? TEHUTI, the APEP killer. Dun, 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 dun. The APEP killer. Huh? It's, you know, the zoo where you see water animals. You know, remember orca and the dolphins and the seals? What's that called? Anybody know? The land one is African lion safari. What's the water one called? Anybody know? Okay, nobody knows. No problem. Let me teach you all for the first time. Let me see how many people don't know. Let me look at the number in the room. There's 55 people. 50, okay, we got some people that know. Uh-oh. Here we go. We got some answers. Marine. Here we go. Here we go. Marine world. That's right. Ascari had to jump in for this. He had to jump in. He was there. You remember this? Remember that? Huh? Let's go back to it, everybody. The first. Oh. The first of the oceanarium, the most popular oceanarium water zoo in the world. Where did it start from? What is it? Here we go, everybody. Remember this? Boom. Boom, everybody. What is the name of the world's first and most popular oceanarium in Oceanarium Water Zoo. This is the first. This is where it came from. The inventors of the water zoo decided to give it a name of the water zoo. I wonder what name they gave it. Remember this? The dolphins, the orcas, Marine Land. You were close. Marine World, Marine Land. Huh? Marine Land. Why? Why is it called Marine Land? That's from the P-I-E. You give it a P-I-E, pickety, P-I-E-B-E-I. From Benunetter, MERI. Marine Land. So here is the world taking the concept of water, the concept of conscious water. They're grabbing the words from the Nile Valley culture, and they're just saying, the Marines. What about where everybody has fun? You know, the first place we're going to keep one, Marine Land. We don't want you being named Imhotep because that's living in the past. Leave those ancient words alone, man. Come on, your name should be Dylan Wright, Gregory Abbott, huh? Mark Williamson. That's a little better for you, boy. Mark, well, don't call your mom, your lady Mary Seckman. Her name should be Betty Rice, huh? But you all can name the world's first, bringing in bazillions. It was billions 40 years ago, billions of dollars, echoing through everybody's mind. Marine Land, the Marine Corps. You can use the meta words for that. For the people that want to utilize it, its original frequency in use of culture. We're living in the past. Here we go. Marine Land. Ooh. Boom. Yes. Marine Land. Say it with me. There would not be a marine land without the consciousness of the Kemetic netter brought to the earth for water. Mer. You would have no marine corp. You would have no marine land without the meta word marine. Oh, by the way, my Professor X voice. By the way, what do they call the countries and states heavily reliant on the waters? Huh? This time they didn't even put. See, they added these letter N to confuse you. The word is MERI. What's the letter? What's the N for? Ask your English teacher. The word is MERI, so that means body of water, right? What's the N part for? Huh? What's the N for? That's why I couldn't make it past grade 9. I couldn't make it. I couldn't get these questions answered. I couldn't. So MERI, when I look up water, it's just MERI. So it should be MERI land. What's the N for? What does the N do to the word? It means body of water. So the body of water, land where the dolphins are. Why do you add in the letter N? Well, the next one I'm going to show you, they're not even going to add the letter N. But they're going to say it means the same. They're going to blatantly just take the word marine. What are the bodies, what are the countries and states that are heavily around bodies of water? Shout out to Emoto, MAAT, I will pay you Friday. Shout out to you. What are the bodies of water? What are the countries that are around bodies of water? Where's TEHUTI? Let's know. You want to know, everybody? They didn't put the N in for this one. See how tricky they are. Here's a list of countries. Look at all these, everybody. Look at all these I'm going too fast. Look at all these countries. These are called maritime. Now the N is gone. Now they just blatantly use the word MERI. Maritime. Boundaries. Look at all these Georgia, Russia, Turkey, Australia, Antarctic, Cyprus, Egypt, Lebanon, Greece, Italy, Montenegro, Italy, Morocco, Spain, Tunisia, Cook Islands, Samoa, whatever that word is, Tonga, Australia, Armenia, Chile, Indonesia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, East Timor, Indonesia, Cuba, Haiti, Qatar, Iran, Saudi Arabia. These are maritime territories. Huh? Boom, yes. Maritime countries, maritime states. And this is not even half of the list. Say it with me. There would not be a marine land without the consciousness of the Kemetic netter brought to earth, and there would not be a Marine Corps, and there would not be maritime states without the consciousness of the Kemetic netter. Pay homage. Stop stealing and running. Pay homage and just say all this stuff came from the Netter, came from Kemet. We wouldn't even have a marine line, a maritime state, if it wasn't for the consciousness of the ancient people that created the word MERI. But we're just going to take the word MERI and leave all the definitions out. You see how evil the system is. You see how evil the system is. So they just take the word MERI and they leave all the other definitions out for you. So when you go look it up, they say MERI water. Wait a minute. MERI means copy. MERI means plow. MERI means love, desire, to anxiously, to wish for something. What about all those meanings, Mr. English teacher? I was in grade 9. I couldn't make it out. Well, I got questions for you. If it says that MERI just means water, so you got marine land and the Marines. Now you got maritime state. But how come you don't put in the dictionary the other definitions of the word you're using? You're using the word, so put the rest of the definitions in there so the public can know that the word for water is also the word to consciously want to reproduce. It's also the word for plow. It's also the word for copy. Why don't you put those in there? Because they just put you with the physical. They just grab the physical meaning, water, and they just leave you like that. Leave you with water. Huh? Can you give me the rest, please? Huh? Beth says, when Tuti digs in, he finds Tua with the Ka symbol. Imhotep Maat, all type of, what do you put it? Strong arm, heart, smile. This is whatever. Jessica Pisces. Thumb up. Fire, fire, fire. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready, everybody? We're not done. Huh? We're not done. This is what I'm doing as a question at the TEHUTI PLOW class. I don't want to be your favorite teacher. I want to be your favorite question. I want to be your favorite question answerer. There's a category. There's a new category. Question answerer. The SABA door. I want to be the door that answers your question. Forget about just creating a class and teaching it. How about you answer the people's questions like this? Try it out. You won't make it, but try it. You can never teach this because you don't believe in it. If you don't believe in the netter, you're not going to teach with its enthusiasm and teach like this because you don't believe in these things. You're not going to say pay homage to the netter. You're going to say the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? MERI was the water that received our light consciousness, equaling Ra. Here we go, everybody. Ready, everybody? The MERI was the water that received our light consciousness, which equals the word Ra, as MERI was Aset and Ra was the king over her. So Ra was the king over MERI, which is Aset. And MERI is water that receives light consciousness, which is Ra and Ku. And here's the word love, MERI, which is water, which is the goddess of inundation. MERI, goddess of inundation. Here's Ra holding what? The lotus, water inundation flower. You see Ra holding the lotus, water inundation flower. The Saha, the other name for Aset, text with love, with her arms behind Asar. You see all these concepts? MERI was the water protective deity. She is that protected Asar in the war with him against Set. She was the protect in the war of Asar with Set and the war of Set with Heru. She was the protector that protected with her arms that represented the reception of the water reception of light consciousness. And her arms are like this. Symbol, the shesh, the lotus, that changes and moves with the reception of the sun's light into the water now, into the now, the Itiru. She's the protector with her arms, the Ka energy. Now you have a protective force that protects America, and they're going to be called the Marines from her name. And they're a part of what? The army, from the word arm. And now the word for weapons is the word arm. You have the right to bear arms. No, I have the right to bear a gun. I can't make it past grade 9, sir, because you're telling me I have the right to bear arms. I mean, you're boxing, right? Let a guy walk up with a 9 milli. Let a guy walk up with a Glock 9. He walks up with a Glock, a 9 milli, a 22, and you're like, yo, man, I got the right. Let me roll my sleeves up so I can have bare arms. I have the right to bear arms. Come on, Glock milli. Come on, man. These are I'm bearing arms, right? He's like, yo, I got the right to bear this Glock. I'll bear the Glock. You bear arms. Why are weapons now called arms? Huh? Why are weapons called your arms? They're not your arms. Your arms aren't weapons. And the gun is something separate. You can't bring your arms to a gunfight. But in the confusing language of English, you have the right to bear arms. That which protects us, that never boxes. You've never seen a Saudi Arabian and a military guy in the desert. You ever seen him doing this? You ever seen him doing jiu-jitsu? Huh? You ever seen them doing the Mike Tyson, the Tyson Fury, or what the guy Tank Abbott, whatever those names are? Tank, whatever them guys' names are. You ever seen guys in the army with the desert guys boxing it out? They're shooting, they're stabbing, they're throwing bombs. The entire force is called army, from the word arm. This is my arm, sir. I'm sorry, I can't bring this to fight the Saudi Arabians. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can bring this. I can bring this, but I can't bring this. So why is this and this bazooka called arms? And the entire force is called an army. Arms was the original form of protection. The protection was from MERI. MERI protected Asar with her arms, like this. That's our protection of the Pharaoh was called R-E-E. The Pharaoh's name is from the word protection. The protection, E is the word for arm. Double arm, because you have Aset and Nebhed, both bearing 2 arms, becomes E-E. And the man becomes the pur. The man is the pur. He is the pur. And you put them together, and it makes pur-E-E, and that's where you get the word Pharaoh from the arms that protect the pur. Now, that which protects America are called arms, and the ones of the water are named after MERI, who protected the pur. Okay, man. Yeah. Here we go, everybody. Ready? I got a couple minutes, huh? Huh? I wasn't even in the class. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, man. Ooh, I'm a couple minutes. This class. Woo! Oh, my goodness. Here we go, everybody. So there is Ra with the lotus and the protective arms. What? The protective arms of Aset. So the feminine way to say water was Nut. Nut, and we taught just as the water received our consciousness, as shown today in the studies of Dr. Emoto, we have the waters of Nut receiving light, which was Ra every day. The Nut, which is the water, received Ra every day. That's why they have in the writings that Nut swallows Ra every day, because Ra, light, goes into the waters of the Nile, and at the end of the day, when the sun sets, it looks like the water swallows the sun. The light being received in by the waters. By the way, guess what they call the seaside community of Los Angeles? I'm going to take a break after this. What do they call the seaside community of Los Angeles, California? Are you ready? We just established over here that we have Ra. Ra was the king over MERI, or over MERI. Ra was the king. So MERI was the water that received the light consciousness. Ra, as MERI, was Aset, and Ra was the king over her. Ra was the king of the Nitiru, and he was the king over MERI. Now they have an oceanside community in Los Angeles. Here's what they call the oceanside community. What do they call the oceanside community in Los Angeles? Right, everybody? Beautiful oceanside community. What do they call this? Uh-oh. Marina del Rey. Marina of the King. Meri, Marina, Meri, the water of the King. What's the word for king? Rey. Huh? Huh? Why is the word Rey king? Talk to me, please. Please tell me why. I want to know, because you tell me when I use the Kemetic words to name me and my children, and my church, in the house of the 10, we're living in the past. We got to give all that. That's not today's day and time. Yet we have a whole oceanside community keeping the tradition of the King Ra over Meri, and they literally call it Meri of Ra, Meri of Rey. That's the way you pronounce it, Rey. And they openly tell you now that the word Rey now means king. How did the word Rey turn into king? Because Ra was the king over the Nibiru. And in the story, he was the king over Meri in the contentions of Ra of Set and Heru. Ra Herakuti was the king. Now we have Ra, Meri of the King Ra. Consistently taking your concept of water. So boom, Meri Aset of Rey. Say it with me now. We're in church. Say it with me now. It would not be a Marina del Rey without the consciousness of the Kemet Netter that brought it to earth for water. Pay homage. It would not be a Marine Corps. Pay homage. It would not be a marine land. Pay homage. It would not be a maritime state. Pay homage. It would not be a marina of Ra, marina of the King Ra in Los Angeles. Pay homage. I'm going to take a break right here. We're not even in the consciousness part yet. I'm going to take a break right here. Wait for just a moment. Put the link in the room. We're half done. Huh? Here we go. I'm going to put the link in the room. Supporters, team, those who enjoyed this so far, jump in. I'm going to take a 5-minute or so break and come back and do the rest. Just give me a problem. Put the link in the room. It says trouble connecting. You all see the link in the room? It says having trouble connecting. Please check your internet connection. Anybody see the link in the room? Marina del Rey. Huh? You bet, because I appreciate you, Saba. There's the moon. I'm going to put a pause on this so far. Take a little break, and I'm going to come back. Everybody jump in the room so you all can talk and build. So you all can talk about the vibes of this class, the information, the guidance. We're not even done yet, but I'm gonna let Amun and Amunet build, and I'm gonna step off. If I hear a boop boop, then I'm gonna let you all in. And hey, they may have some apartments in Marina del Rey. How you doing, Amun and Amunet?
I'm doing excellent, wealthy, feeling knowledgeable. I'm learning. To all very much for this beautiful class so far, and there's a lot of things you're going over that are helping me understand some things that I'm reading from the ancient texts of our ancestors. So to all very much.
Nini Uk. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm sure you appreciate Patah. Is here, Patah. Do a little mic check, Patah. I want to see if your mic is working, everything, so I can step off.
Hotep, my check.
Hotep. All right. Okay. I'm Renette. I'm sure you approve. I'll let you all. I'll listen in. You all talk about how you like the class. I'll listen. I have to take a break to keep my especially now when I'm going through. I have to do things on precise timing. So I'm going to take a break right now and come back. You all build on how you felt about the class. Tell these people support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockASV. If you've gotten a class like this before, don't support. Just say I heard this before from Shaka Hotep, Ptah Osiris Mba. I got this class before last week. If you've never heard a class like this before, support the Tutti podcast. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. There's Hush Nation. And peace and love to you, Ptah. Glad you're here. And Hush Nation, I'm going to step off and let you all build. Nice to see you all. I got to step off right now, and I'll be back. And wait, let me get into the water snake, right? We didn't get into the water snake, did we? No. Okay, let me step off now. Man, imagine I brought a Kemetic water snake to class. No, that's not gonna happen. I'm out here. I'll be back. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Saba. Peace.
Thank you.
Hotep MERI, everyone. Peace and love. Uncle Jasenet. Peace and love, Great Hush Nation. Amun and Amunet. Hotep MERI. And yeah, peace and love to everyone who is here with us live. Please hit that like button if you are here with us live. Make sure that you are subscribed and that you have the notification bell set to all. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat, and they're also in the bio, the Cash App and the PayPal. So if you're appreciating what the Great Saba is bringing forward for everyone and elucidating the depth of this question, please send in your support to the links, and the Great Saba will show that as every support that comes in, especially for the class Saba shows. So dua to you all who are supporting, which is a beautiful thing because of one of the names for the supporters is the word murder. So by supporting this MER class, you two are being a copy, a reflection within itself, and you embody the frequency and the tone of MER as a supporter. So Tua, houseofatton.org, and yeah, this was phenomenal. And but yeah, I'll go around. Hush Nation, what's up, great brother? Peace and love. What's on your Eve, great brother? Hotep.
What's up? Peace and love, my brother. It never to be here with you on the panel, you know. So do us a came to offer that. Ninika. This never presentation, you know. Saba breaking down the more and bringing more again, you know. So yeah, to for the question. Yeah, I definitely looking forward to what else Saba have to bring with the rest of the MER and the maritime and the marine. Yeah, from the Meru. I know he have a lot of weaving. I know if that's Nieth the weaver he have and he had, but I know he have a lot more to put together. He gave my at it. Real nice, you know, so that can be never. I got a song named Water, you know, and it going something like this, you know, so it crazy, you know, so yeah, I really, it's like it's for me self, you know what I mean? You got me want to make a part 2 of the song now because the first part of the song was before I coming to my art. I made the first part of the song. The song was before I coming to my art. So now I'm checking like, I like, oh yo, this song named Water, but the song is about love. You know what I mean? Yeah, and really like a love story is like me reflecting like a hair eternal echo with it, you know what I mean? and it's like a pouring, like a watering, like a seed, like a eve to grow. You know what I mean? But yeah, complicated song is about 5 minutes. But yeah, Joe, I just don't understand how I make the song, and then now we got this class, how SABA breaking it down. Yeah, I really appreciate the question. I can't remember who sent it in, you know, but it got me reflecting. Yeah. To SABA, TEHUTI, Uncle Jaseneb, to for this NEFA presentation. You know, to for the question, because the question is for me, you know what I mean? I wouldn't know to send in the question, so I appreciate when you send in the questions. It affecting me, you know what I mean? So I know it affecting the leeches, where they call them snake learners, the parasites. It is affect them too, you know what I mean? Yeah, but if you ain't one of those, just send in your reciprocity, you know what I mean? Because this is a heck of class. This is water. This intense. You know what I mean? So just send in your reciprocity. Be part of the water. Like what Bruce Lee does say. Be like water, my friend. So that's just sending in the reciprocity. So it could flow. You know what I mean? So the vibration could spread. Yeah, man. Because when you're sending your reciprocity, other people benefiting too. You know what I mean? It might just look like it's just about you. But nah, but this is YouTube, so the youths them going to see this later. You know what I mean? So yeah, to offer everybody who are keeping SABA here, appreciate everything how you doing self. Uncle Justin. Nana, set more. Good to see you. Big love. Big love, big MAAT.
Greetings, good to see everyone. Yes, beautiful words. That's right. Listen to Hush Nation. He knows what he's talking about. Yes, support. Always support what supports you. You can't walk without a spine. And that's what the Hutu SABA is to us. He's our spine, he's our degen. So in order to walk upright, we need to follow the right path. And that's the path of MAAT. And he's always going to give us that. And so please, again, please support. Okay, I wanted to, hello everybody on the panel. I'm moving that Nation. I saw on the chat there, I noticed some of the sisters, Tanya 23, Mary Kemet, Harasted. Greetings, sisters. I just want to talk a little bit about not next month, but in August. So in August, coming up was the next the second annual SWG, the Rentet Sacred Room Gathering, Seshtet PLOW, and just wanted to kind of get more information in July, but I saw that there were some sisters that I don't usually always see them together, so I wanted to just kind of mention, and also if one is interested in joining in the one in August, I will, like I said, I will give more information on a date and everything, on a time. But for now, I just want to say that in case someone doesn't know what I'm speaking of, so SWG Sacred Room Gathering is a gathering for the sisters members, and also it's if you find yourself in a situation where you don't know how to apply these different teachings that you're learning. You love the teachings, but you may want to know how to apply them, how to use them, how to continue them, how to use them in your daily life. Well, the circle kind of provides that, in a sense of you have a sisterhood, a strong sisterhood. You have other like-minded sisters, and certain conversations and things that that you may want to have or know about. Well, that's what this is open for. I have also, there's one-on-one that I do, and we have Amunet is one of the participants in this circle, and I've seen Amunet, and along with all of the other sisters, flourish into such beautiful beings. They were already beautiful beings, don't get me wrong, but just into their primordial, the turf, goddess self. I've seen that rise in them. It helps to build your abilities, and some of us do. Some of us have certain abilities, and if you were in a different, maybe another religion like Christianity, Islam, sometimes some of these abilities that we suppress them because the matrix religions tells us that that's the devil, or that's no good, or that's something wrong with you, or not to follow these things. But it's actually, it's our inheritances that we can't help but have or know. So it's time to strengthen them and bring them forth. And so I wanted to ask Amunet if you can share a little bit, and any other sister that like maybe if Gabby, you're available, Angela Gates, if you're available to get on the panel. Anybody would want to come up and just mention it a little bit, how it helped you, a little, just a little summary of what you thought of the groups that we had together those 4 months, and then the individual.
Hotep MAAT, yes, the Womb Circle is extremely empowering. It is a beautiful experience to be a part of, and as Nana said, the sisterhood is extremely beautiful, and I'm so thankful for it. And the Womb Circle created this beautiful bond with all the sisters, and without that, it wouldn't have happened. And it's so beautiful, and I'm so thankful that Nani created this Womb Circle, and that we all can participate in it and be a part of something so beautiful and strengthen our bonds as sisters. It's really important to do so. And yes, for the one-on-one, I've definitely experienced so many beautiful things, so many beautiful growth within myself, and I've implemented things in my life that have shifted the way I'm thinking in Ma'at. I have taken axioms and applied them into my life, and that has helped me in many, many ways in my life. I use it very often with things that happen within my life, and it really helps me to, instead of thinking, let's say if I had a problem, I have an axiom now to replace or be within my mind instead of any other thought. So it's really, really powerful, and has truly helped me and still continues to help me grow within myself. So if you are a sister who is here listening and you haven't participated yet, I definitely think that you should reach out to Nani to be a part of this, because it is super beautiful and really empowering and powerful. So to all the sisters who are here and who want to connect with each other in this beautiful, genuine, real way. These connections are pure and true. So it's really a gift to be a part of something so for Nani for all that you do.
Oh, thank you so much. Tua. Appreciate that. Beautiful, beautiful words. Yes, and just to note, it's 4 of them. It starts in August, so there's one in August, September, October, and November. And it is the one in August is an open one, and that one for women only. And that would you can invite. So it would be for the members, but if you have like maybe daughters or someone that a female friend that may be interested in this or in what you do, or again, you could be invited for them too. Now the second and the third one are closed, so if you come and if you're interested, then from that point you can partake in all of them. But if you don't come to the first one, then it's gonna be closed for the second and third. And the fourth one is open to all members, including the men. So I know most of the sisters, their mates, or whether they're on the panel or they're members or whatnot, are sometimes might be interested in what's taking place, or they see the monumental changes in their mates. And so it's not limited to, as far as in so the fourth one is definitely open for the brothers too. And it's open for the brothers. And Patar, are you there? Oh, okay. Actually, so TEHUTI's coming back, and also Amunet, if you could just type in the chat the SWG email. And so, yes, sisters, if you are interested in that, he's gonna put the link in the chat, and yeah, just reach out. Thank you. Peace. Peace.
Hotep, great. Nani Setmer.
Peace, Nana.
To for coming up and letting us hear from you. To our great Nani Setmer.
Hotep, peace and love.
Hotep, great brother. Uncle Jasanep to you, Hush Nation, and Hinu to the great SABA TEHUTI, and all that he is doing. The great Nani Setmer, the SWG. So for all of the ladies, be sure to reach out via email. Amunet, have you posted the email? Put it on the screen for everyone.
Yes, I did.
I don't see it. Okay, maybe try it one more time, because I don't see it in the or it may be because put it in the private chat and I'll post it. To her very much. And I'll put the email on the screen. Oh. And when I put the email on the screen, you all can email the great Nani Setmer. All of you wonderful ladies in the chat. Welcome back, great SABA TEHUTI.
Peace. Peace. Nice to see you, Patar. And I see everybody. Before I start, Patar, what did you think so far?
I'll tell you what I think. Give Saba a moment to come back. To Amunet. I see the email.
Nini.
Okay, I'm back. Yes. Before I go to Yes, can everybody hear me? Okay, good. Yes, so that's what's that?
I can hear an echo. Okay, I think it's going. Okay, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I was asking that, Pata, did you get to see the class? Did you come in? Were you able to come in and see the class so far, or did you come in at the end or something?
No, I saw I did see the class so far, and yes, this is phenomenal, and it's very interesting too because Nefertiti, she asked me the other day. She was like, "You know, what's the word for likewise?" And, I was just scrolling through my Rolodex in my mind, and I've been implementing a new picture method for memory. It's been working very well for me, and I was able to remember that because when you show that word mer, and you did this with the with another word as well, where it shows the equal and it shows another Medu word, and that was the glyph that popped in my head, which is like, it looks like an upside down like shaker thing. But, so I actually did research into that glyph and into that word likewise. So to see it be connected to mer, because I didn't see that part, that was phenomenal. So to my great Saba for putting that together the way that you did. Hotep.
Nini Hotep, wonderful. We're gonna jump right back into it because we have the rest of this class to do, plus Brian's Nebuchadnezzar Stella. So I want to keep the momentum going. I know the numbers dropped down, and people took a break when I took a break. So it was over 55 people. Now it's at 38. So we're gonna get right back into it, everybody. We are not done the first question. We're gonna go ahead and get right back into it, and we're not even into the conscious Nile Valley serpent that represents consciousness. The Nile Valley serpent that represents the manifestation of words empowerment. We're gonna get into all of that. Never taught before. June 28th, 2025. Get your pens and your pads ready. If you're into Kemetic studies, teachings, Ma'at, Osiris teachings, you're going to learn and understand the importance of the Kemetic water snake, which is going to tie into consciousness. And I've never heard, I don't know if anybody have heard before, but of all the animals that were taught on since Dr. Ben, since 1960 something until today, has anybody here heard of any teacher teaching on the Kemetic water snake, the Nile Valley water snake being a netter? Nobody? The Nile Valley water snake?
No, I don't. It's very challenging to find Kemetic teachers teaching on snakes.
No, doesn't exist. So we're gonna get into it. And just as always, when I'm about to start, how many people are viewing? 42. Always 42 people. I'm about to start. It's always that number when I'm gonna start. So that's my cue to start. Let's get ready. So hope you can stay on to the next section, Pata. And I will see you all when I end this class in the next couple of minutes. So I'm gonna say peace and love to you, Pata. Peace and love to Hush Nation. Peace and love to Amun, Amunet. We're about to get right back into this class, everybody. Get your pen and pads out. Let's get into it. Peace and love, everybody. I think Pata's frozen. Let me oh, he's put up the Ankh, but it's frozen. Frozen Ankh. I'm gonna put you out because it's locked on your screen. Something strange. Okay, thank you, Pata, and you put up the Ankh. Beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. It has you locked there. So it won't let me get you out of the studio. Strange stuff going on. Okay, we're gonna go like this. Get boom. All right, I'll deal with that later. Okay, everybody, get ready. We're about to get right into it. Here we go. Get your pen, your pads ready. Everybody that can hear me, press 9. So I can make sure you can hear me before we restart. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm when that says Henu Nani and the beautiful Senetiyu, who are within and who will be joining the beautiful SWG Sacred Womb Gathering with, I think that's flowers. All right, everybody can hear me? All right, beautiful, everybody, and thank you, Eminent, for that. Here we go, everybody. We're about to get right back started. Let's get right back into it. Saket is ready on the hat, ready to go. And here we, oh, you know what? One moment. I don't have the other light on. Hold on a second. Let me stop the cam. Boom. Let me put the other light on. Maybe that's other light on here. Boom. Power, please. There we go. Boom. We got the other light on. Hopefully there are some of the visuals. All right. Here we go. Everybody ready? Light is on. Now we can see Saket fully. Ready, everybody? Here we go. All right. Visionary has appeared. You can jump on the next section. This is your question, Visionary. Are you ready? You set this off. We got 9 from Harassed, 9 from Amunet, 9 from Ibet, 9 from MERI, Sekhmet, Hush Nation, Empu Ma'at, Pesjet, and Robert says Peace to Saket. 9 from Eric G. That's it. All right, everybody, here we go. Ready? Let's go. Boom, boom. We're not done. We're still on the water. 9 from Tanya. Tanya's in here somewhere. There she is. 9 from Tanya. Here we go. We're not done, everybody. Here we go. Water time. Ready? JHUTY with these questions, sparking these beautiful pod classes as usual. Let's go. Are you ready? Boom. Oh my goodness. Let me go ahead and turn this down a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Watch where this class goes. We're teaching here. Welcome everybody who just stepped into the room, who just stepped into class. You are here now at the House of Atten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netzeru, teaching that which the Kemetic teachers are ashamed to teach, because most of them are actually atheists. Here's where you're going to learn the actual deep meanings, teachings of the Meru, coming from the words of the ancestors, while learning about science, learning about today's day and time, all type of things. There's no limit to this. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So boom, there it is. Marina del Rey. Boom, there's your Meri equals water of Rey. Say it with me. There would be not a Marina del Rey without the consciousness of the Kemetic Netzer. The Kemetic Netzer brought to earth for water. The word for water is Mer. You would not have a marine corp. You would not have a marine time. You would not have a maritime state without the consciousness of water brought to this planet by the Netiru. And you would not have a Marina del Rey, which is Meri of the King Ra. That's what it means. So boom. We have been taught by the Matrix that we are the definition of consciousness. Did I put the timer back on? Resume. So we have been taught by the Matrix that we are the definition of consciousness, that we know. Now you know. Water existed eons before Homo sapien, and it had the consciousness that we were actually named after. What? What do you mean, TEHUTI? What? Let me read that again. What are you talking about, TEHUTI? We have been taught by the Matrix that we are the definition of consciousness, that we know that water existed eons before the Homo sapien, and it had consciousness that we were actually named after. What do you mean, TEHUTI? Yes, the Netzer knew this thousands of years ago. Let me ask the class, what is the word for mankind in Meru? Where's the Tef? The Tef should know this. Type in the room, class. What is the word? And all my students, you can type it in. Anybody watching can type it in. All the people that claim they had Kemetic teachers prior to me, before they taught you the Egyptians are black, I hope they taught you the Kemetic word for mankind. What's the word for people? What's the word for mankind in the Meru? Does anyone know? Type it in the room, everybody. What is the word for mankind in Meru Netter? Let me see if my students remember, or even the listening audience. What is the word? Oh, we got Ricket. Tip the waiter. That's right. Woo-wee. All right, Raquette. Anybody else know? There's 34 people watching. What is the meta word for mankind? Woo! Hotep to the Grand Master Chef and Grand Master Waiter. Waiter. Where's Minty? Log that, Minty. There it is again. Another word. Another House of a 10 word. By Nookpoo. Mark this. June 28, 2025. Waiter. Waiter. All right, here we go. I'm not remembering at the moment. That's fine. Mary Sekhmet has question marks. We got Rickety. All right, boom. Let's find out, everybody. 35 people watching. Participate. No problem. All solution. Here we go. We're going to turn the terms no problem into all solution. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, 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 and boom. What's the word for mankind in the metanetter? Does anybody know? It is rem. Rem. The word rem is the word for all people, for people. Notice they show the eye here, and there's things coming down from the eye. The word there is rem. Rem. See right there? So rem is the word for the people of Kemet. What does the word rem mean? Right, everybody? So rem is the word for people, or the people of Kemet, or the people of the Nile, the people of Smawitawi, the people of Tamaray, the people of Ma'at were called Rem. So human beings or man was called Rem. Let me take you to the writings of the indigenous people themselves. This is what is now called the History of Creation. This is from British Museum, papyrus number 10-188. It is a 16.8 foot papyri under the name of the priest Nest Menu of the time of Wahibri Pasemtek, son of Necho. And this is from 664 BC, the last of the Kemetic Par-EE to rule before the Persian invasion of 525 BC. And here it is right here. Pasemtek and Wahibri Pasemtek, story of creation found in what they call the Valley of the Kings. Anybody remember the real name of the Valley of the Kings? That's right, Tasaket Ma'at. Speaking of which, where's check on Basatut. I haven't seen him. Is Basatut okay? I haven't seen him with support last week, and I haven't seen him in the actual class at all. Shout out to Basatut Maka Ox Effect. I hope he is okay. All right, so here it is right here. Now let me take you to, so we know the word for Rem. Rem is man. My father knew. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. My father, Etefi, knew, covered up my eye. See the word Ma'ati right there? All your Kemetic teachers read the story of creation, and they keep telling you Ma'at just means order and balance. Here's the word Ma'ati means my eye. Where's the word balance and order? So here we go. Covered up my eye. After them, with bushes twice for the Hentu period. I could do a whole class on that if I haven't already. The Hentu periods. Vegetation, reptiles came from Rem, the Netter Rem. So we see the word here for the Netter is the same word for the people, and it's Rem. Where do they come from? Rem and Remeth. Rem and Remeth, which is Rem from the tears. From the tears, which is composed of two words. Rem, Remtha. This is a fire symbol. So here's Rem. So they come from the Remeth, which is tears, or which is water coming down. That's what these are here. This here are not sunbeams, rays of light. This is water coming down. This is Rem and Remeth. So created from the Rem, which is the tears, Rem, tears, from me, which is water. Okay, from me. Cried my eye, Ma'ati. Not cried my balance. Cried my Ma'ati, because the word Ma'ati is eye and examination. Came into being the Ret. So there is Ret, there is Rem, created from waters. According to the indigenous people, waters is what created mankind. So there is Nu, which is the primordial waters, Ra, the consciousness, and the sun's energy working together to create life which would eventually become man. So there's Nu, the waters. Here's Rem, there's the raw and the waters. That's the raw and the waters. And the fire and the water is right here, Remeth. The eye, which is the sun, are to envision or to see, which is also sun. And this is light, and this is water. So water and light comes together to eventually create or form what is called man. And guess what? Scientists have now discovered that life was created in the waters, but it needed what is called intermediate drying from the sun. From the sun or Ra, in order to be complete and push forth the molecular building blocks of life. What is that, Tuti? What do you mean? So here we are. Now it's intermediate drying. Whoops, going too far. Intermediate. Ooh, what's going on here? Okay, intermediate drying out can also help to drive these molecular building blocks to assemble into more complex lifelike structures. A classic experiment along these lines was published in 1982 by researchers David Deemer and Gail Barchfield, then at the University of California. Davis, their aim, lose a little bit. Okay, good. Davis, their aim was to study how lipids, another class of long-chain molecules self-organized to form the membrane that surrounds the cell. They first made vesicles, spherical blobs with a watery core surrounded by two lipid layers. Then the researchers dried the vesicles, and the lipid reorganized into a multi-layered structure like a stack of pancakes. Strands of DNA previously floating in the water became trapped between the layers. When the researchers added water again, the vesicles reformed with the DNA inside them. This was a step towards a simple cell. These wet-dry cycles are everywhere, says Deemer, who is now at the University of California, Santa Cruz. It's as simple as rainwater evaporating on wet rocks. But when they are applied to biological chemicals, such as lipids, he says, remarkable things happen. In 2008 study, Deemer and his team mixed nucleotides and lipids with water, then put them through wet-dry cycles. When the lipids form layers, the nucleotides linked up into RNA-like chains. Thus, the important link of water, life, and the creation of man, which was all within our papyrus. Thus, the consciousness started in the water first. Then man came from that. So we see the Medu word for mankind is Rem. Because the creation story explains how man actually came from the waters. The waters were first, and the consciousness was in the water first. Then, eons later, then comes man. And thus man is actually named after water. Man is named after water. Please let that sink in. The word for man, kind, is also the word for water. And how do you produce mankind? Through sexual activity caused by the dopamine attraction for the wishful want of sexuality, which is the definition of the word mer, which means love, desire, the dopamine desire to procreate, which is also the exact same word for water. Then when you procreate, when the water procreates, which is mer, it makes a likeness of the father and mother. Thus the same word for water, mer, is likeness. And what is the likeness? The likeness of that which was created from water in the first place, which is rem, because now you're creating mankind, and the word for mankind is water itself, because man came from water. Man is the child of water, according to our ancestors, and thus man is named after water, and the act of pre-thought procreation is the word mer, which is water, and the plow, which is the henu, or which is the phallus that goes into the woman to plant the seeds, is also called the mer. And then you keep procreating rem, which is more mankind, which is the manifestation of water. You're committing teacher will teach you that one day after he teaches you the Egyptians are black for 5,000 years. After that 5,000 year class, he'll get into the actual teachings and the consciousness of how the ancients actually thought. You are called water. Man is water. Man is the definition of water. Dr. Emoto said, you are essentially water. Sounds like a new age thought. Remember in the beginning of this, when I quoted Dr. Emoto, he said, you are essentially water. That sounds like new age thought. Yet our ancestors already called us water. You are. You're the mankind, and that's the same word for water. The way you procreate through mer, the word for mental procreation, or the dopamine before the procreation act, the act of love, to make love, love making, mer, then that word is also water. Water creating water, because you are the manifestation of water. Understand? Here we go. Boom. Tootsie's making it up. Wonderful. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Well, don't worry if Tootsie's making up, because the Marine Corps, the Marines, Marine Land, the Maritime States, the Marina Del Rey doesn't care if Tootsie's making it up. They just love the word Marie for some reason. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. There it is. Rem, which is water. Rem is also mankind. But wait, what does Rem mean again? Of course, Rem is what? The canal stream, the water. The same word for same definition as Meri. You see, Rem, Natiru. Rem, the stream, water. The Mer, water. Rem and Mer have the same definition. Stream, water. And Mer, to be sacred. Boom. Water. I'm not sure how many times this class has ended like 4 times. We're in this overdrive. Boom. Water. Man in ancient times before the Matrix was named after water. Thus we see again the emphasis of the importance of water, its association with consciousness and our association with water. And as the microcosm of water, consciousness, we associate procreation, which means to make something, with the term making love. This is where you get the term making love. Why would having sex be called making love? Why is that? What do you mean? I thought love was an emotion. Huh? Why would sex be called making love? I thought love was an emotion. Huh? So what action is making hate? Is love an emotion, or is love? Or they're taking the ancient concept from water, the word mer, which is water, which is the desire to have a child, which is a desire for biological imperative, which is the plow, which is to put the plow in the woman to create a baby. Thus, when the Freemasons give you it, they give you the subconscious meaning of it. They say, oh, making love. How can you make love? They say, money can't buy love. And I said, well, can you make it? How do you make love? Show me love and show me the ingredients and how you make it. Could you make it right there for me? Go ahead and make love for me. How do you do that? Because they know the word love, mer, was the desire to have the child, which is making an echo of the love. Thus the word mer means like, to make a copy of something. You're literally making love. That's literally what's happening. You're making another love. You're making another mer. Because it takes the mer, which is the urge to want to have sex, to procreate, to put the plow into the woman. And what do? You make more water and you make another likeness of yourself. And the word for likeness is mer, which is the word for love and water. So thus you're literally making another love. It's the only emotion you seem to know how to make. Huh? You can't make hate. What's the action of make jealous? Make hate. How do you make love? Because you're making another one of you through an act that is the only act that's a verb and also a noun. What is that act? Sex. Is sex a verb? Yes, because the action of sex is a verb. You're doing it. But when you fill out your job application, they ask you, what sex are you? How does that work? I thought sex was something I did when I was making love. I thought sex was an action. So how are you going to ask me what sex I am? I thought sex was something I did to become me. Something my mother and father did to become me. So how am I sex? unless you're the manifestation of that action being mer, to make another mer, the likeness of another procreated child, and thus the word mer is the word likeness, creating more water. Thus all mankind is called rem, which is the word for water. You're literally making love. You're making more water. That was the ancient concept. You don't know why it's called that today, but it's the ancient concept. Come and get the ancient concept. Support this more than you support donut. Here we go. This is better than weed, I promise. 1, 2, 3, boom. I guess you have to tell me, because I don't even know what weed looks like. Again, I think it's better than weed. I hope so. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. Boom. So there it is, making love, which is the act of procreation itself. Is named after water. See the word mer? Water, desire, wish, love. Welcome to the TEHUTI PODCLASS. That's how strong the concept of water was connected to consciousness and your entire existence. That you're actually named after it, and the act of love making or pre-desire is named after water. Here we go, which is a mental action. So yes, water holds memory of consciousness and is natural receiver to retransmit it, and holds copies of consciousness when our ancestors, and TEHUTI says this, atheists and naysayers, when TEHUTI says this, atheists and naysayers scoff when TEHUTI says water holds consciousness and can be used to see viruses whose consciousness it can be also captured, and consciousness can also be captured. Naysayers laugh at TEHUTI. Dr. Emoto got debunked. Dr. Emoto, they proved him wrong. Well, yeah, man. They laugh at TEHUTI. Okay, well, let me step away from Dr. Emoto for a second. Let me step aside. I'm going to step up. Me and Dr. Emoto are going to step aside for a moment. I'd like to introduce you to GIUSEPPE VITIELLO. Hey, Professor. Who is this, TEHUTI? That doesn't look like Dr. Emoto. Huh? Dr. Emoto was proven wrong. But what about GIUSEPPE VITIELLO? Who is this, dude? He doesn't look like Dr. Emoto. Hold on, I don't remember him. We don't have a doctor for him yet. Oh, no. Well, this is, let me introduce you. Let me introduce you to the professor. Come debate and debunk this guy. Here we go. He was a professor of quantum field theory at the Department of Physics, ERKL, of the University of Salerno, and associate researcher at the National Institute for Nuclear Physics, INFN, Naples Section, associate group of the University of Salerno. Come and debate this, brother. Come and debate him. GIUSEPPE wants to debate with you. Set it up. He carries out research in elementary particle physics. Come debate this physicist. Let's see what research he does. And in the brain, he is the author of about 160 publications. Put out a publication first, then come debate him. So here it is, 160 publications in specialized scientific journals of numerous reports and international, am I still in his accolades? This whole paragraph is his accolades, and international conference proceedings of chapters and monographic volumes. Let me take you to some research of his, some modern research. Here we go, everybody. Dr. Emoto disproven. Water can't hold the information. It can't hold it. Professor of Theoretical Physics, GIUSEPPE, that's Joseph, GIUSEPPE VITIELLO, at University of Salerno, plays a melody from a wave signal from Paris to pure water in a flask. Huh? He's playing a wave signal, not something that can be physically touched. And a wave signal from Paris to pure water in a flask. DNA building blocks and the enzyme body uses to form new DNA molecules, DNA polymerase, and placing in the same water. Normally, this enzyme must have a strand of DNA to build a specific DNA. The only program offered in this attempt is the electromagnetic signal from Paris. The DNA still starts to take shape in the test tube from an electromagnetic signal and a melody. The most important test remains. Is the DNA similar to that originally found in the virus and in the Paris laboratory. To the researchers' astonishment, the order of the base pairs in the DNA strand that is formed shows that it matches 98% of the virus's DNA. They have succeeded in recreating the virus's DNA based solely on the wave signature the virus left behind in water. Again, they played a melody, which is a wave signature of a virus from Paris. That wave signature actually created 90% of the virus's DNA based solely on the wave signature the virus left behind in water. The water captured the wave signature enough to create 90% of the virus's DNA. This is what water does. Huh? Set up a debate. The new view of medicine. Oh no, what? Here we go. The new view of medicine. Montagnier believes that the new knowledge about water will change medicine completely. Both viruses, bacteria, and human cells emit electromagnetic waves. It opens up a new method for finding bacteria and viruses that are otherwise difficult to detect. The only thing needed is to detect their electromagnetic signals in blood or other body fluids, he says. The knowledge can also be used for healing. All molecules in the body have their own wave signature. We can amplify signals from enzymes and other molecules we need more of and add these to the body. These signals can be transformed into digital signals and sent wherever they are needed in the world. This is how we can cure many diseases in the future, says Luc Montagnier. How can water remember? It is not a good enough explanation for water's quote-unquote memory that it is a medium for electromagnetic waves. We already know that waves travel through water. The question is whether these waves stay in the water and leave long-lasting memories. Within materials technology, many hypotheses have emerged that water can act as a computer or memory bank. Advanced computer models and animations have been prepared. The basis is structured water. That water does not only have the crystalline qualities in frozen form, this is what Dr. Emoto did, increased understanding of structured water makes the image of the water as the universe's biggest computer. More likely, water is the universe's biggest computer. Stores information and acts like a computer memory bank. Water stores information, even from sound signature frequencies, to recreate 98% DNA strands from sound frequency. And water remembers and is like a memory computer. Boom. Water recreating DNA wave signatures through sound. Modern day science catching up to the Netzer's wisdom that we knew thousands of years before the Matrix. Water capturing the molecular wave signature on the physical frequency and the wave signature of consciousness, and now is being used to heal and detect bacteria and illness for medication. You might as well call it medication. For medication, water makes signature copies of consciousness and wave signatures. And what I have taught you that the ancient what have I taught you is the ancient name for water again? Mer. And what does mer mean? Mer means water, and also means copies, likeness. That's mer. Mer is water, and it's also something that makes copies or likeness. That's the definition of mer. Boom, water equals copy. And as we can see, the water forms perfect symmetry when receiving the conscious signature of thank you. Here's what we have: the conscious signature of thank you, which is just a thought wave, goes into the water and helps reshape the molecule, according to Dr. Emoto's study. According to GIUSEPPE's study, the wave signature of a sound can recreate a DNA strand and be held in the memory of the water. Let's make another copy of it because it was played all the way from Paris. And let me ask the class, what is the reflective word of thank you? You see the lady here? What is the reflective word of thank you, everybody? What is the reflective word of thank you? Somebody says thank you. What is the reciprocity word if somebody says thank you? What do you say? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is the reflective reciprocal word of thank you? And watch what happens here. Ready, everybody? What is the word? There it is. Amunet said, you're welcome. You're welcome. Nini up. When somebody says thank you, though, you're put up because Nini up. When somebody says thank you, what do people say? Of course, if you're my student, the person will say Tua and Nini up. But what does your mom say? What does your sister say? What is your friend? What does Tyrone Williams say when somebody says thank you? What is the response? You got it right. You're welcome. Bing, 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 bing. All right. Where are the people watching? There must be a lag. I know 40 people watching have said the word you're welcome. Here he is. Welcome. Welcome, right? Welcome. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. You're welcome. Absolutely. Ding, 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 ding. That is a universal response. All across anybody speaking English, when somebody says thank you, the reciprocity word is, you all got it right. What is the reciprocity word of thank you? The natural response, the most common response is yes, welcome. Why is that, everybody? Why is welcome the response to thank you? And why are they followed by these hand gestures sometimes? You're welcome. And when you look up you're welcome, with trying to teach you're welcome to somebody of a different language, they show you with a hand gesture with your hand out. You see that? Welcome. Thank you. The response is you're welcome. What does welcome mean? What is that? Why say that? Yes, notice she has her hand out. Notice she has her hands out because you're welcome is a frequency of acceptance. To allow one into your reflection of appreciation frequency of thank you. So welcome is an acceptance of allowance. That's why somebody says welcome, they're accepting what you're giving them. In other words, the word thank you and you're welcome are in actuality the same word. This is why when somebody gives you something, you say thank you. And when you enter the Chinese store on the corner, or the store on the corner, the little sign goes off, welcome, welcome, welcome. That little sign that goes off when you open the door, welcome. It's always a Chinese lady for some strange reason. Welcome, welcome. Why is the same word for walking into a store the same word as the response when somebody gives you a gift? When you give somebody a gift, giving somebody a gift and you walking into a store are supposed to be two completely different actions. Giving somebody a gift, they say welcome. You walk into a store, welcome. Why is that word being used? And why is it associated with outstretched arms? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Boom. That's the reflection of imbuement. Well, only my students will know the answer to this question because I resurrected life back into this frequency of the special word almost 20 years ago. Everybody, now you can say Anuk Panuk, How do you say you're welcome in Medunetter? Now all my students can type it into Medu. This is what everybody's waiting for, right? So we know the average person says you're welcome. How do you say you're welcome in Medunetter? Only my students will know this. As a matter of fact, let me ask the class. Let me ask the entire viewing audience. There's 41 people watching. If you have a Kemetic teacher, if you've learned some Medunetter, you think one of the first things you learn would be, you know, hello, goodbye, thank you, welcome, the basic conversation pieces of appreciation. So type in the room, what did your Medunetter teacher, what did your Kemetic teacher, and what were you, and all the 50 years of learning the Egyptians are black, how do you say a word of reciprocity? How do you say something nice? You know how to argue, the Egyptians are black, Bible is wrong, you know how to fight and argue, the Bible is wrong. Egyptians are black, Bible is wrong, you're wrong, Christianity was copied, it's a lie, it's a lie, that's a lie. Okay, calm that energy down. And just what is the word for being appreciative? Somebody giving you a gift. How about the positive poems? Forget the arguments and Egyptians are black, Egyptians are Arab, Mediterranean, the Bible's wrong. This is so move the ha. Move that to the side, calm down, and just tell us what your teacher taught you that you should say to somebody when you receive something nice. Talk about something nice. Let's not fight about the Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen, a ruse copied from Jesus, you all are wrong, it has contradictions. Let's talk about some nice frequency, like just what do you say when you've received a gift? How about that? Did your teacher teach you? 43 people watching, please type in the answer. Let me see what everybody learned after they learned the Egyptians are black. Your teacher taught you for 10 years arguing about the Egyptians are black, but didn't teach you how black people receive something good. It was more important to learn that, and that's the psyops. It's more important just to learn about the skin color because it doesn't follow any action. How about the action of your welcome and thank you? How about those actions, the positive things of giving somebody a gift? And you know the word Kemet though, don't you? You seem to know that. It seems that everybody in black consciousness seems to know that Medunetter word. Why do you know that word? That's an interesting word. You know the word Kemet. Kemet. You know a word, but TEHUTI didn't even know. No word, the word Kemet, but you don't know the word for somebody. If your mother or loved one gives you a gift, you don't know that word, but you know the words to fight in an argument. Kemet. Kem means black. Kem. But you don't know you're welcome? Whoa, 44 people. I'm waiting to see. No one for the 44 people know the word for you're welcome? Oh man, welcome to the House of a 10. We're changing your frequency from the fight to the actual loving energy. What do you have after you're done the fight? If you're on an island with a bunch of people, or together with a bunch of people trying to unite them, how do you teach them the truth? And absolutely the word is Nini Uk. I brought that word back into life about 20 years ago. 20 years ago? I think it was 20 years ago. I taught my family, around 20 years ago, I taught my family to say Nini Uk. Say Nini Uk. Nini Uk. And now we have several people across the world now saying Nini Uk. Nini Uk. There's a science behind the Nini Uk. Are you ready for the science? Let's get into it, everybody. Why did I teach the world that word? Why that word? Of all the words, why that word? Why did I want that word echoed throughout the masses? Here we go, everybody. I'll teach you why that word. Why that word? So the word for welcome in Medunetter is Nini Uk. Yes. Nini Uk. Nini Uk. Now let me show you the symbols that compose the oldest symbolic word for your welcome on this planet. Here's the oldest symbolic words for your welcome on this planet Earth. Here it is. There it is. Welcome. To do homage. To greet. Welcome. Notice the hands out. Welcome. To welcome. Notice the arms out. Notice the arms out. There's arms out, but there's some other symbol there. So here's where you get the arms out, and I'm going to take you to page 124 of the Perm Haru. So boom. The dualistic waters of noon. Do you see it, everybody? Welcome is the Nin, 2 waters of noon. Do you see it? Nini. Here it is. Pesmut uk or Pesmut ka. The back of thy mother, O crowned as Suta Nitiru, king of the Nitiru. Makest Nut, homage. And again, when the god Kent, Menut, F, has transported the king to heaven, the god Seb, who rejoins to meet him, is said to give him both hands and welcome. The 2 arms in welcome is the Meruneta word, which has 2 water symbols. Everybody see the 2 water symbols? That's what he's holding. That's what she's holding. Look close again to the word that I brought you 20 years ago. You see the word Nini? It's the welcoming arms, but he's holding water. The person is holding water in both arms. Those squiggly symbols are 2 water symbols. So the word is Nini simply because 1 water symbol is on one arm, 1 water symbol is on other arm. But the reason why the word is Nini is because the word for your welcome is water. The word for your welcome and accepting something into you are 2 water symbols. And because the water symbols form the letter N, you pronounce it as Nini or Nunu. You pronounce it as Nunu, Nini, Nana, Nunu, any of those things, because it is dualistic water symbols. Dualistic water symbols equal you're welcome. That's how deep the meta is, which is the same as thank you. You're welcome and thank you are the same things. When you say thank you to somebody, you are receiving what they're giving you. Thank you, you're taking it in. Thank you so much. This means a lot to me. When you say welcome, you're receiving what someone is giving you. You're welcome. You're receiving it. 2 arms open with water. So thank you and welcome are the same words. And one of them are done with water. The other one is the symbol that's added to the word rem to make mankind. The word for mankind is rem, which is water. Water the same as thank you, nene. The other symbol is the thet that created the word tua. Why tua is a 5-pointed star? Because it comes from te, which is the flame of fire. So when you add the flame of fire, which is ta, that created the word tua, because tua is the word that means thank you, tua, and you add it to the water, which is welcome, it equals what mankind is, the manifestation of reciprocity. The manifestation of back and forth. Thank you, welcome, they're both the same within you. Thank you, welcome, you're both receiving water and the fire. And thus thank you, tua, ta, is fire. It comes from the word ta, which is fire. Water is rem. And when you put the rem in front of ta, it's remet. And that is the word for mankind, coming from the water. Huh? If you are getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Here, everybody ready? We're still on the first question. We're not even on the Nebuchadnezzar yet. Here we are. And thus the consciousness is received through the water, and Nu as seen through the water crystals, and you as a microcosm in Ma'at would write the word welcome with 2 arms out holding 2 water symbols. Yes, your welcome and thank you are the same. The cycle of reciprocity of you receiving something that benefits you and you giving something because it benefits you because you gave something. And you subconsciously still echo this today. Yes, we knew water was a receiver of love, thank you, welcome, consciousness. And how do you still do this today? Ready, everybody? And just to emphasize, ooh, this class, boy. Just to emphasize how influential the Kemetic knowledge was across the world, and how the Freemasons, the engineers of the Matrix, keeps this in your subconscious. Did you ever wonder where the word welcome came from? So you will find out the link for the first time today, June 28th, Saturday, June 28th, 2025, at the TEHUTI PODCLASS. I just taught you that welcome are two water symbols on open arms. And water is the word for the creation, the sexual creation, MERI, which is the thought of the dopamine wanting to have sex to make a likeness. And the word for likeness is the same word for water, which is mer. And the likeness you create is mankind. And the word for mankind is rem. And it's also remet. And that's because you add the fire to the water. The word for fire is ta, which makes the word tua, which is thank you, and water. Thus, water is the word for thank you and you're welcome at the same time. Now you're going to find out how they move this consciousness into today's consciousness in the word welcome. Ready, everybody? Where did the word welcome actually come from? In English. They're going to tell you. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Woo! It's going white. Move a little bit over, a little bit over, a little bit over. Where did the word welcome come from? Ready, everybody? Oh, my. So remember, the word for welcome thousands of years before the Matrix was associated with water and the reception of water frequency of thankfulness, and the reciprocity is echoed through water, and love is the word mer, which is water also, which means to wish. Here is where they got the word marine from mer, MERI, body of water, mer, water, mer, which is also what? To wish or to desire, which is a conscious act of dopamine. So today, in the Matrix, to show you the major influence of all that I have just taught, where is the English word welcome? Where did it come from? Where did the English word welcome come from? Uh-oh. Welcome. Where does it come from? From well. Spring water. Huh? TEHUTI made it up because I wrote the dictionary. Here it is. Welcome. First element has been assimilated to well. Well, will, and well. You click on well for welcome. We know come means to draw something towards you, which is the same word for love, desire. Well is to spring, rise, gush, issues forth water from the earth. Huh? Huh? They knew that. They knew that. So they created a word from NINI which was two waters, which was welcome, and they created the word welcome from the word to come, to invite, and they added the word well to it, which is spring gushing forth water, because the word for inviting something into you after somebody said thank you was two waters with open arms. So they just gave you the word welcome. Here they are using your concepts in your words to the netter that nobody believes in. Here we go, boom, boom, nobody but my students. Here we go, boom, boom, and boom. Here we go, welcome from spring, rise, gush, issue forth, spring, rise, gush, issue forth as water from the earth. There's your word welcome. Where you know where the word come is. Come is to invite something into you or to walk towards, pulling something towards you, because that is also a palindrome word. You see that? This thank you and you welcome, they're the same word, because welcome is made from a palindrome word. If you take the word well out of it, which is the water, what do you have the word come? What does that mean? Does that mean to move forward or something coming towards you? It's both. When you're moving towards something, like giving the gift, you're telling somebody, I'm coming over. Yo, where's Harry at? I'll be there. I'm coming. I'm on my way. I'm coming. That means you're going towards a thing. But when you tell somebody, come, you're pulling them towards you. So the word C-O-M-E in welcome is going in both directions. I'm coming, or come here, both directions. And the well is the water. Tua, Nini, Uk are both directions, are the same words. Thank you and welcome are the same thing. One is being grateful that you're receiving something, and one is receiving something. Welcome, like you're received into the store. Welcome, welcome to my happy home. Here we go, everybody. Hope you all appreciate this while I can still do this. There we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Water, welcome water. From Nini Uk, welcome water. Huh? TEHUTI made it up 35,000 years ago. Boom, welcome is from water. Well, now you know why for the first time in your life. Oh, by the way, what are wells known today for? People gather around wells today, don't they? Class, what do people gather around wells for? We know wells are water. What do they gather around the wells for today? It's the only body of water people gather around for this reason. People go to the beach. People go to the river to go fishing. People go to the ocean, look at the beautiful horizon and the sunset. But there's one body of water, which is the root word of welcome, and people gather around that for one reason. What's that, everybody? Huh? Dark Soul says deep. To make a wish. No way. To make a wish? Around a well? Wish? That's the word for MERI, right? The word MERI in Meta that means water. It also means to make a wish. Oh man. My favorite teachers are, here we are, boom, welcome is from water. Well, now that you know that, for the first time in your life, oh, by the way, what are wells known for today? People gather around it. What are they known for, everybody? Ding, 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 ding. Making wishes, which is the definition of the word MERI, which is to make a wish. MERI, which is also water. Tua and welcome. Welcome from the word water. Associating water, well, with wishes, desire, which equals MERI, all the way down to the thank you, reciprocity for the frequency of water, because you can't make a wish over the well until you do what? Do you just go to the well and make a wish? Is that what you do? What's the ritual? There's a ritual to this. Huh? I just built up to you the ancient concept that thank you and you're welcome is a two-way street that means the same thing. It's a form of reciprocity and the receiving of reciprocity, and both of them are being happy that you received the reciprocity. Thank you for giving me that. And the other person is saying, welcome. You're welcome. Come, inviting, accepting the thank you. Now you go to a well to make a wish, but you can't make a wish until you do what? There's a ritual to it, everybody, that nobody asked about. Everybody did it. Nobody asked about it, huh? Nobody said, we're living in the past. Come on, this is 2025. Most of us did this. What do you got to do? That's right, Dark Soul. You got to make an offering. That's right, Upeshahati's back. Upeshahati's back. Give a gift. That's right, Upeshahati. That's right, you got to drop a coin. That's right. Huh? Imprinting this class in my mouth. Mal's in the class too. The well from welcome, they tell you. Now, well to make a wish, desire, which is water. The word for Nini, which is welcome, are two hands holding water. Now you go to a well and you make a wish, which is the Meta word MERI, which also means water, but you can't make a wish until you give it reciprocity. Isn't that thank you, welcome? You're paying the well. You're giving the well money. and then the well grants you a wish. That's thank you, welcome ritual of reciprocity that they had you doing from the Kemetic term Nini and Mer. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I'm trying to do the other answer. I'm trying. We'll see what the reciprocity is on this. That's right, everybody. Woo! Woo-wee! There you go. Boom, there you are. There you go. Boom. There's Harry Potter or whoever that is throwing the coins in the water to make a wish. That ritual. You have to give it reciprocity. Why? Where does that come from? Why do you have to give water coins to make a wish? Give it reciprocity. And thank you, you're welcome. That's the thank you, you're welcome ritual demonstrated all off of the Kemetic MAAT teachings of water MERI. Wish, welcome, equals well, water. Nini equals water. And Nini equals welcome. All in one word. Welcome. You have used and heard almost every day of your life, as long as with the associating with the wishing well. Everybody in the PODCLASS has heard about the wishing well. And everybody in this PODCLASS and the reviewer said welcome. And I've had no idea why there's a wishing well. What is water throwing coins to do with a wish? And why do you say welcome? Welcome to June 28, 2025 PODCLASS. If your Kemetic teacher is teaching this, put the link in the room. If not, please show reciprocity. The water of the Nile River represented the smooth path. This should have been a part 1 and 2. I can't believe this. Honestly, I'm still teaching? Okay, let's go. You told me to keep going. The water of the Nile River represented the smooth path of consciousness in the afterlife, which was compared to the shape of a winding water snake, as found in the original writings of the Unas Neferoset today that they told you is called the pyramid text. It's really called the Unas Neferoset. Remember that from the TEHUTI PODCLASS. As we see in line 359A and 359B. 359A, what does it say? The Min Canal is open. The marshes of reeds, was the marshes of reeds along the Nile, is filled with what? Water. The winding water course is inundated. So the Nile River was associated with the winding water course. That was the shape of the snake. Right, everybody? Has anyone ever shown you the Nile water from above the earth? Let's take a close look. Huh? What does the Nile look like from above? The winding snake. You see that? The winding snake. Yes, the winding serpent. This was the water serpent, Nehebka, or Nehebka, the serpent that represented the uniting of the Ka, as we can see the symbolic name. What does Nehebka mean? Nehebka is the winding water serpent. Here we go. What does it mean? What does Nehebka mean? Anybody know? What is Nehebka? Nehebka is the Nile River snake. But what does it mean? Why do they call it that? Because it comes from Neheb cow, from Neheb, which is to join and have power over the cow, which is multiple bioenergetic template. That's Ka pluralized. The Ka, it doubles, which echoes spirit consciousness into multiple Bas, making copies, like water, making copies of consciousness, just as the definition of water. So when you have an out-of-body experience, you're making echoes. The ancient ancestors knew this, so thus to walk out of the body was called satut, which was to walk in the Purim Haru. And the word satut means what? To make a copy of something, to make a copy, an image. That's the word for walking out of the body, because when you have an out-of-body experience, it would look like this if you were to see it. It's the bioenergetic template creating multiple pure energetic projectable doubles, echoing one to the next, to the next, to the next, and there is a connection in between them all which they call today the silver cord. See, the word copy is the same word for walking out of the body, making copies of itself. The same word for water, mer. The ka is what feeds the echoed ba, or the bas, multiple bas, that's why it's plural. So neheb ka, go back to neheb ka, sorry. So neheb ka, the word neheb means to join. It's to join the kas. That's what neheb ka means. Neheb, from the word to join, and then there's kas, multiple kas, because the word ka itself means double. That's the body that comes out of the body, and when the ka comes out of the body, it's associated with the flying bird that's called a ba or a bak. So there's the joining bas, the joining kas, ka after ka after ka, or ba after ba after ba. The ka is what feeds the echoed ba, or the bas, which when connects to each other looks like a serpent. That's what they call the silver cord. That's the joining of the connecting. Oh man. Is this being taught somewhere else? I need to know. The ka is what feeds off the echoed ba, which is connects each to each other, and it looks like a serpent, the connective energy. That's thus neheb ka, or neheb kao, which is the joining of the kas, is the now marsh water serpent, was associated with feast, or energy, feeding, because the ka is another word for food, by the way, because the ka is what actually feeds the pure energetic projectable doubles. It is the source, feeding it energy, because the ka lives off of energy forms doubles. For the Ba's resurrection, thus the standing neheb kao in the Unas Nefer Aset pyramid text 346, 1933b, and 1934a. Here's the neheb kao, because now you're resurrecting as the serpent, so it shows the serpent standing up now. You see? And here is the pyramid text, or the Unas Nefer Aset 1933b, and the imperishable stars come to thee. 346. Unas will be summoned by Re. It will be given something to eat by neheb kao. That's the feeder, feeding off of the energy. And so, behold, he has seized thy hand. Neheb kao, feast at the marshes of the reeds. Neheb kao, feast. So neheb kao is the serpent, and the serpent is associated with the marsh of reeds. That's the marshes by the Nile, because the Nile Valley River is in the shape of the serpent. When the Kemetians went by the river, they knew that, and they also saw the water serpent, which was a palindrome, because the water serpent that it comes from the Nile Valley represented life, but it also was venomous. It could hurt you. Just like the cobra represents life, but it can also kill you. The Kemetic Nile water serpent is a venomous snake that also represents life. And here's neheb kao, the Nile water serpent, standing and rising. Neheb kao. Remember earlier in class, I taught you about the REM, tears, and how man is the manifestation of water consciousness. This was also associated with the Nile water serpent receiving its water from the rain. As you come forth as a being of water, and now, as I taught you, water was what brought you into existence in the first place through intermittent creation, intermittent wet and dry cycles. Now that you are the conscious embodiment of that understanding of water, combined with the imbuement of neheb kao, the water Nile Valley water serpent, the water serpent of sound utterance, you now utter things into existence. Because water is what brought things into existence, so now you, as the manifestation of that, bring things into existence with your voice as a manifestation of neheb kao. Thus it says in the pyramid text 1146, Unas, the pouring down of rain. Remember the Rem, the pouring down of rainwater? He came forth as coming into being of water, as the coming into being of water. For he is neheb kao, the serpent with many coils. That's the being of water, the water serpent. Is the scribe of the divine book, Now what powers do you have? Who says what is and causes to exist what is not. Huh? Now you have the power of creation, just as water. Now you are the manifestation of that as NEHEB cow, the water serpent. Now in that realm, you have the power to bring things into existence through sound energy, through sound. To bring, you say what is and that which exists, and then you say what is not and causes it to exist or not to exist. You are now a manifestation of the creator, of the Nitiru. You are now a NEHEB cow. You are the water serpent, because the water serpent with the many coils represents the Nile Valley with the coiled movements on the boat. We haven't even gotten to that yet. I'm jumping ahead. This class here, man. Oh man. Oh. Support the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Cash App TT Moon. If you this much as you bought donuts, just even as much as how many Big Macs and Whoppers have you supported? Here we go. Oh my gosh, here we go. Pouring down of the rain, there's the Rem that created man, and also the water that comes down that creates the intermittent wet and dry. It creates things. Now you come forth as a being of water, because that is NEHEB cow with the many coils, and now you are the scribe of the divine book, who says what is and causes to exist what's not. You are now the netter that brings things into existence, just as water did brought you into existence. Boom. The multiple coils of NEHEB cow, the now water serpent, which you know now is your resurrected consciousness, flowing as a boat down the Nile. Wow, man. Flowing as a boat down the Nile on its conscious journey, has multiple coils over the shrine of 10, which equals MET. Go back to my 10 class. Consciousness. Refer to my last classes on 10 equaling MET, which the word MET is to reproduce. So here we go. NEHEB cow, the water serpent, is now on the boat with you while you are on the waters, symbolic of the consciousness moving. So NEHEB cow, the now water snake, represents the bioenergetic template, echoing out as many copies of pure energetic projectable doubles called the Ba, as the journey down their winding path as smooth as the boat travels down the Nile, which looks like a water serpent itself. Let me blow this up. And because the others who you call Kemetic conscious teachers are actually atheists who truly do not believe in the writings of the indigenous people. So now they just keep you on the surface level that the Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen. The Kemet MAAT teachings of the Kemet water Nile serpent and its conscious immortal imbuing is taught to you for the first time in history since the Netter by your SABA TEHUTI, June 28, 2025. If there's another teacher teaching about NEHEB cow, the Kemetic water serpent, the water poisonous snake that also represents life, put the link in the room. That associates with water, Mer, and the creation of life, who is here to actually represent and teach you the words of the Nitiru. So because the others who you call Kemetic teachers are actually atheists who truly do not believe in any of this in the writings of the indigenous people, they just keep it on the surface level. The Egyptians are black, the Bible is stolen. Egyptians are black. The Kemet Ma'at teachings of the Kemet water Nile serpent as conscious immortal imbuing is taught to you for the first time in history since the Netter by your Saba TEHUTI, June 28th, 2025, who is here to actually represent and teach you the words of the Nitiru. And here's the actual picture from Kemet. If you want to see this, it doesn't get much bigger, unfortunately. So this image right here, this is an image in the Nile Valley, the Nile River. This is the Kemetic Nile River water snake that they saw. It was called NEHEB cow, also called Aha, but that's another class. So also called Aha, the venomous snake that actually lived underwater in the Nile, which also represented life. And there's the actual picture of the actual snake that the ancients would have seen, called NEHEB cow, that they used, that was a dangerous symbol that they used to represent life. Whew. Oh my God. Now remember, earlier in class, I showed you the studies of the professor of quantum field theory of the Department of Physics, E.R. Canelio of the University of Salerno, and associate researcher of the National Institute for Nuclear Physics, Professor Giuseppe Vittiello, and water having memory to recreate DNA wave signatures through sound. Remember him? Remember? How can water remember? They use sound to recreate. Everybody remembers that. I don't even have to read that again. Everybody remembers this, right? And water is the universe's biggest computer memory storage bank. Here we go, everybody. There's NEHEB cow, the actual venomous serpent from the Nile. Oh wow! How am I gonna? I'm trying to do 2 questions. Here we go. Boom. The most ancient word on the planet for remember and man and mind. So what's the most ancient word for remember and mind? That's consciousness. Taught that had a spiritual meaning was meow. Remember, I told you meow was in the class. Meow, specifically for the thought examination of Ma'at, to decipher good from evil, which is what made you a netter, the conscious thought to decipher good from evil. Thus, the ancient image was the cat that represented Ra, light of cutting the head off of a pep, which was evil, Isfet. This most ancient word for thought process was meow. The noise that they tell you that a cat makes, that I taught you years ago, a cat doesn't make that, because you need lips to say the word M, say the letter M. Cats don't say meow. You just think they do. Meow was the cat, God, Ra, which means to think, ponder. That's consciousness. And Ma'at is to examine. That's why examine every matter that you may understand it. Be gentle and patient, that your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity that instruction succeeds. Do not say, I am learned. Set yourself apart to become wise. Do not do a thing that you have not first examined. Examining makes your good fortune. Because examining was the word for mat that you did with your meow, your consciousness. That's why the word mat is to examine something, not balance. Mat, to examine. Vision, sight. Woo. And guess what? The other word for water was, to us, 3,000 years before the Matrix. What was the other word for water? Are you ready? He begot, he gave birth to himself, the king of the earth, prince of the underworld, president of the mountains of Orkurt, coming forth from water. The word for consciousness, meow, to think, to ponder on something, and the memory, which is what they say water is, was what Giuseppe proved that water was the largest memory bank. The Netter knew that. The 3000 BC, the word for memory, meow, was the same word for water. The word for water and the word for memory is the same thing, meow. The mind's consciousness and memory was the same word for water. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, donuts, Mickey D's, Thanksgiving, or if you have learned, or if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of the subject matter Please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation called Memory of MERI, or Kemet Influences the World, or You Are Welcome, or any creative title you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, Hotep. I am done. Support the TEHUTI PODCLASS, and please give your reciprocity for what you just witnessed. I hope everybody appreciates this. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Please support. Three hours. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to check the chat to see what the people thought of the chat. Look at the numbers dropping. Look at everybody running. Please support what you just saw if you appreciate this. There's 50 people watching. It just dropped to 39. There's the stream link for the people to jump in. I'm going to check the chat to see what people thought, and then check the PayPals and Cash App to see who truly appreciates this. All right, everybody, jump in the room. I'm going to check the Cash Apps and PayPals right now. Let me reset the page and see who actually appreciated this, because I don't know what else to do, man. I don't know what else I got. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. We got somebody jumped in the room. Amun and Amonette. Let's see who appreciated this class. What did the class think? 45 people watching. One person liked it. To SABA, you all did your last class. Each week is to pass your past self. Okay, you better appreciate the class. Tanya says, you was wonderful, SABA. Appreciate you. All right, wonderful. Sure it'll come in more. Maybe I'm on a lag. All right, there's Amun and Amonette. There's your water class. I need some water.
What's up, Great SABA, for another beautiful, excellent class. I love the entire class. There's too much to say.
I'm listening. I'm going to come off the screen, but I'm here listening. It's going to come off the screen for 1 minute.
There's so many different things in this class that I love that you went over. So many different jewels you dropped. I'll point out these parts though. I love that you went over Neb Kau. I didn't know any of that. And I love the outer body. I love Ka. It's in my Ren, my name. So to all very much for going over that. I really love that part and how that was connected back to water, and it really applies to things that I'm practicing in my life right now. So to all very much for that. To all for going over Mau and putting Mau in there, and also that connecting to water as well, and then connecting all that back to what you previously taught with Mer. I always see that part in the Perm Haru. I'm happy that you went over that part. To all for going over love and it being desire, and you saying how if you love somebody, what's your goal with them? It did make me realize everyone says I love you, and they just say it. They just say it. So to all for that made me think deep. The entire class was beautiful. I don't want to take up too much time, but to all for all the work you put into this class, all the time you put into this class. I know it must have taken an extremely long time to put this all together, and I'm happy that you're able to put that together. I hope you get the support you deserve. And to us so much, Great SABA, to us to the Netaru, and to for you and your abilities.
Nini Uk. Glad you appreciate it. And yeah, I started this class, and I started putting this together. It's true. No. A lot of it was new, but I think a lot of the notes came from like 2008 when I started. What were you doing in 2008? Don't say you're in the nets or Kurt. I was in the nets or Kurt. Moon is always in the nets or Kurt. All right, so yeah, 2008. The majority of it was put together, and the question was sent. And the question is sent, then I have to put everything together. That's what takes so long to make it a story and pretty. All right, let's check out the support. Oh, Amina, you can give a couple comments. You like your water class?
Yes, I love it very much. Thank you so much for everything for this 3-hour class. This is extremely extensive and has so much detail, and I really appreciate all of your hard work through all that you're going through and for being so disciplined and dedicated. So thank you so much to you.
Nini Ook. All right. Let's go over some of the. Let's go to support. Let's see who appreciated this class. We got I don't want to do the meta ones yet. I want to see the appreciation for the class. Who appreciated this class? Here we go. Robert Williams. Woo wee, man. Okay, here we go. We got Robert Williams coming up. My computer's frozen a moment. Hold on. Okay. June 28th podcast. Robert Williams coming up. I'm losing my voice, but I still have a whole nother class to teach. Here we go. I want to see. Let's see what the appreciation is for this. Jump up on the panel, everyone. Those who saw it, those who appreciate it. Who asked this question? JHUTY, right? This is your question. Do that for me, Amina, please.
$20.72 for support to the PODCLASS. I will rewind with arm emoji and MERI.
Very creative. Give us some big noise, please.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
All right, wonderful. All right, next up, who else appreciated this class? 50 people watching. Mary Kemet. $50 people watching. Let me see. I see 6 supports. Yeah. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Support the PODCLASS, everybody. We appreciate what you saw. I don't even have energy to even ask for support. Support if you are honest, if you appreciate what you saw. About a 3-hour class, and I have to ask for support. Where are the monster donators? Where's everybody? Here we go. We got, okay, Mary Kemet, read that for me. Amunet, please.
$11 for the glass of pure water.
Thank you, Mary Kemet. I appreciate that. If you're in the audience listening, appreciate that. Thank you. We got well, Aaron Lowe with questions. Where's the support for this class? Let me refresh the page. Maybe my Gmail must be locked or frozen or something. Nookpoo? I don't know if this is a Nookpoo. Nookpoo sends so many supports. I don't know what is for what, but oh, this one is for this class. Okay, all right, got Nukpu. Okay, Nukpu. Then read that Amuna, please.
999 for Hotep, Saba, MERI, with shooting star, Medu Nefer, Tua, Netert, Aset, MERI, MAAT.
Thank you, Nukpu. Appreciate you. I'm sure he'll be sending more. Thank you, Nukpu. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Amun and Amunet are on the screen. Sending in. Here we go. Monster supporters, step up, please. Amun and Amunet. And a little bit of tax money. Support. Here we go. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet.
$45 for were MERI to become NEHEB Kau to be Neter Mau with a lion, a snake, and a star. And that can also be said as we're desiring to become NEHEB Kau to be Neter consciousness.
Wait, what? What happened? Say that last part.
We're desiring to become NEHEB Kau to be Neter consciousness.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, give yourself some big noise. Pata is here late night. Must not be any work tomorrow. How you doing, Pata?
Hotep, Great Saba, Uncle Justin Neb. No, you know, Sundays are the House of ATTON, but I had to reschedule some things with a TEF, so I'll be presenting tomorrow. So that's why it's a little different this week. But yeah, Hotep, Great Saba, Tua.
Nini up. Nini up. Yeah, that class I put my all. That took everything almost. That took a lot. Of course, I have enough to make a part 2 of that same class, but that one, anybody seeing that class, oh my goodness. The word for memory is the word for water. Ask your Kemetic teacher, why is that? All right, well, we didn't give some big noise. Big noise to Amun and Amunet. I want you to give them some big noise, please.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
What audience is that? Who did that in real life? Is that for Prince? That must have been for Prince. Look, Michael Jackson came out. Who gets that? Oh my goodness! I never heard an audience like that in my life. Mick Jagger must have walked through the mall. All right. Some old classic, some Bruce Springsteen showed up at the school. I don't know what that was. Crazy. All right, great. That's a very excited hand clap. That was oh man, that was great. Okay, thank you, Amuna, for that. I appreciate that. I don't see much. I mean, where's it? My Gmail has been unblocked or something. Here's Robert Williams. Okay, Okay, Robert E. Williams' computer's moving a little slow. It's pulling up though. Oh man, is Bryant still around? They're still in the Nebuchadnezzar to go, but I want to see what people thought of this class. 3 hours. Okay, we got Robert E. Williams with his second support. Amu, can you read that first, please?
Yes, I can. $20.72 for what a waterful class. E40 don't stand on this with a wave emoji.
Somebody, before you give noise, somebody explain that to me. What is E40? E40 don't stand on this. Somebody, what is that? E40, is that water, like H2O? Or E40 a rapper or something? Anybody know?
Only E40 I know is the rapper. I don't know what the reference is to water though.
Okay. All right, give him some big noise. I'm going to come off the screen. Give him some big noise, please.
You see, that's how it's done.
Hotep Marie, everyone, till the great Saba TEHUTI comes back on the screen. Continue to show your support. The links are pinned to the top of the chat. The links are in the bio. If you received any one particular thing from this pod class, send in your support for it. Hotep, great Saba.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate that. Oh, is Lisa back? I see you, Pata. I see you, Pata. Lisa has returned. There you are, Lisa. Put out a what do they call it? An APB SOS. I was like, where's Lisa? Where's Lisa and Slash Wallace? What happened to them? I mean, Boots is usually typing up the whole class. Lisa is back. Okay, Lisa, peace and love. Okay, this is from Lisa. Hey, Pata, have you heard from oh, is Pata gone?
I'm here.
Oh. Pata, have you heard or seen from Basafit? You heard or seen from Basafit lately?
Yes, I actually messaged him 3 days ago, and he responded. He said he's doing all right. So he is okay. Okay, great. Shout out to Basafit, my thoughts effect. All right, go ahead and read that first, Amonette.
$20 from Sash Wallace, Tua, Great Saba, Mary.
All right, give them. It's both of them. It says Sash Wallace. Oh, from Sash. Oh, it's just from Sash Wallace? Wait. With Lisa. From Sash Wallace. Okay. Maybe they're sending individually. Tua to Sash Wallace is back. Boots. Give some big noise, please. All right, everybody. Where are the great supporters? There's the top. For those who are just Big Blunt. Big Blunt. What is your other name, brother? You've been around for a while, but I don't remember what your what is your Cash App or PayPal name or other name? Kind of connect you with. I know the name Big Blunt, but I don't. There's another name, right? Okay. Shout out to Big Blunt. This is Big Blunt 1. And shout out to Big Blunt 1 Hotep. For those who just stepped in, We just did the class on conscious water in the Kemet writings. Did Kemet bring the science teachings of consciousness before the great Dr. Emoto to TEHUTI? That's just a bonus that I may have played. But not right now. The Kemet water snake of immortality, NEHEB cow. And then we also have the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles coming up. Proof that Israelites existed. All right, everybody. Let me ask everybody a question. Hey, Robert Williams or anybody. One moment, hold on. Something's in my nose. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Ooh. All right. On the screen. Hey, Robert Williams, anybody? Ron Ali. Okay. I'll look for that. I don't. Okay. There's always Big Blunt one. Okay, Ron Ali. I'll look out for that name in the Cash App or PayPal. I don't. Well, there was another name, another one. But anyways, I'll shout out to Big Blunt. Okay. One, I need a bigger brain. I need a bigger brain. Okay. Shout out to everybody. I'm gonna put the link in the room one more time. I'm trying to put the link in the room. Strange. Okay. I'm gonna put the link in the room. All those who want to jump on the panel, in case the link is too far up, scroll up. There it is. All right, everybody. I'm gonna read a couple more, then I'm gonna take a break. But how would you all like to see an actual NEHEB cow from the Nile River? This is the venomous Nile Valley water snake that I just taught about. How would you like to see that in real life? Anybody ever seen that at Petco Patal, the Nile Valley water snake? Have you seen that at PetSmart?
No.
How about you, Amunet? Have you ever seen a Nile Valley venomous water snake?
No.
No.
What, I didn't tell you that's what spirit was? So you had all this time? I'm gonna say no venomous snakes yet. We gotta take our time. No. I was gonna do. I'm looking for the. Where? I thought I was gonna get motivated by the support, but I think if anybody wants to see, let me know and I'll go. I'll go get the NEHEB cow from the waters of Kemet, not from a pet store, from the actual waters of the Nile Valley. I'll go get a NEHEB cow, and bring him to class and show everybody the snake that I just taught on, the venomous water snake NEHEB cow that the Kemetians saw. I'll bring him to the class, and then everybody see. I'll read a couple supports, and then I'll think about whether I'm going to go get him from Kemet. Okay, here we go. I'll be back. I'm going to read a couple donations. Let me see. We got custom made teas. Oh, for pet food. Okay. I thought there would have been more support and more people on the panel. As motivation, I was going to bring out the Nile Valley, the NEHEB cow snake that the ancients wrote about. I may still bring him though. Who is this? This is Custom ATs. All right, custom ATs. Boom, boom, boom. Where are you? There you are. Custom ATs. Emu, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $6.66. Hip pet food. Toyota and Hukui. Per Ekut. I am Kujani.
Thank you. I am Kazani. Appreciate that. Oh, more to come. Okay, beautiful. Thank you, everybody. Really. Trying to make these classes shorter, and they are becoming longer. You know, when the pod class first started, the entire pod class, with me answering 6 questions, was 5 hours. The entire pod class, with me answering 6 questions, was 5 hours. Go back to the beginning pod classes. Now my one answer is 3 hours. It's completely different. Something different has happened. I'm trying to shorten it, but it's not working. All right, we got Ibet stepping up, and then I see Pata. I'm gonna read Pata. Ibet has 2 here. One at the bottom, and this one here is newer. All right, shout out to Yvette, who have been supporting since the days of dumping out a piggy bank. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and read that for me, Amunet, please.
1925 for Tua, so much for class. All I have at the moment.
Beautiful. Give her some noise, please, because she actually has 2 in here. Give her some noise, please.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Yeah, right here, we're the best. All right, wonderful, everybody. SABA, you have given so much. Support is in order. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Thank you. Thank you, Robert Williams. I appreciate that. A couple of days ago, I went back to my channel and I scrolled down. Oh man, scrolled down and I believe I've done so many answers. It just kept scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and I'm looking at the topics. I was like, wow, this is never been done before. I appreciate those who truly appreciate me during my time here in this state. Appreciate all those who appreciate me for what it is that's happening, because it's really going to be a phenomenon left for the children to have a data bank. The TEHUTI podcast is the new Google. You just type in a word TEHUTI and all the whatever your question is, type it inside. Go to YouTube, type in the word TEHUTI, the topic, and there's an answer for it. And especially if this goes on another few years, if I have it in me. We got Nook in the room. Peace, Nook. Nook may have some audio problems. Okay, we're gonna go to I'll read a couple more. We got Kata, Ania 10 TEHUTI. I see Tanya 23 experience. Did she give 2? Did she give? It's like I've seen her name twice. Okay, Kata 10. Screen stuck. All right, Pata, I need 10 to JHUTY, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. And then I'm going to take a little break and then come back, see the supports, and then go to the next question. Go ahead, Patah, this is yours. You read that first, please.
2772 for Tua for showing me the depth of the matrix. Hotep.
Okay. All right. And Nini Uk, you're welcome. Nini Uk, water and water and water. All right. I want Amun, give Patah some big noise, please, like he gave you all.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Okay, I see Hush Nation with a Manu class. We'll get to that. I read Tanya 23 experience and one more person. Then I'm going to take a little break. We'll step away and come back with NEHEB cow. Tanya 23 experience. For some reason, I have this as a second support. I'm not sure why. Tanya's doubled in my brain, but my wife twice. Okay, shout out to Tanya 23. Me Amun, please.
$7 for a great show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanya. You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, and you're welcome. Well, it should have a new meaning in everybody's minds now every time you say thank you and you're welcome. And we got Nukku as actually went underwater. Are you underwater? Nukku took the class to another level. He's in the ocean. His background looks like the ocean. That looks beautiful, whatever's going on back there. All right, wonderful, everybody. And I'll read one more, which we have Owen Height. We have Mary Sekhmet. This is who I thought was. We got Aaron Lowe from who was sent in by Dejed. And this is a from because this is a question from June 28th. Ooh. Okay, shout out to Aaron Lowe, who is Jed's brother, came in and has been sending in questions ever since. Read that first, please, Amonette, please.
$20 for number one. Can you explain the styles of Mami Wata?
Okay, give him some big noise for that, please. All right, wonderful. Okay, everybody, I'm going to step off for a moment. I'm going to take my camera off, and I want to get into this next podcast answer. Maybe more support will render from that question answer. I see Anfu here. I see Aaron Lowe here again. And of course, it's from MAAT and MERI Kemet. Any new people that watched this that appreciated the class? Of the 55 people watching? Bearing arms. Remember that, Jewel? Bearing arms, but you're not bearing arms. Interesting. Okay, but I'm gonna step off for just a minute. I'll be right back. I think I'm gonna go get NEHEB cow. And then I'm gonna take a break after that. Let me get Nana. Hey, Nanny. Let me get Nana to refresh my cot. Some energetic food talk. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna step off for just a minute. I'll be right back. Support the TEHUTI podcast. Those who saw this class. Is Bryant, is Pat Toe still around? He's the one that asked the next question. Support with Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'll be right back. You all build for a moment. I'll be back in a minute or so. Peace for now. Right back. Support.
Hotep Marie, Ankh the Jet Usir. Everyone, please hit the like button if you have not yet, and show your support. Links are pinned to the top of the chat, and they are also in the bio. Send this out to your social medias. Make clips. Put the classes out there, and get it to more eyes. Uncle Justin Neb, to all the great Meru, all the great supporters of the PODCLASS and SABA TEHUTI. It's a beautiful thing to observe those who appreciate what SABA TEHUTI is doing, and in the way that he's doing it, right? And one of the great things that SABA TEHUTI has demonstrated consistently from the very beginning is showing up and doing what pleases his ka, right? And it's important for those of us who take any single thing from SABA and make sure that we are replenishing the energetic deposit that he has given to us. It takes excessive amounts of many things to put yourself in position to continuously give everything to everyone who wants to receive it, right? And make sure that one continues to continue to stay within an organized state by giving so much, right? It's a difficult process, and that's why the teachings of reciprocity are so important, and why the great ancestors laid the foundation in so many ways. And being that these classes are full of actions for us to take, and gems that the great SABA places within the teachings, by taking the classes and utilizing what is there, right? All of the things that we may create the illusion of having difficulty of attracting to us can be removed, right? And this class being about water and the NINI, which is just such a beautiful representation. One of my favorite images of the NINI is in Tutankhamun's Perhe, or his tomb, and it shows Nut, right? Nut doing the NINI. And so we always understood the importance of give and receive, right? The reciprocity, and that got turned into the what everyone today knows as above, so below. Everyone loves saying that, except for as receive, give. Let's change as above, so below to as receive, give, because it's the same, right? And by doing so, right, it puts you right where you want to be, wherever that is. And it's a great and easy way to begin to shift and change things as far as perspective within your own mindset by enacting the reciprocity principle and seeing what it does for you. If you've been here and you haven't supported, and you're still coming here, it's important to ask what do I find important about the TEHUTI PODCLASS? And whatever that answer is, how much does that mean to me? All right, and whatever that answer is a great way to put in perspective what your reciprocity should reflect. All right, and it's so vast in our ability to show support to the great SABA. All right, and by being what the great ancestors taught, being the MER, being a representation of the reflection of the Netter, it's important that we do what they did, right? So using the principle that SABA is teaching us of reciprocity, if you have not supported, do so and see what it does for you. See how your life will begin to transform around you by simply enacting what SABA TEHUTI teaches us by giving with what we receive, as above, so below, as we all know. Hotep, Great SABA, welcome back to the panel.
Hotep, thank you. Thank you, Tom, for the great words for the people. Well, they do appreciate it. Waiting to see the rest of the support that's coming in. I'm going to take a break and come back in about maybe 15 minutes and answer the next question. And I hope by that time more support will come in. I do appreciate those who have given so far, that appreciate this class. And for those who did support and appreciate the class, you got the wisdom. And for those who are watching this for the first time, I just want you to see the type of lifestyle that I live when I taught or re-brought back the consciousness that in order for the people to be able to speak Medu Neter, or in order to speak the very first spiritual language on earth, you have to have knowledge and imbue the knowledge of the animals that were around you. If you did not understand the animals around you, you wouldn't understand the Medu Neter, because the actual animals represent the concepts of the words that they're creating. So if you don't understand the animals around you, you would not be able to communicate. So I make it, since I was a child, I always had animals around me. And the animals around me represent that which I teach on now. So today's class, again, I'll put it up for those who missed. Just put up the today's class was on all the influences of water, the water consciousness. And then here at the bottom, I showed, after teaching about the NEHEB cow, I showed that is the NEHEB cow, that is the serpent that the people of Kemet would see in the waters. It is a venomous water snake. And they turned the symbol into something that was positive. The NEHEB meaning to join the cows together. The Ka is singular, pure energetic, bioenergetic template, and the U makes it plural because it echoes out and is joining in all the echoed out Kas, and it was represented by this water snake, which also was shown in the Amduat, or in the areas of the Duat drawings on the side of the tune as the Neb cow standing up, because it represented the resurrection of the serpent, which was you. So I want to show everybody that I thought the class was going to be a lot. I thought there was going to be a lot more reciprocity given, but nonetheless, I'm still going to show everyone what that looks like in person. So this is a NEHEB cow. This is a venomous, one of my venomous snakes from from the actual waters of Kemet, not from a pet shop. But actually, I have a team. I've been in this reptile world for about 40 years, and I have all type of connections and people overseas and things are sent to me, and I make requests. And so this is the rare NEHEB cow. This is from the waters of the Nile. Here he is right here. So this is a NEHEB cow, and that is the Nile River venomous water snake. He is beautiful. He eats in a beautiful fashion. He eats out of my hand, but when I want to see the excitement, I put the goldfish in a water tub, and he goes fishing with his mouth. So he swims faster than a fish, and he's able to move his head faster than a fish and catch fish with his mouth. And he's quite incredible. And they're written about positively and negatively in the papyrus. In the Brooklyn Papyrus, they're written about as the venomous snake that you need healing from. And in the pyramid text, and in the Purim Haru, or in Purim Harus, there are the resurrection snake, water NEHEB cow. And that's what the Kemetians always did. They always took something that was considered either dangerous or harmful, like a scorpion, a cobra, and then they would make it represent its opposite, and that which represents good. And so there's a good. There he's staying still. There he is. Boom. They make a lot of noise. He looks like one of those snakes from the wildlife videos. He makes a lot of noise. He likes to make noise. That is a NEHEB cow. This is from the Nile River, and I have a lot of animals that I breed and raise that are very, very rare, and each of them that I have represents something that I teach, and he represents his class. So I taught him in the NEHEB cow, the consciousness of water and the water snake, and here one is for you to see. That's one of the bonuses of the JHUTY PODCLASS, is I have animals in the class that represent what I teach, just as the ancient people of Kemet did Tamaray. So peace. I want to show everybody that. Now I'm going to take my break. There he is. If he has any babies, I'll send them to you. I'm gonna. If you want some of these, let me know. I'll have some NEHEB cows sent to you. If you want to give me zebra back and switch them out for a Nile Valley water snake, let me know. Give me the what do you got? You got the corn. You got the black house snake still, right?
Yes, and corn snake and zebra.
Okay, good. We'll swap them out for your black house snake. Yeah. He's almost the same, kind of black.
Kind of the same, kind of a little bit like a little bit, you know.
Yeah, there he is. So I love the. Oh, do you play some guitar?
I say he's Nefer. I love his underbelly, his underside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. So what I love about the animals too is I have to make a connection with them, because when they come to me, when I have animals that I don't get animals from the pet store, so when they come to me, they're coming from the areas that they live in. So I have to take something that's like straight from the wild and vibe with it for it to behave like this. It's not supposed to be really behaving like this straight from the Nile River. It's supposed to be hissing and going crazy, but that's a part of what I do to calm myself, is I take the animals that are literally in the wild and have them around me and vibrate with them and feel how they feel and communicate how they communicate. And if they bite me, I tell people, if they bite me, that's how they talk. Imagine not having hands, legs to kick, you have no larynx to talk. The only communication is to hiss and bite. So that limits their communication. So when I do get bit, which I get bit often by a lot of different snakes, that is their way of telling me what they would like me to do. Because they can't speak. So, but at any rate, I'm gonna take a break right now. Robert Williams says Nefer, and yeah, there's your Nile Valley water snake right there. Boom. Probably first time anybody's seen this in real life, watching any type of Kemetic channel or anything. I don't know if these on nature videos. Okay, I'll be back, everybody. When I come back, just to read a couple more of the supports, and then to get into the next answer. Peace and love. Support the podcast. Say peace. NEHEB cow. Peace. Peace. All right, peace. Maybe next week I'll bring peace.
Peace. Peace. Hotep to NEHEB cow. There we go. All right. Peace, Nook Poo. Hotep, great brother. Uncle Josh and Neb. Let's hear from you.
What's up? Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. To Uncle Josh and Neb, Hotep, Natiru, Mary Ma'at, Uncle Josh and Neb, to everybody on the panel. To Uncle Josh and Neb, to the SABA, the Nefer, Sekem SABA, and Hotep to everybody on the chat, everybody listening, everybody that's watching this on the playback. Uncle Josh and Neb. Yeah, this was a Nefer class. Saba definitely blew my mind as usual. It was definitely Nefer. The whole Meru, another meaning to MERI, Meru, even bringing up Aset, which is a Nefer thing. Like I mentioned prior to Saba breaking this class down, how I had an Upesh with Aset, dealing with the waters. So it's just a Nefer thing. The welling wish, it was Sekem, it was powerful. I mean, so many different things that Saba broke down in here. That is something that you can implicate into your life, something that you can use to unravel the matrix and to appreciate water more, appreciate being by the water, being by the beaches, springs, drinking water, knowing that we come from water and that we are water. Gives a whole other meaning to how Fix was mentioning about Bruce Lee speaking upon being like water, be water. It gives a deeper meaning to that. So this Tua is a Nefer class. Also reciprocity, how important reciprocity is. I mean, Saba just goes in. He intertwines so many different gyms and different healing modalities within this class. It was Nefer to also show another professor that also practiced the healing modalities towards water, using frequencies, and of course, you know, words are frequency. It's a Nefer thing. And I was just thinking when Saba was showing this, I was thinking about this class about Emoto, I would say like a week ago, with the prayers to the water, because I remember him showing this example. He's shown it many times, and it just had me thinking of Ptah, because I do recall that Emoto and some other people would use Buddhist prayers to heal this water, this lake. It has me thinking of Ptah a lot, you know, like when Saba broke down how, you know, Buddha is basically Ptah. And it just has me thinking, like, are some of these prayers related to Ptah? Like, you know, I wonder if it has some, I mean, pretty sure it does, but I just wonder if it has some kind of correlations with Ptah, the frequency that's within the Buddhist teachings. Like I said last time I spoke to Saba as well, with the whole Ptah and Buddha correlation, it makes me think more deeper, like just seeing all the benefits that people do have from being Buddhist and learning from that kind of philosophy and that kind of studies and knowledge. It just always has me thinking about Ptah, because Ptah deals with the frequency and seeing all the benefits that people have just by practicing Buddhism. You know, I just see Ptah on all that. But yeah, this whole water, Nu, MERI, breaking down about the Marines. I mean, Sava can go on and on and on. And also with the water serpent, the Nebka, that's a Nefer thing, breaking down about Meow as well. That also got my mind boggled. And Saba mentioned it before, but with the cat not saying meow, it just clicked to my mind again, like, what? You right. The cats don't have lips to say meow. So it's like, what are they saying? Because we do hear meow. So it's just, it's Nefer. I'm just like, nah, that's another question I have. Like, what is it that they're saying? What is the frequency, the vibration they're saying? And it just goes to show you again how mystifying cats really are. You know, it got me back to thinking of when Minty asked about the cat's eyes. And that's one of the questions that I sent into Saba as well, is with the cat situations in Kemet, or I say Amaray. And in those days, how they handle some of the issues that cats may have. And, you know, the cats are just fascinating creatures, man. They're just some fascinating beings. It's definitely deep, man. So that's all I got to say. Tua, Uncle Jasaneb, and how you doing, Ani Ptah? How you feeling, Uncle Jasaneb?
Hotel, great brother. I am Nefer. I am doing Akur, Sir. Tua for asking. And Tua for your great Medu, great brother. Amun and Amunet. Let's go to both of you and get some great Medu from you. Hotep Henu.
Hotep and Henu, Uncle Jasaneb. It was another fantastic class. Hope more people send in support for this class. So I will put in a lot of time into this class, and the amount of stuff he put into it, he did not have to make it that long, but he did it for JHUTY. He did it for us. I'm thankful for that, for all the information that he put into it, for all the times that he took time to stop the screen share and explain stuff, and explain deeper things that he didn't have written down. And every little thing he put into that class to make it what it was, what it is. I appreciate that. I love what Saba does that. For the people that are listening that do practice MAAT and follow MAAT, the classes hit different. They impact you and touch you in a different way, because what's being taught affects your life. It helps you grow, and it allows you to evolve in your perspective and the way that you see things. And for me personally, every time I learn more about the intricacies and interconnectivity of the Medu and the way that our ancestors thought, it helps me think in a more pure state and achieve of various different goals that I'm trying to achieve and will achieve. So it's really beautiful when you start to practice MAAT, you start to imbue yourself within MAAT, you start to really appreciate what's being brought forth, what's being taught. I do think that a lot of the sneak learners and people like that, they listen to the information and they just take it as information. They don't really see it as something they can apply to themselves. Kind of like they know 1 + 1 is 2, but they don't think they'll ever have to use that. That's the way I perceive that they look at this information, versus someone like Amunet and I and Nuku, Pata, and other people who follow MAAT. When we see this information, we know that it changes something within us. It changes the way that we look at things. It changes the way that we will do certain practices of how we will speak to ourselves, and it'll literally change our chemical structure, or help open up energy points within us, open up our mehis, our chakras, and allow us to be more free, to become the Neteru that we are supposed to be. It's not something that we are going to hear and then repeat. It's going to be something we hear, repeat, and imbue within ourselves and allow it to change us. So when you practice the culture, when you imbue yourself in the culture, classes are truly different. And I think that's one of the things that separates us from the sneak learners, is that we imbue the culture, we follow MAAT, and we see it in various different ways. The ancestors are so deep. The way that they think and the way that they say things is very, very beautiful and it's very easy for the modern day person to overlook what's being said. But when you practice the culture, and when you are doing things like having out of bodies and doing various different research in eternal life, what's being said really does change the way that you see things. It helps you understand things on a deeper level, like NEHEB Kau. People are only going to understand that if they're trying to have an out of body or have had an out of body. If they are not trying to have an out of body, if people don't believe in that, they're listening to this, they're really not going to understand that. They're just going to repeat it. I think the key to really appreciating what SABA's teaching is to apply it to yourself, and to learn what's being said here and use it for yourself, to have benefit yourself and help yourself grow and evolve. Like for me personally, the Nebkau part, I'm going to use that when I'm doing my out-of-body practices, repeating that information to myself, helping me relax, helping me imbue that energy, thinking about the Nile River, thinking about how it flows, the calmness it flows, how I will smoothly, calmly, swiftly go into that outer body and rise up like a snake, like the water snake. I will think about these things, and the goal is that when I think about these things, it helps me put myself into a more relaxed state and master out-of-body practices like how the ancestors did. And that's like when you're doing the practices, when you're imbuing MAAT, that's when you see what's being taught here is on a whole nother level, because the way that our ancestors neurologically connected the Medu and the things that they're doing, it really unlocked the abilities within us in a way that only can be unlocked with sound and frequency and vibration. the way that they put the frequencies and vibrations together really does unlock it within us. So for me, as someone who is constantly trying to unlock abilities and unlocking abilities, it's very beautiful, and I'm very appreciative that Saba brings forth what he does, because it helps me, and I would hope that helps other people have the same goals as me, to use the sound frequencies, to become the sound frequencies, to help unlock various different things within yourself. So for everyone that follows MAAT, support, hope you love this. And those who don't follow MAAT, try it out. Try to purify yourself, get rid of the isfet, and support, show reciprocity. Either way, if you're someone who is here today in the class, reciprocity should be given, because you took something in. You're obviously benefiting from something. I remember in the past, I was younger, if you're scrolling through TV, if there's a show you don't want to watch because it's not interesting or you're not learning anything, you click right through it, no problem. So if you're here, obviously you're learning something, so therefore you're benefiting, and you should definitely give support. And at the end of the day, what's being talked about, there's other forces at play here, and you don't support, there can be consequences in the future from other forces. So just think about that, whether you believe it or not. The proof is in the culture. So I will leave it at that. Hotep, Uncle Joseneb, Mary.
Hotep, Uncle Joseneb, to offer your Nefer Medu, Amun. I echo all that Amun said, and I agree with the out of body. That is very Nefer, and I love out of bodies very much. I love practicing, and as Amun said, mastering out of body, and being able to take what Saba teaches and implement it in my life in that way is extremely powerful, because the act of doing it, it helps my memory even more, because I'm implementing it in my life, and it just compounds the memory. And it's so beautiful to be able to do that. So to us, so much to Saba for everything. You are the greatest, you are the best, and I'm very happy that you are back from your break, that you got to take a break, and that you were teaching us in the way that you do. So to you.
Nini to you, to Amun, to Pata. I didn't really hear Nuku, but to him anyways, but to all of you for your great words. I heard a little bit of Nuku. It was about a dream that was before a dream, and cats saying meow, and to Nuku for his input. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:17, and I'm still gonna go and start the next class. I'm gonna show one. That's interesting, Batal. That was the shirt I was gonna wear. That was the shirt I was gonna wear to this podcast today. That same shirt you're wearing, and at the last moment I switched it to this. But that shirt is behind me, was ready to be put on. Interesting.
Yeah, I heard grab that one, so I did.
You're what did he say? Say it again. What did he say?
I heard grab that one.
Okay. Yes. Okay, everybody. So I'm gonna show one more support, and we're gonna get into this next question, everybody. This the support on this one. I'll see what happens after with this class. This next answer, but support on this one was I don't know, like 5 people give support for this one. But shout out to the people who did give support, and I'm gonna show the next one here, and then I'm gonna get to the next answer, and the next one is from Custom Made Tees. Amonette, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. 2442 for the JED support, Uncle Justin Neb, for your dedication and clearing the path ahead. Pure clarity, cleansing the eye, the mighty SABA TEHUTI. I am Kudzani. I am grateful.
Thank you. I am Kudzani. Give him some big noise, please. I am Kudzani. She has the Kakapalupa type of, I don't know what that word is. Paparazzi. Some other kind of name. Okay, shout out to Kudzani. Peace to you. Okay, everybody, ready? We're gonna get into this next question here. The next question sent in. I don't know if Brent is driving trucks or if he's listening in the background or maybe he fell asleep. I'm not sure. The next question was sent in from the brother Pat Toe. And we're going to get into that question right now. Let me go ahead and put his support up so we can go ahead and give him his AK John Doe. He has so many names. Let me go ahead and put his support that he gave. Where is it? Pat Toe. Ready, everybody? Here we go. So here's Pat Toe's support. Look, put Nookie. Look, I'm gonna say when your mask is off. I want to see your reaction when I. Okay. Well, so, shout out to it's not showing up. Strange. Where is he? Pat Toe. I have it here. Let me try again. One more time. Here we go. Let's see if we can show. Yes. Oh, here it is. Shout out to Pat Toe. I have a question. Give him some noise for this, please. Some hand clap. All right, and the new consistent student give us a great history of where he is coming from in his Hebrew Israelite past, and he sent a question in. If I can find the question here. Question change. Is this him? That's from March. Your Pat Toe is Brian. Is this his question? No, that's Hefe. Maybe I have to put his question up. Pull his question from the answer. Let me see if that will work. We're gonna pull up Pat Toe's question from the answer. That would be in June 28th pod class. This is Nebuchadnezzar. And he basically told us what the question was, that he went into, he went somewhere, he spoke about my teachings, and then the Hebrew Israelites put up this thing called the Nebuchadnezzar tablet, saying that was the verification of the Israelites. So that was the question. I'm going to go ahead and show the question when I read it during the class, because he already said the question on while he was on the panel, so I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get right into this, everybody. So we're going to get into Pat Toe, and as you can see from the flyer of the class, here is the section on the far right. Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, proof that the Israelites existed. We're about to get into that right now. Welcome to the TEHUTI pod class. I hope everyone appreciates what you're about to see And if the brother Patua is listening, you can put a little symbol in the room, let us know we're here. He's here. And wonder what happened to Visionary. Visionary was here and then he disappeared. And have you heard from Dejed today, Patah? Dejed or Atef?
No, I haven't heard from them today, no.
Okay. All right, shout out to them. I hope they're safe. I haven't seen them, heard from them, or anybody, any of them. Gabby, Atef, I think Atef pop up in the room once. I'm not sure. But shout out to everybody. Hope everybody's safe. Let's get into this question, everybody. So here we go. Get your pens and pads out. Shout out to Pat Toe. We're going to see if we can answer this in a decent time. This is actually going to be much shorter than the last one. It's going to be a little bit more fun at the end, though. So shout out to Patah. Shout out, peace and love to Patah. Peace and love to you, Nukpu. Peace and love to you, Amun and Amunet. We're going to get into this question. Everybody get your pen, your pads out. We're about to get into this last question here of the TEHUTI PODCLASS of the Nebuchadnezzar tablet. Peace and love to those on the panel. You all can jump in the chat. Peace and love. All right, everybody ready? Let's get into it. Saket is on deck. Neheb Cow is below me. Let me check and see if he's still below me. Yep. Neheb Cow is down there below me. Waiting to pop up after I finish this answer. And get your pen, your pads out, everybody. Here we go. You ready? We're going to get the timer set back up, and we're going to start with this next question. For those who are listening, I'm getting messages that people are not receiving the Meru classes. I think I got one from Robert and now one from Inpu. Inpu, send me an email if you're listening, and I'm going to respond to the email. Maybe you'll get it that way. I'm not sure why all the Meru classes are sent out as soon as the message comes. But okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get into the next question. Get your pen and your pads out. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let me see how many people are still in this class. 29 people. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get started with this answer. Ready, everybody? Who's still in the class? Did Harass make it through? Harass did. Did Mary Sekhmet? Where's all the people that were here in the beginning? Where's the dark? Does the dark matter? A whole bunch of people were here in the beginning. All right, here we go, everybody. Press a 9. Robert Williams is in the class. Press a 9. Amunet sees me and hears me. Nook hears me. There's Amunet. You bet. Okay, let's get ready, everybody. Everybody can hear me. Let's get ready and let's get started. Welcome to the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Here's the next question to be answered for the TEHUTI PODCLASS. Boom. Nukpu says Nefru Pesh. Oh, there's one of my favorite names ever. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. All right, Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum. I hope you saw the last question answer, and I hope you enjoy this one. And hope you send in support today's podcast. That would be great. I haven't seen you in a little while. Enjoy this and rewind it if you missed the last one. That one was 3 hours long. I appreciate everyone who appreciates me and my time. We're going to get into this next podcast answer. Here we go. Boom, boom. You all press the 9. You can see me. Perfect. Now let's put on the screen. We're going to put on the timer. I see the numbers going up. The numbers are going up. I wonder how people know I'm about to teach if they're not watching. If the YouTube's not on, how do they know? Because the numbers could be at 29, then as soon as I say I'm about to teach, it starts going up to like 40 and 50. How do they know that? How do they know I'm about to teach if they're not watching? Interesting. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? So boom. And boom. All right, everybody. Perfect. It fit perfect. Okay, we're going to start on the count of 3. 1. Let me check the screen again, make sure you're good. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome to the TEHUTI PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original language of the spirituality, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health, What about mental health and purity, detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources? Are there any ancient sources to that? Government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, you have left Christianity, Islam, and Hebraism, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, which you have. So you now go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you have stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of new age, quote-unquote, consciousness. The atheists who have disguised themselves as quote-unquote conscious teachers, Kemetic teachers, esoteric guides, metaphysics teachers, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on knowledge, but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. Do not live by any actual written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes or do what is called counter-teaching, which is just to go against what someone else teaches, just being a contrarian. They only do debate, debunk, expose, or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. The subject matter stay on the beginner's phase, which is a good phase for a beginner, but they're stuck there, which is limited to these topics. The Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, and the Egyptians are black. But after showing where it's stolen from, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual teaching, where the actual teaching is coming from, the original text, and how to apply it to their lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings at all. And they don't apply to the original teachings to their lifestyle, to the actual way of life. They just focus on how it's stolen, and then they leave you right there. That is called breaking someone down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus that they focus on is just the Egyptians are black. They focus on the Egyptians are black, but then they don't follow any other teachings. They say, I'm only proud of what they physically look like, but as far as the disciplines, forget about that. Or they say, let me tell you what's wrong with such and such group. It's a lot of drama. There's a lot of drama, slander, but not any teaching coming directly from the papyrus that you can apply for discipline for your life. All their titles are argumentative titles, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indians. We are not African. But never just on what the pyramids in America are for, or how they can enhance you, or what the discipline described ways of the Native Americans are that can be lived today, that can enhance your spiritual life. They can only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or Ma'at or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need contention, the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, which is what most people don't know. Let me tell you where you're wrong, which you fail to recognize. This fighting everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice. When the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over, where are their classes on the advanced spiritual teachings straight from the Per Em Heru, Book of the Dead, Coffin text, Pyramid text? They will not teach on what they truly do not believe in. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite under the guise of just having knowledge, but no structured unity system as all of the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking, no system of group discipline, no spiritual rituals as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day or for those feelings of that day, with no accountability or obligation to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up, because they have no elder system, because they have no system at all. Thus, they're about lonism, which is no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colorizer's language and no other ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental, unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you to get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. Disunity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists, who were outsiders just collecting knowledge on Egypt and debating Egypt historically to see who is the top scholar, but not from a disciplined liver of Ma'at or anything. And as the unified followers of Ma'at were, that actually created Kemet, in which they studied. Those ancient people had structure, discipline, and ranking systems. Thus, their videos and lectures today are mainly on complaining or speaking about what is wrong with other people. Here are wise words that the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just a complainer, not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses. You're in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the House of Atten, the TEHUTI PODCLASS, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these types of questions in with reciprocity and get ebook personalized documentary type answer customized, and on top of that taught live with each answer gets subconscious matrices broken for you is here at the TEHUTI PODCLASS. What are the questions for this section that TEHUTI will answer this evening? Coming in from the good brother Pat Toe, he says, I have a question. He says, Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles from John Doe, which is also him. Greetings, great Saba. I apologize. The week is always grueling. Towing is a tough gig. I can imagine. And it could be dangerous too. I always attend class. I just unfortunately fall asleep due to work. I'm working on that. So that way I can join the class online. I can join you all online during class, which he actually is a man of his word because he did that. He came today. I heard you referring to my question last evening. I'm sort of familiar with Nebuchadnezzar. I'm particularly interested in these Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. These seem to be ancestral artifacts. So I was told that validates the existence of the Israelite people and family. So I'm curious on, are the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles historically factual or psyops? I hope this message is clear and sensible. Hotep, Dua, Grand Master Teacher, and students. Nini Ukfri, to you for asking this great question, and Tua to you for your beautiful mannerisms and discipline when you came on the panel. Very cordial, very respectful, very clear speaking, and we like you already. So here we go, everybody. Ready? If Pato is listening, he may be asleep. If so, he'll have to rewind it. Another great question, and which demonstrates again the diversity of the TEHUTI PODCLASS, where in the same PODCLASS you can receive an answer on the science of signature wavelengths operating within water to capture consciousness and DNA, and the ancient Kemet written demonstrations of consciousness imprinted in water, and how Kemet water teachings of Aset influence the entire Marine Corps. And in the same PODCLASS, learn about tablets supposedly revealing the existence of Israelites. Nowhere in the world or in Earth's history has this ever happened, or is this happening. Sit back and appreciate and support this phenomenon called the TEHUTI PODCLASS with the SABA of the House of Atten. Let us begin. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let's walk through this journey. Here we go. Everybody ready? Boom, boom, and back, boom. Robert Williams said, I will support. Of course you will. You're wonderful. Here we go. Boom. This is the tablet he's asking about. It is entitled Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, which entails many wars and sieges. It's called the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, and it dates back to 590 BCE. Is this an ancestral artifact? Absolutely. Is it real? Absolutely. Okay, so the description, this is found in the British Museum. Back 590 BCE. Description, ABC 5, chronicle concerning the early years of specifically Nebuchadnezzar II, because there was more than one Nebuchadnezzar. Okay, wonderful. So does this chronicle mention or is referred to mentioning the existence of Israelites? Well, let me take you to the exact chapter and verse and transliteration and walk you through to the mention of the referred attestation. So does this mention Israelites? If so, then the Israelites are historically mentioned by somebody. Let's go to it and walk through. So here are the actual letters in the tablet for you to see more clear on this black and white. And then beside it here are the actual tablets. So these are the Babylonian Chronicles, and the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle is a section within the Babylonian Chronicles. So here is the transliteration of the words. And then what I've done here is I've shown this sentence here, Sa ia a uda na kablisu ilsakstar siptu. And we'll go ahead and read the same thing. I have it in a neon frame in both the Sagiga language, or the Kingi language, and in the English. What does it say here? In the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, he, Nebuchadnezzar II, mustered his army and encamped against the city of Judah. In the 2nd day of the month of Adar, he captured the city, seized its king, and installed a king of his own choice, brought the heavy tribute of the king, and sent them to Babylon. So here they have the word Judah, and over here is the parallel to it in the transliteration. This word here is Ia A Udu. This is Ia A Udu. This word over here is Judah, which if this was in the ancient language, it wouldn't be a letter J. It would be, this would be a Y. So it would be Yuda. Yuda. This is Ia A Udu. Okay, just wanted to show you what is in the actual language and then what is in the translation. So if this was actually translated from this word here should be, this is the letter Y, and we turn this J to a Y. This says Judah. This would be Ja A Udu. So right from there, we see that the original word, even if we take the J and make it parallel, it would be Ya A Udu. This word would be Yuda. We'll leave that alone for now. We're going to walk through because this is going to be quite fun walk. This is going to be an interesting walk. Okay, so there it is. I just want to show you where the attestation is, where the Judah is, and there it is. Everybody, quite simple. Ancient Babylonian record of Nebuchadnezzar, the type, dating back to 590 BC, the mention of Judah. Therefore, yay, there are the Israelites mentioned and attested for by an outside group of people and culture. Case closed. That is actually how they closed the case when they spoke to the brother in the what is it called, the clubhouse. I never been or seen a clubhouse, whatever this thing is called, clubhouse. That's where they presented to him, and boom, case closed. There's the Israelites. It's over. Okay, case closed. Oh. Are you coming out? Case closed. There it is, everybody. It is one and done. There it is. All right, let's go ahead and continue. So on face value, that is where the case is closed. And there, everybody moves on with their life and continues with the Israelites are attested for in the ancient writings of Nebuchadnezzar. Iya Udu is Judah. And boom. Okay. Nebuchadnezzar says, not quite. Ready, everybody? So boom. Or is it? Nebuchadnezzar said, not quite. Or is it, everybody? Is the case closed? Is the case closed, actually? Is that it? Is that how simple it is? Well, typo there. Here is where the mundane, unlearned layman or the intentional, agenda-driven propagators of Israelites leave you right here with this small section. And to the regular person, the case is closed. But of course, that is why you come here to the SABA TEHUTI at the TEHUTI PODCLASS to get the in-depth truth and the psyops behind all the matrix madness. But of course, everybody, to step to the next phase, of course, to go to that stage and see beneath the veil, what is the time to get into, everybody? Let's go straight into it. You ready, everybody? We're going to go straight into it. We walked through the tablets, showed you the transliteration, showed you the translation, showed the Judah case closed. But no, it's time to move into the next stage. What stage is it, everybody? What stage is it to move into? What should we do? Should we leave it right there? Or should we move into TEHUTI Overdrive? I think it's time to move it to TEHUTI Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Nook says TEHUTI Overdrive. Everyone else last class that typed TEHUTI Overdrive probably fell asleep. Just Nook now. TEHUTI Overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom. Let's get right into it. Ready? Here we go. Is TEHUTI going to leave you right there? The Israelites are real. There it is. Case closed. Nope. It's time to get into TEHUTI Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? You will see this is demonstrating the history of several wars, conquerings with several territories. It is called the Nebuchadnezzar Tablets or the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, which makes sense because it is a log of multiple wars of Nebuchadnezzar II. I'm going to walk you through the tablet in writing. Let's walk through, because they read that one section and then they move from there. So I want you to get in your brain that this is called the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. Why? Because he is the main character in the story, but there are actually several wars, several conquering, several areas, several people mentioned. So it makes sense that the tablet is called the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. But watch where the psyops begins. Here we go, everybody. Let's go directly to the translation of the tablet, and we're going to walk through something that the propagators of Israel do not have the patience for, because they just want to rush you to one line and then leave you right there. Let's go and see the actual details of what's happening here. So here, in the 4th month of the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. Everybody see it? So there, in the month In the month of Nisanu, he took the hand of Bel and the son of Bel and celebrated the Akitu festival. In the first year of Nebuchadnezzar, in the month of Simanu, he mustered his army. Remember we read that, but it went right to Judah. He went to the Hatti territory. He marched about unopposed in the Hatti territory until the month of Kislevu. All the kings of Hatti land came before him, and he received their heavy tribute. So we got the Hatti land. Let's go to the next one. He marched in the city of Ascalon and captured it in the month of Kislevu. He captured its king and plundered it and carried off spoil from it. So we got the Hatti land, and we got Ascalon. Okay. He turned the city into a mound of heaps of ruins. Then the month of Sabatu, he marched back to Babylon. In the second year, in the month of Ajaru, the king of Akkad gathered together a powerful army and marched to the land of Hatti. He threw down the great siege towers and his damage from the month of Ajaru until the month of his damage. He marched about unopposed in the land of Hatti. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to read the underlined parts, because the underlined parts are the mention of all the people that were at war and who were conquered. And then we're going to finally get to the Judah part. Let's go ahead and read the underlined parts. And crossed over the river to go against the Egyptian army, which lay in Carchemish. They fought with each other, and the Egyptian army withdrew before him. He accomplished their defeat and beat them to non-existence. As for the rest of the Egyptian army, which had escaped from the defeat so quickly that no weapon had reached them, in the district of Hamath, the Babylonian troops overtook and defeated them, so that not a single man escaped to his own country. And at that time, Nebuchadnezzar conquered the whole area of Hamath. There we go. Marched unopposed through the Hatti land. In the month of Sabatu, he took the heavy tribute of the Hittite territory to Babylon. So let's see how many people are mentioned and who are conquered. We have more. The land of Hatti, he marched unopposed, and he took plunder from the Arabs. And then we get to the line that they quoted. They brought up to line 12, and besieged the city of Judah on the second day of the month of Adaru, and the city captured the king. He appointed there his own the king of his own choice, received heavy tribute, and sent to Babylon. So let's look at all the people that were conquered in this Nebuchadnezzar tablet. And the king of Elam was afraid and panic falling on him. He returned to his own land. So what do we have? So as you can see, this was an extremely important campaign. And look at the list of that which Nebuchadnezzar conquered. I left this one out, but he conquered Hamath, Hatti, Ascalon, the Egyptians, Elam, and Judah. So that's Hamath, Hatti, Ascalon, the Egyptians, Elam, Judah, and the Arabs. Seven people, 7 groups, 7 cultures. Now here is where the psyops begins. What is the Nebuchadnezzar's Chronicles other title? There's another title for the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. Guess what it is, everybody? Here's where the agenda psyops begins. They call it the Jerusalem Chronicle. Let me stop right here and come to the screen. I want you to get this in your mind. This same image, remember ABC 5? This is the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. Now it's called the Jerusalem Chronicle. Why is it called the Jerusalem Chronicle? We read the whole Chronicle, Can anybody tell me where you saw Jerusalem? Did we skip that one? Anybody there saw Jerusalem? Anybody? I didn't see it. I read the entire Chronicle, and I don't see Jerusalem in there. But yet it's called the Jerusalem Chronicle. And here's where the psyops begins, right there. Ready? So now it's called the Jerusalem Chronicle. Boom. The Jerusalem Chronicle, psyops in place. Why would it be called the Jerusalem Chronicle? As I have shown you, and we have read together, this tablet covers multiple wars amongst multiple people, areas in multiple sieges, 7 different people, 7 different armies, and Jerusalem wasn't even one of them. Yet the entire tablet is named after Jerusalem, when this tablet is not about Jerusalem at all. And Jerusalem isn't even mentioned one time. Judah is mentioned, but there's no Jerusalem mentioned. As one of the Judah is mentioned as one of the actual 7 lands that were conquered. Whoever is pushing this tablet, or who has officially named it, has an agenda. The agenda, of course, is first Judaism, biblical supposed historical confirmation through hypnosis and neurolinguistic programming. This is called neurolinguistic programming, where they name something, a title you can read, and then you forget that nowhere in here was the word Jerusalem. Via the word Jerusalem gets the entitlement of the name of the entire tablet that was called the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. Now it's called the Jerusalem Chronicle, and of the 7 cities and areas conquered, Jerusalem was not even one. Via the entire Chronicle is named after Jerusalem. And I will show you the original story again, but this time in the transliteration. And then I will show you where they try to match it up with the Bible story. So here it is again, transliteration. Ya'udu. Ya'udu, which they say is Judah. Here is the biblical reference in which they say this original story is confirming. This is in Chronicles 36:10. And here it is, Chronicles 36:10. At the turn of the year, Nebuchadnezzar sent and brought him to Babylon with the valuable articles of the house of the Lord. And he made his kingsman, Zedekiah, king over Judah and Jerusalem. We didn't see Jerusalem one time in the writing. But now here, we saw Judah. There was a king placed over Judah in the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, but now in the biblical story, we have a name that wasn't in the Chronicles, and now we have an and Jerusalem. You see this and Jerusalem? Where do we see? We saw Judah. If Judah doesn't cover Jerusalem, and it obviously doesn't because they say Judah and Jerusalem. But yet in the story, we don't see Judah and Jerusalem. We just saw Judah. Now in the Bible, they add and Jerusalem. Now we see something very interesting added in the biblical account of the supposed same event, and that is the name of the king that Nebuchadnezzar put into place, whose name is Zedekiah. Now we have a new article of information added to the story, which is this person, Zedekiah, king of Judah. Who is this? So again, there is no record in any Babylonian text of Nebuchadnezzar ever knowing or interacting with anyone named Zedekiah in the actual historical reference. And to make the story even more untraceable, this Zedekiah name, according to the Bible, is not even the original name. And if you try to do a historical research on Zedekiah, that was a ruler, supposed ruler during this time period, you will come to no avail because they did something else that was very tricky. The supposed interaction with Nebuchadnezzar and with Nebuchadnezzar and Zedekiah was supposedly with a man named Mattaniah, and supposedly Nebuchadnezzar in the story changed his name to Zedekiah, according to the book of 2 Kings 24:17. Here we are, 2 Kings 24:17, and the king of Babylon made Mattaniah, his father's brother, king in his stead, and changed his name to Zedekiah. So now we have Mattaniah was the actual person in the story, in the biblical story, and somewhere Nebuchadnezzar changes his name to Zedekiah. For what reason? No one knows, because it's not in the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. Boom. So even if you try to look up the lineage to try to verify a Zedekiah, the biblical authors made sure that they placed him under another name and got a name switch. That the name Zedekiah in history from childhood does not even exist as a real person. You can't even look up Zedekiah's history because Zedekiah name pops up in the story as a name change. Zedekiah was not even a real person as a child in biblical story. In the biblical story, it was a man whose name got changed by Nebuchadnezzar supposedly. These events again are nowhere in history. The Bible switching of names makes the story even more untraceable and ambiguous, because as soon as you start to look up the history of a man named Zedekiah, you come to find out that it's not even the original name, and we cannot find either name in Babylonian history or in history period. Imagine the Babylonians doing something of such importance like placing a king that represents them over a nation as a vessel, and there's not one mention of this king's name in any ancient Babylonian record of Nebuchadnezzar, yet he was a king for 9 years. 9 years of a chosen king, and not one mention of him or his accomplishments. Did he succeed? By the king that chose him. Let the psyops continue. And in the Chronicles of Chaldean Kings in the British Museum, 626 to 556 BC, on page 33, it emphasizes on the importance of the specific siege for the entire year. That Judah siege was the most important siege of the entire year, according to the Chronicles of Chaldean Kings. Let's go ahead and read it. Let's see how important this Judah siege was, or as they translated to Judah. How important was this to Nebuchadnezzar? What was the importance of this siege? Here we go, everybody. Ready? Chronicles of Chaldean Kings, introduction. Here we go. Besieged Jerusalem, literally, the city of Judah. They had to put the city of Judah because Jerusalem was not even mentioned. And seized it on the second day of the month of Adar. He then captured its king and appointed his own choice, having received heavy tribute from the city, which he sent back to Babylon. It is thus clear that Judah was the primary objective for this year's expedition, which was led by Nebuchadnezzar himself in person. Judah was the primary objective for this year's expedition. The war operation of Nebuchadnezzar pertaining to Judah was the primary objective for the entire year, which Nebuchadnezzar actually led in person. And they have no record of a Zedekiah, and this was their most important mission of the year. No record of a Zedekiah that they put in charge of the most important mission of the year. Not a mention of Zedekiah. Did he succeed? What's the story of him? They just put him in position and left him there? What happened? Nebuchadnezzar. Now here is Nebuchadnezzar's picture by the indigenous people in antiquity in stone. And over here we have Zedekiah, the supposed new king, put in place, of which I only have a cartoon drawing from the year 1553 AD. The image of Zedekiah, the so-called Babylonian king, well, the vessel, the puppet, as they say, the chosen king of of Nebuchadnezzar, put to rule. See, reign from 597 to 586 BC. Isn't that 9 years? He's ruling for almost a decade. It's the most important mission of the year, and the only image we have of him is from 500 years ago, from 1553. We have no image of him, no writings of him from Nebuchadnezzar that put him in the most important mission of the entire year. Not a mention of him. They just put him there, left him here, and wiped him out of history. Did he go back and make reports? Nothing. That's it. So what is really going on here? Why are people pushing the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles as a confirmation to the book of the Biblical Chronicles? Because of the psyops hypnotic word that is in place. Let me take you to the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology. We're actually going to go to the biblical archaeology to those who believe in Zedekiah. Here it is. Nebuchadnezzar's appointment of Zedekiah confirmed in the Babylonian Chronicle. It confirms the existence of Nebuchadnezzar, describes his conquest of Judah and Jerusalem, and records his appointment of Zedekiah as the king of Judah. And then it goes on to read the same quote we've been reading from the Chronicles. So what's happening here? Here is where the psychological mind control is in the wording takes place. They say the Chronicle of Nebuchadnezzar confirms the Bible story. Let me ask the class, just in that sentence alone, do you all hear the psyops? If not, let me reveal it to you. What's the psyops in that sentence? Here's the psyops word, the paste and lead word, confirms. Confirms the existence. Confirmed in Babylonian Chronicle. It confirms the existence. The psyops here is called neurolinguistic programming, NLP. The specific type being used here is pre-programmed psychological assumption based off of word triggering. And the word that is triggering your brain is the word confirmation, confirmed. In this case, they were using this word in reverse. I will elaborate now. And on the hypnotic psyops, reversal of the word confirmation. This would mean that the claim, fact, would have been stated first, then a secondary source confirms the first claim because they match they match it with the date of Nebuchadnezzar, with Chronicles, with the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. So the problem is, the typo here, the problem is the date of the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle is 597 BC. There was no biblical claim of this story of Nebuchadnezzar conquering Jerusalem and placed a man named Mattaniah into office, then changed his name to Zedekiah by any biblical writing prior to 597 BC. The assumption pre-programmed in your mind is that King David and the stories of Chronicles are 900 BC, or at least side by side with the Nebuchadnezzar or the Assyrians. But what if, in reality, the Assyrian biblical stories were there first, and the biblical writers came hundreds of years later, analyzing these stories, taking names from actual historical events, and rewriting a biblical narrative? Or one way to prove that would be to show that the biblical book of Chronicles and Kings came hundreds of years after the event that is being discussed here. So we know that this original Nebuchadnezzar story is around 600 BC. How old is the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings? Because they're saying the Nebuchadnezzar story, Nebuchadnezzar confirms the story. So I really want people to understand that. If you say something confirms something, the confirmation or the validation has to come after the fact happens. By a witness, by somebody that was there. Okay? So if something happens, let's say Amunet. He says TEHUTI the best. Let's say Amunet. Let's say Amunet went to Walmart at 9 o'clock. TEHUTI saw that. So that's TEHUTI can confirm. When TEHUTI writes a story, I can confirm it happened because I was a witness. I was there and saw that it happened. So I can confirm her story. Amunet cannot go to Walmart on June 28th, 2025, and then I come hundreds of years later. I'm here to confirm that. I'm gonna write a story right now. I'm about 200 years after Amunet went to the mall, but you know what? I'm gonna confirm that. How do you confirm something if you came hundreds of years later? Your word doesn't confirm it. Their word would have to confirm what you're saying. So if you're teaching that the ancestors did something, their word is first. And if you're saying I'm teaching what they taught, you come second. You can't come hundreds of years later. I am here to confirm Jesus existed. How do you know? I'm here 500 years after Jesus, but I like to confirm that he existed. So we have to check the dates of the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings to see what the dates are of those books, to see if the Nebuchadnezzar story confirms the book of Chronicles and Kings. Let's see if it confirms it. Let's check the dates out. And this is the part that the Hebrew Israelites and Christians hate. Dates are the kryptonite of religion. Again, dates are the kryptonite of religion. They say it confirms. What's confirming? So here it is. Here is the oldest book of Chronicles and Kings. Once again, goes back to the Septuagint. There is no book of Chronicles and Kings prior to 3rd century BC and was completed 132 BC. Pull out your book of Chronicles and Kings going back to 600 BC. Where's that? I need that book, please. Boom. As I've taught you many times before, the Septuagint is the oldest reference of all of the Old Testament. They made a grave mistake when creating the fictitious story of the Septuagint by stating that it was only supposed to be the translation of the Torah, which is either only the laws or the first 5 books of Moses. Thus, they have absolutely no reference to where the rest of the Bible actually came from. Because in the story of the Septuagint, they're not told to translate the entire Bible, only the Torah. When you ask anybody what's the oldest Bible, it's the same Septuagint of the Ptolemies. That only goes back to 284 BC. So they have absolutely no reference to where the rest of the Bible actually came from. It was put together starting from the year 284 BC and was completed at 132 BC. Thus, the book of Chronicles and the book of Kings with the Zedekiah story comes 300 to 400 years after the Nebuchadnezzar story chronicle. I was being nice when I said 200. It comes 300 to 400 years after the Nebuchadnezzar chronicle and the original Babylonian story. Yes, they had 300 years to rewrite another version of a historical event, placing themselves inside of it, so that if you write a story based on another story and changing the original story, it is not quote unquote a confirmation. It is the source from which you plagiarize to create your story from. You cannot say that the original story is a confirmation of your plagiarization because you took the Zedekiah story, you took the Nebuchadnezzar story and rewrote it, added Jerusalem to it, added Zedekiah to it, created a whole story of Zedekiah's name, was originally Mattaniah, and Nebuchadnezzar did this, but your story comes 300 years later. How could that be a confirmation 300 years later? That's your confirmation. So what were to happen? Let's see if it's a confirmation, because if it's a confirmation, that means the biblical story is correct. What were to happen if you were to take the biblical story account of these wars that take place between Jerusalem and the Assyrians, Syrians, and Babylonians, which are all actually in the same area? Here's the map. So what were to happen if you were to take the biblical account of these wars that take place between Jerusalem and the Assyrians, Syrians, Babylonians, which are all actually in the same area? Here's the map to see the area of war that is up for discussion. And then we will get into the details of the war just based on the biblical account. We're going to remove the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle and only base it on what the biblical scribe said, which I have verified has come 300 to 400 years later. So here's the whole area right here: Babylon, ancient Assyria, Syria, Babylon. All this is one area. All this is the Sagiga area. All this is Ashur, Nineveh, Sumer, Babylon, Syria. So here's the area of discussion. We're going to remove the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, since the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles are the confirmation of the biblical story. We're going to just take the biblical story and watch what happens when we take the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles away from the biblical story. Watch the chaos. Now I will walk you through what the biblical writers have done with these names that are actually historical areas after they have added the biblical Israelite Jerusalem agenda to the story that is supposedly confirmed. Let me show you what you're supposed to accept if you're a Bible believer or a Torah believer. If we are to accept the confirmation, here is an example of one of the stories of the war with Jerusalem and the Assyrian Babylonian area. Let's go to the book of Kings, which is the book that they use, that is supposed to be confirmed, in the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. Remember, the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles is supposed to be confirming the book of Kings and the book of Chronicles about these wars. So we're going to go strictly to the book of Kings and Chronicles. We're going to go to these books and just read the biblical account. And we're going to move the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle aside. We're going to go to Kings, 1 Kings 20, 29 to 30. Are you ready, everybody? Here's what the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles is supposed to be confirming. 2 Kings 20, 29 to 30. And they pitched over against the other 7 days. And so it was that the 7th day the battle was joined, and the children of Israel slew off the Syrians. How many? 100,000 footmen in one day. What happened to the rest? The rest fled to Aphek into the city, and there a wall fell upon 27,000 men that were left. And Ben-Hadad fled and came to the city. Boom. This is a part. Is this part of the story confirmed? This is a part of the Syrian and the area of Babylon war. Just if we take the book of Kings, 100,000 Syrians killed in one day, and almost 30,000 sat in one spot as a wall fell on them. I want to give you a visual of what 30,000 people look like, so we can truly understand the level of impossible embellishment the Bible writers added to the historical names and areas. And you tell me if you believe it. You want to see what 30,000 people looks like, everybody? Here's 30,000 people. You see that? All the way to the back of those apartment buildings, all those little dots right there, those are people. This is 30,000 people. You see that? All the way back here. See people still? See people over here? See people over here? See people all down here? This is what 30,000 people looks like. Here's the biblical account that's supposed to be confirmed. Are you truly seeing this, everybody? Do you see this? Do you see 30,000 people? Let's analyze. Let's ma'at. Are you truly seeing this? Please take a look at the size of the full 20-plus story buildings and how they are dwarfed in comparison to 30,000 people. And we are to believe that in this war with Jerusalem and the Babylonians, Syrians or Assyrians, that area, there was a wall in Earth's history large enough to cover 30,000 people. And they all sat in one spot. Typo. In one spot as the wall the size of downtown New York fell on them. Where is this wall today? Who moved this wall? It must still be lying there in Syria with 30,000 skeletons underneath. This is your confirmed Jerusalem war story? Imagine that. 30,000 people. Did you see how 30,000 people dwarfed over 20-story buildings? So this wall would have to be the size of downtown New York or downtown Los Angeles. There would have to be a wall, and it would have to be as tall as long as downtown, because the wall has to fall and cover the space of a complete downtown to crush 30,000 people. This is the story. This is what we are to believe if we think that these Israelites existed in this Nebuchadnezzar war and in the Syrian Babylonian wars. Well, here's the rest of those stories. Don't just read the one line. Let's read the stories. Where is this wall? How large is this wall? It has to be the size of downtown New York. It must be. Who moved it? Somewhere in Syria, there's a wall the size of downtown New York where archaeologists can have a field day because there's 30,000 preserved. They have to be partly preserved because the wall crushed them into the earth. So they're not exposed to all the air that a body right on top is. So they're going to find bones. They have bones of Tutankhamun. They have bones of the pharaohs that they found. This is supposed to be only 600 BC. Did the 30,000 bones just evaporate? Did the wall just fly off into space? So here's the story. If you were to believe the Israelites existed, and using this story, the Babylonian conquest, to verify it, then you must accept this. This part has to be accepted as well. 30,000. Look at this. Look at the size of this. The wall has to span a complete downtown area. And all of them would have to sit in one spot as the wall is falling. And the people at the edge of the wall, they can't move. Because if they move, they'd avoid the wall. 30,000 people sat in one spot and let a wall crush them. We can't find this wall. We can't find 30,000 bones. This is what you are to accept if you accept the story. Ready, everyone? Now I'm going to show you more. That's just the 30,000. The story goes on, don't worry. Now here is where the Bible writers take names of people from history and then insert themselves into a story with extreme supernatural abilities. First, I want you to get a look at when Barack Obama came to St. Louis to speak. I want you to get a look at 100,000 people. You looked at 30,000, now you're going to look at 100,000 people. If we were to double this amount, so this is 100,000 people, but it's not capturing all the people. There's still more people to this side, more to this side. This may be about 80, 90,000 people. If we were to double the amount that you see, about 90,000 people, you'll get around 180 to 190,000 people. I want you to look at this a moment. I want you to digest what this would be twice. This is only about 90,000 people that you're seeing right here. That's 90,000. So double that amount. Now here are the details we're supposed to believe about the war that took place between the Assyrians and the Israelites. If we are to, from the same book of Kings, same book that has the Nebuchadnezzar story, if we are to accept that these Israelites are real, then we must accept their account of the war against the Assyrians in full detail, because these details are supposedly coming from the holy, untampered word of God. Let me take you now to the book of Kings 1935. The angel of death that night, the angel of death of the Lord went forth and struck down 185,000 men in the Assyrian camp. Early next morning, there were all corpses of the dead. 100, in other words, two times this amount of people were all corpses, smelling, rotting corpses that you would smell from the next city beyond. 185,000 people were part of the same war, this Book of Kings war, and boom, that's the entire population of Worcester, Massachusetts. The population of Worcester, Massachusetts wiped out in one night by one messenger. 185,000 corpses rotting, and not one mention of it, even though the largest library in history in the world belongs to Ashurbanipal of that area, the king of that area at that time period, of that exact time period of 600 BC, Ashurbanipal. He had the largest library. In that library, there was over 30,000 clay tablets of history of the Babylonians and Syrians, and not one mention of them losing their entire population in one night. And this is what we are to believe again. It is not just the proof that there were Israelites in these wars with Babylonian, Assyrian, etc. If you accept the Israelites, you must accept their holy word of God, Chronicles, which is to accept that 185,000 bodies were left to rot, and that one scribe, and not one scribe of Assyria or Babylon, wrote one word about this miraculous event in all of Assyria and Babylon. And none of the neighboring areas wrote one word about this miraculous event, and not one archaeological find of the amount of bones of the amount of bones that would create the population of Worcester, Massachusetts, that covered the entire population of Worcester, Massachusetts, and now none of this is found or written about. Nebuchadnezzar never heard of any of this happening? None of these Assyrian kings heard about what's happening to their men? That's their whole army. That's their whole population. Well, what about the confirmation of ancient Jerusalem itself, even without all the ridiculous fables? Because in order to have a confirmed story of Jerusalem warring with Nebuchadnezzar, Assyria, Babylonians, etc., in 600 BC, we at least need to have a Jerusalem. So let us go to the biblical archaeologists themselves. Let me take you to the excavations of Israel Museum itself, October 11th, 2018. Here we are. Oldest known inscription of Jerusalem in Hebrew discovered. This is the oldest inscription of Jerusalem. Director of Israel Museum, Professor Ido Bruno, said as a Jerusalemite himself, he was excited to see the word Jerusalem, Yerushalayim. Every child who knows a few letters of Hebrew can read it. They're very excited to see this. Here they are excavating it. This is the first time Jerusalem in Hebrew is mentioned in history. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. The oldest Israelite reference to Jerusalem. Levi said, my heart started to pound. So this is Danit Levi, director of the excavations on behalf of Israel Antiquities Authority, brushing the columns. So here is, this is Danit Levi. She says, my heart started to pound. I was sure everyone could hear it. My hands were trembling so bad, I couldn't properly take a picture. She's very, very excited. They found the oldest Hebrew mention of Jerusalem. You look in the Bible, and Jerusalem is mentioned over 300 times, 400 times. We've actually found in the area of where they claim the people lived, Jerusalem, we found the oldest mention of Jerusalem. Her heart is pounding. Her hands are trembling. There she is. Look how excited she is. She's so excited. She finally found it. And again, my heart started to pound, and I was sure everyone can hear it. My hands were trembling so badly, I couldn't properly take a picture. This is exciting, very exciting. Wow, this sounds exciting. This sounds very, very exciting. For her heart is pounding, her hands trembling. We have finally found archaeological verification that the great Jerusalem, the great city ruled by the greatest kings in the world, according to the Bible, King David, King Solomon, there were 900 BC. We finally found mention of Jerusalem. So when does this oldest Hebrew mention of Jerusalem date back to? King David was 900 BC, according to biblical chronology. We finally found Jerusalem. Remember, they called the tablets the Jerusalem Chronicles of 600 BC. So we finally found the Jerusalemites' writings of Jerusalem. Where does it go back to? Her hands are trembling. Here it is. My heart. My heart started to pound. I was sure everyone could hear it. My hands were trembling so bad I couldn't probably take a picture. Levi said, who dates the inscription to about 100 BC. (100 BC) is the oldest inscription boom, 200 years after the Ptolemaic invention, called the Septuagint. The book of Chronicles and the book of Kings is 600 years after the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle. There is no record of any ancient Jerusalem, even from the hands of the Jerusalemites themselves, even from the hands of the Hebrew writers themselves. All of these stories come after the Septuagint, which is 284 BC, which is 300 years after the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles. Thus, the agenda of the lie to rename it the Jerusalem Chronicles to place themselves in history, that I have shown you that there is no such place as Jerusalem during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Psyops dismantled. Hotep, I am done. Those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th of Thanksgiving, or if you have learned anything from this, or if this had an impact on you, or has advanced your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity called Chronicles Corrected. Nebu never knew him, 185,000, or still invalidated. Any title you can come up with to cash out Temu, PayPal at Rocky SD. I am done. Matrix. I hope the brother saw that. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team and the supporters to jump in. And please, everybody, support what you just saw. That was 3 hours for one question, over 1 hour for the next question. Support. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocket. I hope everybody appreciated it. This will determine whether I'm going to do 2 answers or not a podcast, or just stick to the one. Because that's what I hope the brothers saw this. All right, jump from the room, team. Hopefully, you will appreciate this. This is 4 years of this. 3 years of this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, and Rocket. We're the team to jump in. And we're going to go ahead and check the supports and see you appreciated this so much. Someone that says, TEHUTI, TEHUTI, so much for your hard work. Your strength is the strength of a bull. Your dedication is consistent like rock. Your glory is pure. Your glory is pure like shoe. Amun, I deeply appreciate you. All right. I'm checking the chat. Did anybody see that answer? This will definitely determine the next future podcasts. Maybe my comments are on lagging comment section. Did anybody see that answer? Other than M1S? For M1S, hey, Minty's back. Okay. I don't see anybody jumping on the panel, and I don't see any comments on the answer. I'm going to go ahead and read the supports. I hope everybody saw that. Oh, the brother that asked the question saw it, answered the question, and the question was answered. And let me go ahead and check check to see who appreciated this. Two people. Who's this? Oh, that's Npu. Okay, Npu. We're gonna go ahead and get those sent to you. Your name changed. All right, everybody. Anybody saw that answer? Just stepped in the room, clocked out. All right, I guess I'm gonna be my own sound man. There's no Dejed, no Patan, no Amun. Nobody jumping on the panel. I'm about to go ahead and just close the podcast out. I'm going to go ahead and read these couple supports and close it out. Here we go, everybody. Well, there's Patah. Patah jumped on. Patah's still up. Patah would be long gone by now. Patah, how you doing, good brother?
Hotep, great stop. I'm coming to the mic now.
Okay, no problem. Great. All solutions. Nobody saw that answer. Oh, boy, okay. All right, everybody. Oh, Minty is coming up. Wonderful, Minty. Amina is the only one that saw that answer that I just gave. Okay. We'll do one answer per PODCLASS. People can't stay up for the second one. All right, everybody. So, we're going to go ahead and go through the supports. Here we go. Well, there's Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atun, Nini, Uk. 2 people saw the answer. Shout out to you. Otep Patah, how are you, brother? Did you see that? Only 2 people saw the answer to that question.
Let me see. I see an I up here has some numbers. Says 35 next to it, so I don't know. Is it only 2 people said they saw it?
Only 2 people saw the answer.
Oh,
yes,
that's very
great.
interesting.
And only 3 people sent support for that answer. So I'll definitely be only doing one PODCLASS answer from now on. So I'm not gonna get abused and used up like that. I'm gonna do one PODCLASS answer and then close out, because now it's a whole extra hour. Only 2 people saw the answer, so I'm gonna go ahead and have you ever heard of the Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle before?
Yes, I have. But I mean, after that, no. So everything is. Yeah, that was phenomenal. Would you like me to speak on it just briefly?
Yeah, sure, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yes, Tua Great Saba for putting that together for us and showing how these translations get carried into entire life processes and religions. And one of the things that you showed from the very beginning was the word Judah isn't there. La-a-uda. And yeah, so and it's like how they did with the what they call the Israel Stella. They just keep putting these words and so Tua for showing that and just making it very clear. So so anytime that is referenced, you can easily pull that up and show what you just showed. Great Saba. So Tua for that, and showcasing that during the time, as you put at the conclusion, that there was no Jerusalem at the time of the Nebuchadnezzar, showing the actual tablets and the actual depictions themselves that the people wrote, and just how this matrix is so elusive in its ability to weave itself into the truth, to disguise itself. And it is a very fascinating thing that just takes me very deep places. So to our Great Saba for being the excellent doorway and guide that you are through this very confusing matrix. To our Great Saba.
Nini Uk. It's really amazing that somebody could come. Look at the Nebuchadnezzar tablet. Nebuchadnezzar tablet is 600 BC. 600 BC to 100 BC is 500 years. 600 BC to 284 BC is 316 years. So you have 316 years to read a story, and then you rewrite your story 316 years later, so that people in the future can look and say, "Hey, look, this confirms that this happened. It confirms their story." And you wrote it. Imagine 300 years after you, Scribe, somebody wrote, "Yes, and when me and Scribe were performing at the Pathways, and we did our song, left foot, right foot, right foot, sessions," they could add that. And you're like, "Hold on, Scribe never had a song called left foot, right foot, sessions." Yeah, I can confirm this because look, there's a man named Scribe, and he did, in the original story, look, he's on video. He was at the Pathways. He had a song called something with the word left in it. You can come 300 years later and add yourself to somebody else's story. Amun says violet illusions. Amazing. Nebuchadnezzar has no idea what Jerusalem is, what that is.
That was that's a very funny concept to just meditate on and think about. Is a lot of these stories where people are placed in these stories, and just to think about going back to them at that time and utilizing what people say today came from them, and they'll be in complete confusion, just like what is this? And it's, oh man.
Imagine going back to Nebuchadnezzar. That's a good point. Imagine going back to Nebuchadnezzar 1 or 2 or any of the Babylonian or Syrian kings and say, yeah, remember when a messenger came and single-handedly wiped out 185,000 of your soldiers? I mean, there's no story of any Assyrian having 185,000 soldiers in a war. In the Ramesses story, they gathered like 5 to 20,000. That was a lot. That was a lot of soldiers. They couldn't gather 185,000 soldiers. What? How do you control that? What? That's Knoxville. 185,000 is the population of Knoxville, Tennessee in 2022. Knoxville, Tennessee. That's like having every single person in Knoxville, Tennessee in an army marching. And one man comes and kills them all. And then Samson came and killed over 1,000 of them with a donkey's jaw. He ripped the jaw off a donkey and started hitting 1,000 people. I didn't even put that in there.
Wow.
So, no, none of this existed. Nobody heard of a Jerusalem. There's no Jerusalem in any Hebrew language until 100 BC. Because, of course, they're going to have Israelites, Jerusalem, and all of these after the Ptolemaic stories. It's like they have Black Hebrew Israelites right now after it was invented. You have the Nation of Islam started in 1934. So, of course, in real history, people are only going to be calling themselves Nation of Islam after 1934. We can't say there was anybody called the Nation of Islam before 1934. So after the Ptolemies invented this Israelite story, then people started converting to it. That's why all the Israelite stories and all the Dead Sea Scrolls and everything comes after the Ptolemies. Nothing before. But let's go ahead and read these supports. I have something to take care of very important tomorrow, dealing with the animals. So we're going to read these supports. There's not really much really to read, I don't think, and we're going to go ahead and close it out if nobody else comes to the panel. So let me step off the screen just for a moment. Hold on.
Uncle Jasa Neb, everyone, for those of you who are here live, and for those of you who support, and dua for those of you who are watching on the playback. Right? It's a beautiful thing, and dua for those who are leading by example in supporting the great Saba, in all the ways that that is done so. So it's a beautiful thing. houseofatton.org. Be sure that you all are visiting the website and supporting there as well, which directly supports the Saba. Just give much dua to you all for that, because it's definitely something that gets overlooked. It's extremely difficult to begin to comprehend what goes into creating something like what the Saba is doing, right? Unless you've done something similar. But yeah, it's a absolute phenomena what Saba TEHUTI is doing. So tua to those who are able to recognize that. Welcome back, Saba.
Thank you for those great words. Let's be welcome back. Let's go into these supports given. We have Amunet again. Oh, they sent me a message, by the way, and so did Minty. Two to the people that send me messages when they can't come to the class, to the panel. If you're someone who is a regular. So this is going to be from Amun and Amunet. And we got Minty is here. I can't tell if that's clothes she wearing or tattoo or both mixed. The tattoos look like clothes. The clothes look like tattoos. How you doing, Minty?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Saba?
I'm here. I'm good. I'm alive and here for you while I'm still alive and here and well. I'm doing the best I can do. Hopefully I'll be doing better 2 weeks from now. I hope.
Okay. Well, your students are here for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Always. I had a pretty busy day today. Clocked out of one job and into another job, but I just wanted to show up to show my support.
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear about the second one. You can send me a message about that or tell me. I know you got the one. You got two now?
Well, I have a pop-up tomorrow. So, I do my merch booth. That's my personal passion. And remember I told you, or I announced that I was gonna be, instead of doing the event on the grass on a blanket in my tent, I was at the main booth. That starts tomorrow.
Oh, okay, great. Congratulations, wonderful. Keep busy. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just show this support, and we got Amun and Amunet. Minty, could you be my reader for me today? Are you on your phone or computer?
Sure, I'm on my phone, but I can enlarge it. So.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, this is from Amun and Amunet, 1111, for Tua forever for your hard work. Tua Natiru for you. And then a black Eid and a red Eid.
Okay, wonderful. We're gonna give them a hand clap because they gave $45 earlier, so this is extra on top of that. Equals about 56. Let's give them a hand clap, please. Thank you, Amunet. Wonderful. And thank you, Minty, for I did see your message about being in and out and coming to class when you could. They did get that message. All right. Let's go up for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, we got Robert E. Let me scroll down. I got hey, I got what's Nut Ha? I almost forgot his old name. I'm not even gonna call him by his old name anymore because he's officially changed his name to Nut Ha Sa Maat. So we got oh gosh. Oh, excuse me. Okay, Nut Ha Sa Maat. 13 16. Okay. Nut Ha Sa Maat. Okay. Nut Ha Sa Maat. Let's see. Page E. That's what's in. Okay, here we go. I'm going all the way down to the bottom and going all the way back up. So Nut Ha Sa Maat, 1661 for the coup. Thank you, Nut Ha Sa Maat. Appreciate you. And I'm going back down to the bottom. We got somebody asking about me. We got Daryl and then Jinx. Is Jinx his superhero option? I think Jinx is superhero. This is Daryl. We got Daryl. Daryl with the 508 always says the same thing, which is PODCLASS. Okay, thank you, Daryl, for your 508. Okay, let me Jinx sent a message. He sent his Cash App to ask how I'm doing, how everyone is doing. Okay, so Jinx, if you're listening. Jinx, 333. Jinx said, "How are you? How are you, Saba? How is everyone?" Thank you for asking, Jinx. I am doing. If you actually go back to the beginning of this podcast, when everyone asked how I was doing, that'll be a more detailed answer than what I'm about to give right now, which is I'm doing as well as I can be in the condition and situation that I am in, and I will continue to do my best. But go back to the beginning, and I give a more detailed answer. But Tua for asking about me, and as far as everyone, that's a hard question to answer, but I can answer for myself, and I'm doing as well as I can be, as strong as I can, and I'm inwardly happy at everything that I've manifested as in this time period. So, Tua, for asking, thank you, and if that's Superhero 34, thank you. This is the most PODCLASS donations without hand claps, because I give, if anything, $20 and over for hand claps. It's been a silence. We got Yvette has come through. Okay, there's Yvette. Yvette has come through with look at my eyes. Hold on. That does not matter, my eyes. I hope not. One moment, let me get it.
Hey, Minty Hotep, are those watchets on your shoulders? I can't. Kind of looks like it. Oh, she cut out.
Okay. Yvette Moon. Yvette with the $25. Okay, here we go. Let's give some hand claps to Yvette, and she has looks like it's a jar. So I'll go ahead and give her a hand clap for that, please. Okay, we lost Minty. Okay, we'll be back. MERI Kemet. This is from earlier. This is actually for another class. This is for last week's class. Okay. She even put the date. MERI Kemet is putting dates. Nice. Great, MERI Kemet. Very good. What was that class called again? Was it last week? 13. A scribe. What was the class I did where I broke down the feminine, the 13th pylon?
The class on Asset?
Asset was was it the 13th? Asset was the 13th pylon. That was last week?
Yes, it was last week in the Kabbalah podcast.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Yes, right. Thank you so much. It's hard to keep. That's to keep track of what I teach. Okay, thank you. Last week. Okay, so MERI Kemet. And absolutely, those are wadgets. I think Minty Scribe was asking you something that you got put out.
Yeah. Yeah. I had cut out. I did hair. Yeah, they are wadgets. This is a shirt that I had made. So it's sleeveless, and then I did the wadgets on there.
I'm very curious, man. What's on your arms? It looks like it matches the shirt. It's like an extension.
Yeah. So I got some new tattoos. I got some new artwork. I got a moon as my cat. Let's see. So I got a moon as my cat, and then I got Nut, and I have the arms coming down, and then I got here's Nut, and I got Church, my resident cat, with the Capara.
Oh, nice. Is that an island on your tricep?
Let's see.
The back of your arm, your tricep.
No, an island. Oh, up here. Yeah, it's California.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's California there.
Okay. All right. Nice, Minty. They look very colorful and pretty. Usually people get tattoos, they're not as colorful as that. That's looks very pretty.
Thank you. I'm very proud of them. But my latest piece that I got is my knee right here. I got a Capara on my knee.
Are these permanent?
Yeah, these are permanent.
Okay. Nice. Great. Oh man. Oh, that's
yeah.
Okay. I've never seen these people get tattoos and not colorful like that. That's pretty that they're so colorful.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the colorful tattoos, and I'm planning on getting more.
Oh man. Okay. All right. I look forward to seeing them all.
Yeah, I'm glad you like them.
Yes. So we're gonna go to MERI Kemet. with the $13, Minty, could you read that first, please?
Absolutely. So we got Mary Sekhmet with $13 for Feminine 13 Pylon PodClass on June 21st, 2025.
Okay, thank you. She had given an earlier donation and both come over $20. So give her hand clap for that, please.
So Saba, I'm just gonna be in the background working on my beading. So I want to be present here, but I'll just be in the background if that's okay.
Okay, what's the background? What do you mean? You mean in the chat? Or?
Yeah, no, I'll be here, but if I'm gonna be working on something, so.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
But you're
okay.
I still see you, right?
I'm still here.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, so that's perfect. No problem. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, we got Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe is always supporting. Always. Good to see him participating in the chat as well, jumping in, typing in Marine World. Shout out to Owen Hythe, and now we have all right. Owen Hythe, always supporting my brother. Give him some noise for that, please. I'm moving up. We got
Saba, if you need me to read any of the donations, I'm still here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
I only have one more left. One more meal. Okay. Shout out to Patal Bull. What it says? Big Waves is Patal Bull. Patal Bull Damu. All right, Patal Bull Damu gives a tip for 38 tip. 38 tip. Okay. All right, give me a hand clap for that. Label the tip. Aaron Lowe again. His second question on Mami Wata. From June 29. All right, shout out to Aaron Lowe, the Jazz brother. And I'll go ahead and read that first Minty, please.
Sure, that's loading. Okay, that's Aaron Lowe, $20 for number 2. Does Mami Wada originate from Osset?
All right. Thank you, Minty, for reading that.
Sure.
Okay. and give Aaron Lowe some alchemist some noise, please.
Mami Wata, I must have missed that. I missed that.
What do you mean you missed it, Minty? What does that mean?
I don't understand what Mami Wata is. I think that's the first time I ever heard of that.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Well, it definitely won't be the last. Okay. There we go. Scrolling up, up, up. Okay, now we got the metanetter classes. Here we go. Shout out to we're gonna give some big noise, and then I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment. I'm gonna give some big noise. Ha 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 ha. Ampu's funny. Ampu's funny. All right, shout out to Ampu. Nanny? I only have 1 meal left, right? Thank you. Yay.
What do you have?
What's that?
What are you?
If I'm in 20 minutes, hopefully. Okay, shout out to Ampu. There's some big noise to Ampu and Minty. Could you read that?
Sure. This one is for $80 for a top hat or magical hat, magic wand, 44, 45, 52, 54. Hotep, I'm done. Thank you for the knowledge. And that's from
Thank you,
Yep. Thank you for the knowledge.
Thank you, Minty.
Saba.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, shout out to Ampu. Ampu, I hope you're there. I want you to confirm you're gonna get these. If you're there, go ahead and give Ampu some big noise, Transformers and everything, please.
See, that's how it's done.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Well, you know what? Let me check some if Ampu has a new email. Let me see. That may be why he didn't get the cross classes. JHUTY. All right, here we go. So what email is this? Let me see. It's the same thing. Huh. Okay, let me go ahead and let me see. Minty or Scribe, if you can tell me if Anku pops up in the room at all, please.
I don't have access to the chat right now.
Okay.
No, I haven't seen Anpu in the chat. He just said I'm here.
Okay, good. Ampu, let me know if those are coming in. 44, 45, 52, 54. Let's confirm those are coming in. So then we should see those. You should see those in right now. If you look at your emails, it should be to you. All right, they're all sent. Ample, let me know if you got them. Okay, we're gonna go on and see. Scroll up and see. See Robert. Hey, there's Amun. I didn't see this one earlier. Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atun. Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. All right, shout out to Amin. You got them? And Pooh, good. And then I'll be sometime later you'll see the other ones that you emailed me about. A shout out to this good brother here, great supporter. Moon, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum, and I can read this one. It says for teachings, $30. Give him some big noise, please. All right, and we got Robert Williams. Shout out to the good brother Robert Williams. Who's that? Okay. Are you Unk? Okay. I shout out to good brother Robert Williams. Again, Mint, you read this one.
All right. From Robert E. Williams Jr., 2072 for Nebuchadnezzar. The Neb is key. And then there's a key to a C. to a C. All right, that's another one. I gotta write that down. Saba, I didn't get to make the list on Discord this week because I had a really extremely busy week. But I'll do that as soon as possible. And that's the to a C. That's another one.
What's to a C?
I think it means to see.
Yeah, the is the key to C.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Minty, for reading that.
Absolutely.
And as far as the list, I'm not sure what the Discord thing is, but the list is for your personal file that you're gonna send to me when I ask for it. You save things on Discord?
Yeah, I thought you had said to make a list and put it on the Discord.
Oh no. Make because the list isn't over yet. I'm gonna wait. So maybe around pathways, and we'll have enough time to create more things, and then we'll put it out because more stuff is coming in.
That's great. That's probably the reason why I couldn't get around to it.
Okay. All right. Did we give Robert some noise yet for this? Okay, wonderful. We got there's Basatut. Basatut Maka Oxif. All right, shout out to Basatut. Okay, we got the monster donations coming in. Here we go. Read that for us, please, Minty.
Okay. So Basatut Maka Ox Effect, $50 for Dua SABA PodClass support. 628.25.
Give him some big monster noise, please.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Scribe, for that. Got a new person in the room, S.L. Smith. With, I don't recognize the name, but I recognize the mask. Okay, peace to S.L. Smith. Okay, now we got JHUTY. Okay, JHUTY here. Minty, you can read this. Shout out to JHUTY. Didn't make it to the panel, but he obviously is in the background listening because he's sending support. My eyes. I'm gonna rest my eyes. Okay, shout out to Minty. You can read my eyes.
Okay, it's loading. And this is from TEHUTI N Ra Asut 1111 for desire to plow my nut and make a copy throwback floppy.
What is that?
Okay.
What's that, Minty? What's going on, Minty?
What's that thing that he says? Blick it?
Yeah.
I guess that's another blick it.
All right, that's all that rhymes. Yeah, he rhymes every time he does that. So, all right. Thank you for reading that, Minty. And go ahead and give him some noise because he definitely is donated over $20.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
Okay. We got JHUTY again. All right. Okay, there we go, Minty. Got another JHUTY one for you.
Okay.
Let's see. I don't see it. I got it. It's a JHUTY. Okay. Now go ahead, Minty. I have it.
Okay, that's 2222 for she said, thank you, I'm coming. I said you're welcome. All right. The PODCLASS slang. Got our own slang.
You're gonna have to have the dictionary and then the Ebonics slang section in the dictionary. All right, go ahead and give them some big noise for that. Thank you, Minty.
Sure. Thank you for your patience while I'm. Thank you for your patience while I'm reading that.
Oh yeah, no, you're doing great. Cause it's not even a smooth read. Like
no, it's not.
Strange wording and interesting. All right. We got JHUTY again. Back to back to back to back. This one's interesting.
Pata, you want to take a crack at it?
This one here is this is easier to read. It's a good observation. Okay, in front of the room, who's on the screen? Minty's gone.
No, I'm
Saw
here.
there.
I'm here.
I'm here as well. I just have.
Are you there, Minty? Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm here. Pata, you wanna
Okay,
give it
go
a
ahead
go?
and read that for me.
Okay, I'll go. Okay, so JHUTY, let's see. For the last class I saw, 50 views, but wait, 50 views to 500 after 1 hour. Wow.
That's interesting. What do you say, Minty?
I said that's great. 50 views to
50
500
views.
after 1
Okay,
hour.
give. Yes. Okay, great. Give him some noise for this, please, Pata.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
Let me scroll down. I think we got Teflon MAAT, of course. I see a big one here at the top. I see a monster support at the top. I'll get to that after this. A TEF 1. After TEF 2. I see a monster support that saved the star class. Shout out to a TEF. It's 777. Shout out to your TEF 777. And then the next one I read, we'll give the noise for the next one. Well, actually, we'll give noise for both of them, because both of them combined is about $30. And it says, it may say tuition. He has it in English. I can't. Maybe what he always says. Okay, shout out to Ephraim MAAT.
Does it say two on many buttons?
No, it says it could say Hotep Ma'at tuition. It's very, very small, but I'm going off what he usually says. Hotep Ma'at tuition. All right, here we go. Shout out to Ephraim Ma'at. Hotep Ma'at okay, tuition. Hotep Ma'at tuition. I think that's what it says. Go ahead and give him some big noise for that, please. We got Robert Williams, and we got, who's this? Okay, a lot of metadata orders here. This Robert Williams, are you still in the class? Okay, shout out to Hush Nation. Shout out to Hush Nation. Where'd he go? Okay. All right, Hush Nation. I'll read this one. Medu Monday 25. Tua Dua Sekam Sabatuti Otet MERI. So this is from Metadata class number 25. Give us a big noise, please. All right, thank you, Hush Nation. It's probably gone to sleep by now. But Hush Nation, if you're listening, then you should, if you're listening, check your Gmail, and you should have that class. Metadata class number 25. We have another metadata order here from, let's see, a big one at the top. I got to get there. I'm down here for Robert Williams. I think 2 metadata classes. $11 and $14. Okay, so let me see if we can fix this, Robert. Whoa! Where you going? Hold your horses, man. Okay, metadata classes 11 and 14. He said did not come through, so let me go ahead and fix that for him. Robert Williams should have it now. It's 11 and 14. Go ahead and check your email and see if you have that, if you're listening. Okay, good. And we have one more. A monster don't. If I scroll down, one more closing down the pod class. It looks like Pata has come through and saved the day. Shout out to Pata. Definitely shout out to Pata for today because very interesting. But I appreciate those who did support. And now, blowing up the pod class. This is one of the first classes in a long time that Pata has made it on the panel to the end of the pod class and ends the night by throwing the biggest support that has been given for the night, and that is Ani Pata attend TEHUTI. Ani, are you there, good brother? Great student, you there?
Yes.
Thank you. I definitely want you to read this, please.
$100 from Pata Ani attend TEHUTI for support.
Wow, there we go. Thank you. Ani Pata to the rescue. Tua Ani, you're over there looking like Inpu right now. You're in all. You look like a Kaibet. You're like a shadow, somebody's shadow body. That's
yes.
That's an excellent.
Yeah, it's pretty dark around here, so the lights affect me, so I try to keep it dark when it's late.
Okay, good. All right, Annie, you're the sound man, so you have to give yourself a huge monster sounds, please.
You see, that's how it's done.
But if you can get through,
some of y'all think I'm an alien, but I'm really human. Okay, I'm
you're
a person
watching me,
just like you guys.
but you don't want to admit you're watching me. This is great. I know exactly who you are.
What? Is that it?
I can keep going.
How come somebody didn't write Jesus a letter when he was feeding the 5,000? How come they ain't sent a letter home? Well, what email was they going to use?
I don't even know what's going on no more. I don't even know what's happening, man.
Yeah, we're here. And we're the best.
All right. Thank you, Pata. That was an interesting mix of all kind of voices and sound bites. To you for your great support and being the great sound man. Okay, everyone. That is it. I'm going to refresh the page one more time. I need to get my recovery rest. And I appreciate everyone that supported. We're going to do closeout with Pata and Minty. And before you all do your closeout, I'm going to step away from the screen for about 3 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hotep, Minty Hotep, what you over there making?
I am making some bracelets. This one that I'm making is a tiger's eye and a malachite. And
Okay,
I'm accompanied by Nefer right here. Okay.
Well, Hotep to Nefer.
Okay. My camera just went off. Yeah, there's Nefer right there.
Yeah, dua to the great Ma'u that surround and support you.
Tua. Yes. And then we have another one. We have Malachi right here.
Hotep.
They're just staring at each other. One's on this side and one's on that side. Just waiting to see who makes the first move.
Oh, you're in the middle of the gaze.
I'm in the middle, yep.
Well, very Nefer. Tua, Menti, for your creativity and all the works that you're doing, and I'm happy to hear about the situations that you're transforming into, and the different things that you're beginning to experience. So I'm very excited for you, and very happy to hear some of that coming into fruition for you.
Tua, yes, it's been a long journey, but it seems like the areas that I was closed off to, now that I'm taking a different frame of mind and a different way of thinking, it's like those doorways that I wasn't open to are actually the ones that lead me into where I'm supposed to be in purpose. So it's interesting. It's interesting. And the matrix has been very heavy lately. That's just one of the reasons why I wanted to show up today for SABA, to let him know that his students are here and supportive of him no matter what. I know I am. I can't speak for everybody, but you brothers, I can clearly relate to showing up for SABA anytime. I know it's late where you're at, and that's a sacrifice that you make. So Tua for your sacrifice, with always being here and being consistent and assisting SABA where he needs you. So Tua for that. I think it's very important that we show up for each other and support each other the way that we do.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely important for us to just as a individual person, to become that which you want to see and that which you want to receive for yourself. And I think a lot of times that gets forgotten throughout the matrix, or else everyone would treat each other great, right?
The Matrix has other plans. The Matrix has other plans. So I try to always make sure that I'm going with my sovereign ideas, and I'm not letting the Matrix place ideas in my head, because that's false.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The Matrix is a master at doing that, because it's all the time, everywhere, non-stop, conscious, 90% subconscious. So yeah, absolutely. And the deeper you reveal the Matrix, there's always decisions to be made. There's always sacrifices to be made, and this pathway of immortality, evolution of conscious light, it's not a easy one. What like just to be a engineer in the matrix, like what type of work do you got to do to become a matrix job holder of a particular title, a doctor, this, that, and all the work you got to do? Or what type of work do you have to put in to become an immortal, to become a netter? And so that is the perspective I walk with, that gives me the necessary energy at the times that need to be, right? Because in the interim, I make sure that I prepare myself in ways for, you know, those type of situations, because the matrix absolutely is unbearable with its consistency. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
It's like a predator that's just waiting for you to misstep or misfire in your brain, in your thought process, and laying little booby traps for you to make sure that you're paying attention. Relentless.
Yeah, it's relentless, and that's something that that I've actually begin to take from the matrix, is that relentlessness.
Yes.
It doesn't need motivation. It doesn't need inspiration. It's just relentless. This gets what's I need to get on the other side of this wall. I'm going. There ain't no excuses. There's a wall right there. That don't matter. I don't see the wall. That you see the wall. So when you remove the walls, and we recognize that we are, conscious beings of light that exist prior to this physical wall being there, then it no longer exists, and
the walls come crumbling down, and the wall is just something that you made up because you believed in an idea that wasn't pure.
And mostly, came from outside of you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's a great awareness to have, because we're always taking in. But you spoke of the sovereignty within yourself to want to be able to come forward with a particular thing, and to not allow the outside influence to begin to influence you internally. And this is why MAAT is so beautiful to me, and why the teachings are so infinite in the dualistic nature of this existence that we live in, where we perceive the matrix around us, and and everything that's happening, right, is coming internal, while we can reframe and understand how what's taking place within us is projecting what we perceive in the matrix around us. And that's a constant reminder that we have to keep at the forefront, to be able to flip that switch from looking at things happening to you being the causation of the things that's happening around you. And it's always a constant reminder to keep looping, keep shinu within the thought process, for sure.
Yeah, that's a great, never beautiful point. Because if we're internalizing that and then projecting that out into our reality, look what we brought into our reality, and that's SABA. So everyone that's here, everyone that's watching, it's just something to think about, because we all manifested him at the same time, and he's here with us. So that speaks to what your internals are putting out as far as signals and waves and frequencies. So it doesn't make any sense to just be an observer at this point. there's, you know, you already see the door, you already see the portal, and at some point, you know, you manifested it. So you obviously want to know what's on the other side of that. And it's like getting a brand new car or something and just letting it sit in the driveway. Like it doesn't have a purpose unless you get behind the wheel and take it out. So it just makes me think so many things about what is this collective and House of Atten, you know, with us being scattered across the globe, how this collective consciousness was formed and the purpose of it. You know, there's purpose in everything that we do. There's purpose in you and I having this conversation right now. So I think it's really important that you know, we're followers of Ma'at. We dig, we do the research, we ask the questions. So wouldn't you want to know the answer to the questions that you're asking? And I have so much gratitude for SABA. When I was at work earlier, I heard bits and pieces of him being on, and you know, I just want to give him all the support that I possibly can. And I did see a couple of new brothers on the stream, so that was great. That was wonderful. I think it's really important for new people to keep on coming in because it inspires SABA. And when we get an inspired SABA, man, that it's pretty potent. And he shares that with us. And there's so much growing to do. And we're all here growing. We're all here growing at the same time. And like Tef says, put your boat in the water where you're at.
Yes, there's many reasons as to why people see something that they want or that they think that they want.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, when you receive that thing, because again, you know, this is not just a knowledge, you know, channel class. This is the House of Atten. This is an AUT. This is a family who's implementing and putting works together to do Ma'at, not just learn it, to do it. And you know, that right there is where the separation comes, you know, because a lot of people love the knowledge, right? They may come for that, but once you receive that, you know, once you learn that the Egyptians are black and that fulfills you, then, or whatever that context is, you know, people move forward. And it's very interesting to watch and observe, right? On how certain things work, but it as I begin to learn and understand that, you know, each person is just a reflection of what's taking place within them. It becomes then, right, very difficult to begin to understand what's taking place within the thought process of someone, right?
Right.
So yeah, so many times opportunities arise, and one may not be ready or prepared for that opportunity once it comes up. And I've experienced that many times. And so many years ago, I started to subconsciously reprogram myself to manifest, to bring forth the ability to be prepared for when other things come forward. Right? So a lot of people use manifestation for like physical things, but once we get it,
That's
if
easy.
what's taking place inside of us, right, isn't what it needs to be, then you see people win the lottery and are broke a few years later. So it has nothing to do with what's around us. It's always going to return back to what's taking place internal. And so SABA TEHUTI teaches how one can begin to communicate, with those inner parts of yourself, and by showcasing what the great ancestors wrote, right, in the Pertinent Meru, and how was all of this information able to be attained, right? And we have to look at that. So
absolutely.
but yes, the path and the walk that we're on in doing Ma'at, and not just learning Kemetic information, is what separates us, from the rest of the people who come through the doorway and do what they do. So everyone has their own individual sovereignty, right, to do what they please. And it'll always return back to where what's comfortable and what's normal, as the great Mary Kara speaks about. Hotep, great SABA TEHUTI.
Hotep, we are back in full effect, and I wanted to say thank you for your beautiful words, Scribe, and thank you, Minty. That's the most profound thing I've ever heard you say. What you just said before I came back, and the about us being everyone manifesting at the same time, and having the car. You have a new car, but you don't drive. All of that you just said was the most profound.
I just made that up.
That was great. That was the greatest.
Thank
There
you.
should be sound bites of that. That was great. And wonderful words from both of you. Scribe, you had a very interesting perspective of manifestation that other people didn't. I want you to repeat that again. Other people manifest physical, but then when they get it, then what? But go ahead with your manifestation focus.
So yes, I was speaking on how what we perceive to be taken in, right, what we're manifesting in, is it doesn't matter what one brings in by means of, I use the example of winning the lottery. But if you're not who you're supposed to be, if you're not internally who you are supposed to be to attain the thing that you have, you will lose it again and again. And being able to transform oneself into the person who is able to attain those things that we want to bring forth in a physical thing is more important to me, because once it comes, if you don't know what to do with it, then but yes, Tuak Great SABA.
Nini wonderful. Absolutely, that is absolutely true. That's absolutely true. When you want to manifest something, you also have to prepare yourself to get it. I told somebody, you have to prepare yourself to get it or you will lose it. I told somebody, I said, when you think of something you wish for, be prepared by any means it may happen. And so when you do a ritual practice and you visualize, be sure to visualize all details. So I told this, I think it was the bet that I told this to. I said, you wish, not her precisely, but someone wishes they had $40,000, and they leave the wish at that. and then they're walking down the street. They get hit by a car, and it paralyzed them from the neck up. They go to the hospital, and they get all the evidence to find out that the driver was drunk, and the settlement's for $40,000. They got it. Their wish came true. You can't blame the scenario if you didn't put the scenario in your visualization too. So you have the 40,000, now you're paralyzed.
You did a teaching of that in the meta-netter class where the person wanted to be a great teacher, and then he ended up doing some crime and went to prison. And he was a great teacher, but he was in prison.
Yeah, good memory. Exactly. So people, when they think of the manifestations or think of what they want, they think of the end goal. And like I described today, the word love is a path to get to the end goal. It's not the end goal. So the way that the genius of the creators of the Medu and the Netter had the word love as a desire, meaning that it's a path to get somewhere. You have to have the end goal in mind and the path itself. That's been taken away. So now most people, when they make a wish, it's only for the end goal. They wish that they could what did I tell her? Yeah, they wish that they could master, be in tune with becoming a master swimmer. Or they want to wish for the end goal, but the work isn't a part. You must visualize the work you put into to get the wish. You want $40,000. You want whatever you want. There has to be a means to get it. You go in the ocean and get your leg ripped off by a shark, and it was the owners of that area's fault, and you got your money, and now you have one leg. You could get the money, and it's your insurance money. I wish I had $200,000, and you get it, but you're dead, so it has to go to your children because it came in through insurance. It came in your name though, so you got it. So yes, the visualization of the work must be put in, or else you will end up somewhere you're not supposed to be with the prize that you wanted. So that's good that Minty said, that reflects on Minty said, you all manifested me or this situation at the same time. Everybody had a goal in mind, and the goal had nothing to do with just going to the Killer Priest shows. What were you there for? But nobody had the end, which was me. So therefore, it succeeded very nicely, because the goal was, I want to kill a priest. I want to hear the latest. What's being dropped there? What's going on here? What's going on? And I just happened to come there at that time. You didn't even know.
No idea.
No, that I was the end goal of the Killer Priest show. Shout out to Killer Priest, but I don't believe anybody goes there anymore. But much love to him. But I don't know if Scribe and Minty are up in the super chats or whatever you all were doing. I don't know if Ampu is up in the Killer Priest show every Tuesday, or whatever every Monday.
I'm still there. I frequent there, but I had no idea that I was going to come across something like this. You there, it's that in itself is phenomenal.
Yes, and you got two chances.
Yeah.
You got me before Killer Priest had that show.
Yes.
You didn't know that it was me yet. I was just like, that was snakes, but I was teaching almost everything I'm teaching now when you saw me with the snakes, but I was in snake mode, but I already went through my 20 years of teaching.
I know you had impacted my father because he's a Bible believer. He's a New King's Testament believer. And whatever you told him in that brief amount of time, that 10 minutes, it changed his whole foundation of looking at things. And I never heard him talk like that before.
Beautiful. Excellent. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad, and that was all of that beautiful timing, because whatever that was that affected his consciousness shifted where he would be in the shifted where he would be in the next realm. If he went to the next realm with straight Christian vibe, oh no,
Right.
may at least hopefully would go over to the next realm as a thinker, not being
He
deceived.
was.
Yeah, so that's beautiful. That's I'm glad I could give him that extra kick to be even a greater thinker than he, greater questioner, because once you, that's another class though, but once you get to that side, it's most times too late to learn what you could learn here, because you don't have the opportunities when you get to that side. I'm not over there doing a pod class. There's no Killer Pre-Show over there. You go over there, you see 8-legged succubi. So at any rate, we're gonna go ahead and
On that note,
we're gonna head and close the class, and it's a beautiful thing. This is a beautiful thing. I'm so glad that you all got to meet each other. Outside of just meeting me, you all have a relationship with each other. You have memories and pictures with each other, and that's great as an extra bonus on top of, you could have had me as a teacher and never met Scribe, never met there's no Dejed, there's no Saket, there's no, you just have me as a teacher. So this is a beautiful thing, and shout out to all the people that are participating in this. We're gonna do the closeout section so I can try to get some rest before this big have a big reptile meeting tomorrow. Take care of a lot of business, and we're gonna close out. So you all give your beautiful closing words. Starting with
absolutely.
Scribe.
I can go first, and then Brother Patai, you can go.
I wanted to start with Scribe. I actually want you to end, Minty.
Okay.
If you can, please. I want to start. Yeah, Scribe. I want you to close out. Thank you, Minty.
Hotep Marie, Uncle Jaseneb, the Jet Usir, Great SABA TEHUTI, Tua, Uncle Jaseneb, for all that you do. And yeah, I'm here to this late night on this Sunday morning now, because the support. When there's no confirmation that there be sounds for you, I'll be here. So there's things that I'm currently deeply embedded within a internal space of Peka Mku, and preparing myself for what's to come, and being the ATTON. So there's many things that, as it's about doing MAAT, and less about speaking it to me, because so many people do that and show the other. So by being a beautiful Nefer example of the MAAT between action and speech, as you are, Great Saba, that's what I'm here to echo, and less talk and more work. And yeah, just dua to you for just all that you're doing. And I know that within the space between pod classes, the vast amount of works that you do to come forward as you are for us is appreciated beyond words in the English. So it's always appreciated, and I'm just thankful for your observation as well, and your clear ma'ah to be able to see through a lot of the veiling that takes place. So dua to all the great supporters, and with that I'll end with the Medu. Sakim im arit,
Murder Ka'a, Simu Hatu Natiru, Pert and Hotep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Nini Uk, and beautiful, beautiful clothing, beautiful, smooth, harmonic energy, and I really like that you emphasize about the doing of Ma'at. I also heard you say that when I was away, the doing of Ma'at, not just the knowledge of it, which is what this is what I'm all about, the doing. And you're definitely of the doers. You're definitely, if nobody knew what you were in, if nobody saw you reading any book and they just watched your life, they would know that you're a doer of something outside of the matrix. You don't operate as a regular brother in the matrix. Even if you didn't tell anybody any knowledge you believed in, if somebody just viewed you and was a camera on the wall, you are that reflection. So you're doing great, beautiful. Keep up the good work, and Tua for observing that, foreseeing that I didn't possibly have a sound man this time, and so you stayed on because Atef nor the Jed showed up, and Amunet obviously went to bed. So Tua for that. That's great support. And you're doing class tomorrow, you say?
Yes, it was initially scheduled for Atef, but he needed me to take on that. So yeah, there'll be another session tomorrow or later on this evening.
Okay, good luck with that and keep up the good work. Hotep to you, good brother. Peace.
Hotep, Tua, Nini up.
Okay, and I wanted to end it off with the frequency of Minty, who rarely gets to end off the podcast. Go ahead and end this off, please.
Tua Saba, Tua for your recognition and your guidance, your support, just to echo the doing of Ma'at. It's a badge of honor to be here in the presence of the Natiru. And just to echo what Brother Patah said about the internal space. We've created the space, a safe space, a loving space, a space for us, for people like us in the Matrix. And I think it's very important for everyone to take advantage of that. It's you deserve it, and everyone that's here listening deserves to be seen and heard. But if you don't show yourself, then that can't happen. So Saba TEHUTI, I just want to show my support and my MERI for your consistency. You are the greatest teacher I've ever had, and that's because you teach by example. So shout out to the spiders on the wall. And I just think it's a very special time, and I'm just going to repeat myself. People should take advantage of you letting us in to your world and sharing what you know with us. People, if you haven't got the Metanetter classes, I highly suggest for you to get those classes. It was only for a short period of time, but those classes, they never left me. And at least 1 or 2 lessons that I've learned in that class, I think about on a daily basis. And I wouldn't want it to be any other way. So, Tua, for your guidance, Saba. I'll end with Neb Unk. The beauty in everything will give you life and will sustain you. But you have to do the thing. You can't just be a bystander. You have to do the thing. The Hotep.
Hotep, beautiful, absolutely. Great, Minty. And to for your appreciation, Nini, for everything that, that you appreciate me for. And Nini Uk, I also observe you, I watch you, and you are able to go from place to place and still know what the best is. So I watch you, and I watch you in different places, and some people go to the other places and get caught up. And I don't see them again. I'm watching people. They don't know I'm watching them, but you're able to go from platform, different places, and always come back home and know what the best is without getting the distraction. So
absolutely,
that is good focus, and it could also be good for you. Some people, like a Tef, it's good for him not to go to those other platforms for his development, for where he is. He doesn't have time for it. For others, it may be good to go and experience to see what everybody is saying, so you can really see what you have. Sometimes you got to step away, look around, and see what is out there, and also to prepare yourself for what could be coming to you.
Yes, so it's all research.
Yes, keep up the good work, Minty, and I appreciate that. And we're definitely going to close this out. Atef is not here, so I'm going to go ahead and do the affirmation. And I'm going to tell everybody, tour for everybody that came and experienced this beautiful pod class. And I'm going to go ahead and do the affirmation. Then I'm going to go big screen and just close it out pretty quick. So let me go ahead and put the affirmation on the screen. And you've been good. Mincy, were you here for the section of the class on the NEHEB Ka water snake?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, that, do you know what this is here?
That's the Nebka water snake?
This is the snake. This is the snake I did the class on this is from the Nile.
Who is that?
This is Nehebka.
Nehebka?
Yeah, this is a snake that came to me from the Nile, from Kemet, from Tamaray. And I did it. Rewind it, and you'll see the class. And you'll see all the writings, and it's a venomous snake from the Nile. It's supposed to be very very fidgety and not like handling and not like people at all. But mine are always opposite from what people say they are. So okay, yeah. So you're looking at a Nile Valley snake, literally from there, and sent overseas.
Never.
Okay, wonderful. We're gonna do the affirmation. Let me get this off the screen. And I don't see the chat moving anymore, so taking everybody's sleeping. So we're gonna do the affirmation and then get our rest and join everybody else who's already in the Upesh. All right, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yankiem Ma'at, Un NS, Nin Tet Aset Ma'at, Min Hapapet Ma'at, Per En Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Matag, go get your rest. You got a couple hours till you do your sessions. Get a good recovery rest. Peace and love to you. And Minty, I don't know if you'll be able to rest or you're in a creative mode, but whatever mode you're in, jump into it and enjoy.
Yeah, I'm living the dream.
Okay, peace and love, everybody. I'm going to go big screen now.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Neferu Pesh Saba.
Thank you. Okay, we're going big screen. Let me go ahead and move Minty so we can go big screen. And boom. And I'll put the banner up. Peace and love, everyone. TEHUTI Amenhotep Ra. Beautiful class, as always. Beautiful questions, as always, which leads to beautiful answers. Of course, for those who just tuned in, we are ending. We did several questions, about 5 questions today. Water consciousness in the Kemetic writings. Did Kemet bring the science of the teaching of water consciousness before the great Dr. Emoto? Kemet water snake of immortality. Nebuchadnezzar Chronicles, proof that the Israelites existed. My name is TEHUTI Amenhotep Ra, which you should know by now. On the hat is Seket, who represents conscious memory. That was the ancient word for the weaver, and the ancient name for the realm that one goes to after physical life, called the Seket. This is NEHEB Ka from Tamaray Smawi Tawi Kemet from the Nile Valley, literally from the Nile waters. That is the snake of joining the Ka, the joining of the Ka, the NEHEB Ka, joining and taking control. And today's class, large section, was on the symbology of this particular venomous snake from the Nile Valley, NEHEB Ka. Peace and love, everyone. It was beautiful. Peace and love to everybody in the room. The chat has not moved. Everybody must be in the Upesha resting. So peace and love to everyone who participated. You all are beautiful. Keep up the great work. Continue to ask questions. Continue to support. And continue to advance your life into a beautiful life under the teachings of the ancient TEHUTIan teachings of the Neteru. Peace and love, everybody. What's up? Ma'at.